Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba family, and welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And family, I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis. Greetings, brother Kala. Greetings. Hope you're having a good day and you're ready to get busy tonight as we work in the late night shift.
Brother Bomani.
Perfect, perfect. And
I'm having a great day.
all right, perfect, brother, perfect. So we have one of our another
Okay.
incredible
Are
topic.
we okay? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Right.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'll read the topic. The pa- the Pan African Shuffle versus Pan African towards nationhood. Okay. Now, why do we talk about the shuffle, right? Now, let's talk about what the shuffle is, right? You got to understand something about Black American culture. We do this minstrel show, whatever what we do. We turn everything into a shuffle, a dance or just we're not serious and shucking and jiving and stuff like this. This comes from the African American sambo culture, right? Well, the Pan African movement has always been the antithesis of that, right? That means we're serious. When people saw Garvey, right, suddenly you didn't think about step and fetch and all this stuff like this. You thought about, wow, this gave you a new image, right? Black power, these guys are in uniform, militancy, walking down the street. We're serious, all the shuffling and all the foot shuffling culture just went away, you know. And let me tell you something, folks, right? You don't probably know this. That's what this is really all about, right? It's the people who want to shuck and jive and foot shuffle and do nothing versus black people who want purpose. Now, those type of black people, you could be somebody who really believes in America, a staunch conservative who believes in education, everything like that, or you could be somebody who's a hardcore black nationalist who believe in independent nation of your own, right? There's no in between. Now, there's a lot of black people who in America who built a lot of wealth. We have like a 1.2 million black people in America that are millionaires, right? They made it and everything. You don't see them on social media. They're out there doing their thing. They're building their life and everything like that, right? They're into America, right? What you see now on social media is the refuge, right? That people, ADOS, FBA, and a lot of Pan Africans people, right? These are the people who haven't figured their way out in life out. Because let me tell you something, folks. If you have a business, right, and I've ran business before, right, and you got to meet a deadline and payroll, and you got to meet these things, these challenges, and everything. You got employees that got to get paid. You got bank things that growth that you got projections you got to meet. You got deadlines you got to meet. You got all these things you got to meet when your whole demeanor is serious. You know, you ever meet somebody like Bomani is a serious person. I'm a serious person. But you ever meet somebody when you first meet them, everything about them is serious. You can't get them to crack a smile. You know, those people are dead serious about their business. They run a company. They don't take no slacks and everything like that. You rarely see that in the Pan African so-called community. Everybody's a joking. Everybody's your friend. Everything is everything, and all the stuff like this. And this is why when people who are really serious know, I'm gonna tell you something right now. The thugs on the street, like, let me give you an example. I had this dude the other day. I don't know if he was white or black, half white or black, whatever. I had my suit on, right? And I was like, I looked at, in my prejudice of mine, man. I said, this kid was like a punk, And also, he followed me outside and said, "How you doing, sir?" He opened the door. Make sure you open the door for me, right? And said, "How you doing, sir?" And I get that all the time when we get with these punks and the thugs in the streets. And I hate calling them that, right? But that's what it is. They see you dressed nice and everything, and the way I act and everything. How you doing, sir? How you doing, sir? They respect me because they know that that's somebody serious. That's somebody that I could emulate. That's somebody that got it's about his game. So therefore, when we talk about the Pan African movement, right? That's the way image that you have to portray yourself at all times. That you're serious. That you could joke here and there, but you have to be about your business. You can't be all over the internet talking about everything and everything and everything, talking about a bunch of nonsense and everything, and expect people to respect you. They're not going to do it. You know, when you talk about Pan African or business or whatever you're trying to do, you have to have the aura of seriousness. You have to have the aura of seriousness means you basically tell people yes, no, maybe, I don't think so, and everything. Somebody that basically goes along to get along and just everybody's everything. He's friends with everybody is not somebody that you want to let lead you, right? Because he has no principles. He don't stand on anything. Okay, so that's what we're talking tonight. The Pan African shuffle. There's too many people out there in the Pan African world that I feel that are compromised and they don't take this thing seriously, right? And they don't basically also. I want to talk about. We'll talk about what happened with Umar Johnson tonight. We'll talk about a lot of people. We'll talk about this ADOS FBA nonsense and everything. Like some people take this seriously only because the Pan African movement hasn't presented itself as serious. Okay, when the Pan African movement presents itself as serious, right, and people start respecting the Pan African, you'll see this ADOS FBA stuff go away. Okay. Now I was saying like this: if the Pan African movement, right, was to basically say, okay, look, we have to, we believe Pan African is the answer, right? But we also know, right, that there's a lot of black people who believe in America, right? You're competing. What it comes down to it, that's what you're competing against, right? Are you an American, fully percent American, or do you believe you're part of the African world? Okay. Now, most people say, look, I like what you're saying, Kala Bomani, but I know where I make my money. I know where who pays my kids' college bill. I know who pays my mortgage and everything, and it's America. Okay, we can live with that, right? But at the same time, the Pan African world has to get serious. We have to start collecting wins. We got to show people that you could stay in America and everything, but still respect this movement. You respect this movement by us having a legitimate stock exchange on the African continent, us have legitimate banks on the African continent, us having serious deals where we're included in the development of Africa. Such does not exist. Okay, such things does not exist. We do not. I don't. The Pan African shuffle is people running around talking about, oh, we're part of the sixth region of Africa. You ain't part of the sixth region of nothing. You know, the only sixth region you're part of, I don't even know. I gotta put a joke in there, but you're not part of those sixth region of Africa. You know, and so therefore, stop go running around foot shuffling and buck dancing. If you're not gonna buck dance for the white man, don't buck dance for the African. Don't buck dance for the Nigerian. Don't buck dance for anybody else. No, there's nothing in writing that says we as African American, the slave descendants, have any sort of say so or anything on the African continent that would compromise any sort of agreements with the United States government and the Western governments. It does not exist. So let's just stop foot shuffling and everything. Just tell the truth. We don't have anything. We don't have anything brokered. What are you talking about? What it means is this: we since the days of Kwame Nkrumah, right? We have not built anything worth substantial that basically, because let's be honest, African countries can't really give us much. You see the government of Ghana, they're in front of the UN crying, yo, man, y'all beating us upside the head. President Otto, he's up there crying like a baby, talking about, oh my God, look at this, man. We can't get loans. This is why we can't develop. It's like Ghana went to the African, excuse me, IMF 18 times, and you still can't get together. We got inflation, pretty soon we're gonna have food shortages. Damn, y'all, how many people in Ghana? What, 40 million people, whatever million people? Y'all can't get yourself together. You got all that young talent and everything like that. Y'all can't pull yourself together like the Asians have. This is what I mean by the Pan African shuffle. You talked about a free trade zone between African countries. Whatever happened with that? You know, the Pan African shuffle. Foot shuffling, shucking and jiving, and overall bullshit in the name of Pan Africanism. You know, the Pan African shuffle. You know, back in a couple of years ago, we had the Obama shuffle. Black people thought, okay, Obama, everybody doing the Obama shuffle back in 2000. I wrote about the Obama shuffle back in 2008. Everybody has some exuberant feeling. Let's say what the shuffle is. It's the exuberance of enthusiasm, right? And the Kala Genesis always says exaggeration is what? The bastard child of enthusiasm. Let me say it again. The Kala Genesis always says and exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. Beware of the tongue that flatters you with exaggeration. He's an enthusiast. Okay. So we have a lot of Pan African enthusiasts, right? They over exaggerate the Pan African world, right? And then when they get called on it, oh, look, Pan African, you're a joke. No, it's the Pan African is always there. It's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Just that the Pan African people that are logical, logical, achievable, are reasonable and practical aren't given the spotlight. No one listens to them because they are boring. They can't attract the crowd. They don't got a YouTube channel. They're not content creators, right? So what happens is somebody goes to the continent, right? They take a camera, they go around. You see, it's this right. These brothers get accused of sexual misconduct and all this kind of nonsense that's going on the continent. It's the Pan African Shuffle. This is the one place in the world where you can basically shuck and jive and fuck up, and people will look at it because you just simply made the effort to go to the continent. So you're a bona fide Pan African, you know. Hey, look how many YouTube subscribers I got. And I'm on the African continent. What you gonna say to that, Kala, man? Look at this, man. I'm on the African continent, man. I have my mud hut and my solar panel and whatnot. The Pan African Shuffle. You know, shucking and jiving, bullshitting, and just being an all around clown in the name of Pan Africanism. We have to shut down the deadly clowns and all these people that are ruining the Pan African name. Okay, we have to do that. We have to call people out and say, look, we understand that we don't all have the answers to everything, but we do need to get behind brothers like Bomani that's doing the serious work and basically see where we can fit in. And this movement has to start becoming serious to people. It can't be about just YouTube and likes and all the stuff like this, because the bottom line is this: the only this is the only movement that only requires black people to succeed. You go to the ADOS FBA movement, they say, "Oh, our end game is a reparation check." Who are you going to rely for a reparation check? White people in Congress. When it comes down to the Pan African movement and building an African state, a new industrial, a global infrastructure, who's the people that's going to make can make that happen? Black people. So yeah, if it only takes black people to liberate themselves, and I always say this is the only movement where it only takes black people to do it. You don't need the Chinese, you don't need the Europeans, you don't need anybody but the black race. So why is this movement taking off? Why? Because our people have basically been allowed to look at ourselves as jokes, as failures, and people. One thing black people are afraid of is failure. Failure. Oh man, if I go do that, man, I'm gonna make a fool out of myself. Well, now, yeah, he might. But what if you win? What if we succeed? What if we are successful? And then what? Then when you're successful, then everybody wants to come on, jump on the bandwagon. Oh, I was a Pan African all along. I knew it all along. No, it's gonna be too late. You gotta get back in line. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Getting serious about nationhood. Nationhood. Pan African. The end game of Pan African is nationhood. And right now, it's called Kala. What do you mean on nationhood? When we say nationhood, we mean building nation people that can have a national identity and then ultimately an African identity for whole black race. Currently, we don't have that. Currently, we have people in their own tribe, their own whatever it is. You got people in the French francophone countries doing their own thing. You got people in Black America. Ah, man, I don't have nothing to do. Try to sever their ties with the rest of the diaspora. You got people in the Caribbean. They're all about the Caribbeans, and you got these other people and everything. So therefore, the idea of Pan-Africanism, that means that black people on the whole on the world are together in the same common struggle. That thing is being threatened. Okay, more so than any point in time. Anytime somebody can get up and make a video talking about Garvey was a Negro peon and try to call it that right there, and you don't even have any real strong response to that. There's nobody on the thing saying, "How dare you?" There's nobody saying, there's nobody entering fatwas. Remember when Solomon Rushdie insulted the Ayatollah back in the 80s? You probably don't remember that, but mine, he was probably young. Solomon Rushdie, a British comedian, where issued a threat of jokes, cartoons about the Ayatollah, right? And then what happened was the Ayatollah died, right? And then the Islamic movement sent out a worldwide fatwa against Salman Rushdie. He was in hiding for years. Yeah, he's a comedian. He's been on Bill Maher and everything like that. And just the other week, 2 weeks ago, he was stabbed in New Jersey at an event. He was doing an event in New Jersey, and some crazy Muslim guy walked up to him and stabbed him. So that's what I'm saying is when you assault their movements and everything, you got people that'll deal with you. So when you got people out there that are making videos about Pan Africanism is dead and Pan Africanism is colonialism, imperialism, Black African Americans ain't African and whatnot, and these guys can walk around freely and don't feel any wrath and whatnot. There's something wrong with the Pan African movement. You are Pan African shuffling. You are Pan African shuffling. Because if you really mean this thing, Pan African thing, your war footing is on. I'm gonna talk about this. What I think, I have not seen the movie, the Woman King, right? But for the feedback, what I'm getting, and I shouldn't talk about it because I haven't seen the movie. But there's some couple of things that is bothering me about the movie, right? One is, like I told you, Barney, anytime I see a movie about slavery, then somebody told me the movie wasn't about slavery. Okay, but it was set in Dahomey, one of the most notorious Negro-European civilizations ever created. That set 20% of slaves over there. So you saying the theme wasn't about slavery? No, it was about war. So in other words, you made a movie set in Dahomey. You could have made a movie set in the Amazon somewhere. Why did you go to Dahomey to make a movie about female warriors? And you telling me the thing is not about slavery? They said, "Oh, Kyle, it wasn't about slavery, just an action." So, and I'm saying to myself, something's not adding up here. Why would you bring this? So, don't you think the homie civilization, whatever, like that, should make it showing the real what happened during slavery? Slavery is always a theme when dealing with that part of West Africa. But I was told, Colin, man, you're reading too much into this. This is just about warriors and stuff like this. It wasn't really about slavery. Okay, that's a good scapegoat and everything. But the thing is, you could have made it a fictitious country, right? And did that. Why'd you have to use the name of Dahomey, right? In a time period, if you said it wasn't about slavery, it was like something's not adding up there. And also, if you're a black person, right, African American, particularly, right, and the diaspora, right, any movie dealing with slavery, I say it should make you angry. There's not one slavery movie. I'm still angry from the first time I saw Roots. You know,
No.
I'm still angry about that shit. I wanted revenge. We wanted to beat up white people when we saw that shit, man. Back in the days, right? And then you saw Drum, you saw Mandingo, you saw all this stuff like that that just put the rage and anger in you. How dare these people do this, right? Then you saw movies years later, Rosewood and everything. You saw all these movies that are real, supposed to make you angry, supposed to make you like, yo, look, the reason why I am the way I am because those movies and stuff like that had a profound effect on me. You know, I can never forgive slavery. I can never forgive. I can never just move on. So what this movie is, people telling me, college, just move on from slavery. It's just an action movie. That's so disrespectful, to my ancestors. And I got blood from that region too. Some of my DNA comes from that Benin, Togo region, modern Benin. That wasn't the home is not where Benin is right now, but the homie was is where a modern nation of Benin is right there. So it says I'm from there. So basically, I do have ancestry from that region. And so I'm saying to myself, my ancestors who've never gotten justice for what happened to them, right? You're telling me just forget about it, just go out and enjoy a movie that had nothing to do with slavery, you know? And so I'm sorry, folks. I can't. Your brother Colin can't be shuffling and jiving, you know. I am gonna see the movie eventually. Hopefully I can see it soon on Fire Stick. So I have to spend 2 hours. I could pause it. When you have it at home, you can pause it, right? Take a piss, go get cool off, go downstairs, smoke a cigar, then come out. Sometimes when I watch a movie, it takes me like 2 days to watch a movie. Yeah, I saw that movie, The Irishman, Robert De Niro and everything. It took me like 3 days to see that movie. 'Cause I watched some of it, then I come back to it, then I come back to it, I watch a bit, then finally after like 4 days, saw the ending of it. So this is probably what's going to happen with this movie right here. I probably won't be able to see the whole movie up at once.
Yeah, I feel you because I only seen the first 30 minutes, and I've been trying, but I got a lot of work to do. So
We talking about You talking about the
no,
Irishman?
I've seen all of the Irishman. I've seen excellent movie Irishman. And we can always talk about that. I love these kind of movies because it shows certain things that you can get
Yeah.
into. But yeah, I was talking about the
Period.
King.
It's time
I've
period.
seen the Woman King. I make it my priority to I make it
Oh,
my
you did.
priority to watch all the black films and watch anything dealing with slavery or anything dealing with as even if it's written by white people and stuff like that. Just like I got, you have research and books here because I'm a person that analyze stuff, and enjoy information, reading, studying. Let me just switch back over and things like that. So I've seen it, and so far so good in it. But I just have to really just get through it to analyze it. But the one thing I could say is I appreciate and I respect my sisters or our sisters for going out there and doing what they feel like they wanted to do as far as put a program out, put a film out, doing the work it takes to get them and their sisters together and work with other folks that put it together. Got to get that to them.
Yeah.
Now, so the only thing I have to say about
Well, that part I agree
the
with.
only thing I have to say about that now is that I would love to see my brothers, be about their business and produce what they want to produce. You know what I mean? And things like that. Because I was watching.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, because
That's a good. Have you? Do you
yeah,
remember? Do you
I
remember
was
Matty Rich? Do you remember Matty
it
Rich?
was Matty Rich.
Okay. He had a film that came out in the what year was that? My first movie to Virginia, '91, called Straight Outta Brooklyn. Right. It was a good movie. Right. It was his first film. Right. Then he made a movie called The Inkwell. That was a really good movie. It was set in Martha's
Well,
Vineyard. It had remember The Inkwell with Jada Pickett, and everything, and that dude Lorenzo
yeah,
Tate.
Lawrence.
Remember that? He made that. That was a good movie, a coming of age
Yeah,
movie, right?
absolutely.
But that was
Especially
the last film he made. You know why? Oh, okay. You know why he quit filmmaking? Because he went to Spike Lee, right, and said, "Spike, man, take me under your wing, man." And everything. You know what Spike told him? He said, "Man, I don't deal with no startup, whatnot. I come from film school and everything. And Spike just he said, but after that, he was so hurt, devastated, he quit filmmaking.
oh, and and
Is that messed up? Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's a struggle.
And all these entertainers, they don't finance each other, nothing.
Yeah,
You know?
but what I'm saying for the point about the Woman King, I have no idea what our sisters had to go through to produce what they wanted to produce, and just like you know. But what I would say is that I'm trying to shift this over to my brothers, because I'm one of the people that believe in an active world of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, and I'm trying to get our brothers to understand because
Right.
what I was doing was I was watching a bunch of reviews, doing the normal stuff I do because I just try to hear different people's perspective, and with the exception of one or two brothers, all I heard was a bunch of this, black men hate, and I'm like it's one of those things. Like I'm a
Hmm.
brother that I'm happy for my sisters for progressing, owning business, enterprising, running stuff,
Right.
handling things. Absolutely, because because if I have an issue,
Hmm.
I have an issue with
Hmm.
my mother, my sister, and the women in my family, I got number love for. That I'm always trying to encourage that we as a people need to just you know take it to that
Hmm.
level. So what I'm saying to brothers, okay, they made they made that production. They got it worked out, and the box office is ringing, and they're making their moves. I've even seen Viola Davis; she's all over the place doing public
Right.
relations and things like that. And I was like, so when people are like talking about the boycott, she's a warrior sister, like in real life. I'm saying because it is for us as a people to get certain
Hmm.
places. Some people say that we do certain things, but some people literally
But
fight.
why are they talking about boy? Why? What? Let me ask you a question. What is the boycott all about?
You know,
What do they say they're going to boycott the film? Why?
it's, this is the excuses I hear. And I could have shared. Oh, that's the only thing I could do is share the excuses. Number one, it could be a simple situation of just the reality of the situation because I've been to Dahomey twice. I've been there in 2009 with a group, and also I took
Hmm.
another group there in 2017. That was a part of my historic Ghana, Togo, and Benin journey.
Hmm.
And whoo, man, that place is. I mean, the history is it's a whole lot and everything. But so it's bits and pieces. Like the Dahomey is a real place, so we know that. And the sister warrior soldiers, that's a real thing. So there's fragments of that, but then I think people are looking at it as it's one set of people say it's glorifying slavery, and I can't really say it's glorifying slavery. And then you can't just be upset with Dahomey. You had several kingdoms of more all along West Africa, and they were all part of it. From my precious beautiful Ashanti kingdom, modern which is modern day Ghana.
Yep.
All of our folks is in it, and it's something that hurts because it's one of those things where we realistically don't really know all the ins and out because we weren't physically there. We analyze things and put it together as best as possible. But the things that we know is that our people were involved in the situation of fighting and conquering other people or defending themselves. And then once you have prisoners of war, you end up auctioning them off and doing all kind of things, and but we no way we can just let it seem like the white folks are just there, just waiting along in this, and it's like the reason why the trade got that ridiculous is
Yeah,
because these people, they're incentivizing our people. It's just like when we talk about the war in the Congo and so on. It's like, yes, our people should take accountability at the
yeah.
same time too, but at the same time too, these people create an industry of industry
It was a
to
global
oppress
system.
our
It was a
people,
global. So I'm gonna talk
a
about that.
global oppressive
It
system
was
to
a
where
global.
next thing
It
you
was a
know, you
global
and your own brothers
system,
and
and
sisters
slave was in
are fighting
demand.
against each other. Next thing you know, you're being, you have guns towards you, and you're being, you're being forced to fight your own people, and and it's like either you go and be taken away, or your own other people go away. It's really just it's really even hard for me to talk about it because I've been to so many. I've been to Goree Island, I've been to Weeda, Dahomey, Elmina, Cape Coast, and it just I try sometimes talk, and it just the emotions is getting to you because it's a real situation, and it's like I'm a brother that I want to build my people around the world, and I know we all have our history and things, and I don't want to stop that history from us progressing and things like that. So yes, people can just look at it like that as far as glorifying slavery, but but at the end of the day, when you look down to it, you know, it's a situation where that whole situation, and we can point fingers and so on, but it might be a situation, Kala, where it's me and you, and you get taken and I'm here. So are you gonna blame me for taking, for you getting sold into
Yeah,
slavery and things? It's really tricky, and it's really just if when people dig a little too deep, they end up just blaming. We just end up pointing fingers at each other. That's what I see. But ultimately, the white European slave trading devils,
they were.
they literally took it to another level. You know what I mean?
They were the ones behind it.
And I'm sure our people, had
Yeah, let me finish. Let me build on. Let me build on
sure.
that. You know what I'm saying the whole thing is like this is what my only concern is this, right? Something is lost in the sauce and all this, right? People don't really. One thing that didn't talk about was the homie had like the Portuguese, Benin, Portuguese and Guinea-Bissau and everything. There was a middle culture between these people. People don't realize this, right? Many of the Portuguese married into African royalty. Same thing with the Dutch, same with the French and everything. And their children and offspring were back and forth between Europe, the homie, and Benin and all these other places. So it wasn't just like Africans sitting on the coast like we think, right? There was also Europeans who basically who settled in the homie and married into stuff like that. So so the concept of race, as we know in the West, where black is on one side, white on the other, didn't exist that part in Africa. And there was also this mulatto class of people, who were basically most a lot of people that were slave traders in Benin and the middle merchants and everything, the Portuguese and everything, were people who were had African ancestry, right? But they were more on the European side thing. Now, it was often said that these people didn't take slaves because of color and race. That came later. You know, it was just a situation where the slave trade was in demand and everything, and the people like the Crew tribe and people like that participated in helping facilitate what was already there on the coast. Now, my point is this. Now, Europeans, you would say, I would say like this to Europeans, right? They always say how they're exceptional, right? And a lot of Africans, immigrants, and black immigrants and European immigrants believe that. They believe America is exceptional and everything. America is enlightened and all stuff like this. But at the same time, if you're so enlightened, what are you doing on the coast taking human bodies into captivity? And then they say that well they were selling each other. Well, who was each other? We learn now that these were different ethnic groups, tribes, and everything like that. They weren't. They didn't see themselves by race as the same
See the
people.
same.
So therefore, when they pit people against each other, it's like that. Now, if you and me, Bomani, was in a nation right now, right? You and I know the different thing, right? And I sell you to somebody else, sell you to a white man. I know better because we have the concept of race built into us.
Absolutely.
I'm saying.
But you
I was saying back then, the Africans didn't have the concept of
yeah,
race,
yes, exactly. It's all
like
about
that. Once they knew that, right? Europeans came with the idea of race. They saw color, race. That's why Europeans were united, against Africans. Africans couldn't play Europeans really against each other, on the slave coast, because Europeans like, okay, we have an agreement. We're gonna always gonna have the better weapons. We're gonna give Africans enough to give us slaves and everything, but we're not gonna give them those weapons that can harm us. Okay? And if you look at the slave castles and everything, the slave cannons always pointed towards the sea. That means Europeans competed with each other for the slave thing and against pirates and everything,
Right.
but it was never pointed inward. That means they thought the Africans were never any real threat to them. So that tells you that the Africans on the coast were very much in compliance or cooperating with the system of slavery.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
as some people say, okay, if one slave fort takes 1,000 slaves a year, you take 300 years, you're dealing with a lot of people. So to Africa, it initially seemed like there was a lot of people leaving, but those of us in the West, those of us in the West, that's why it's so dangerous. Pan African, Pan African was born? Pan African was born when the first slaves entered the slave ships. When you had people who were enemies chained next to each other,
Good
they
point.
said, well, wow, we hate each other. We was at war with each other. Now we're sitting on the bottom of slaves with chained together. There's an old saying,
Now,
men chained together are brothers.
yep. Now you have
So
you have
Pan African was born
a
on those
common enemy
slave
now.
ships. You have a common enemy now,
Serious.
So that's what Pan Africanism. So when we talk about Pan Africanism, right, we're talking about the experience of the transatlantic slave Holocaust in Africa, and that's what brewed Pan Africanism. A lot of us go to Africa and we expect Pan Africanism. That's not the culture there. So we have to be lenient and patient with our African brothers. That's not their culture. Their culture is still pretty much a lot intact from hundreds of years ago. So we come back with a mindset where we're all black and everything, and we have never, well, except for Liberia, we never really built that Pan African citadel where black men could sit down from all over and say, "Let's build nation build." So what is it going to take? I don't know, because right now, look at Africa. Everything tells me that Pan Africa is the right thing. Africa's talking about having a one government for the continent, the African Union, African Free Trade Zone. All those things are Pan Africanism, but you can't have Pan Africanism halfway.
Right.
You got to go all the way. You can't be shuffling with Pan Africanism. You have to do it or not do it at all. You can't say, something, I don't know why we have the African Union. And a lot of people, like we did the show the other day, and people understood where the African Union and African OAU started from. It started in Liberia. It started from descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, right? And it spread to the Africa. But a lot of our brothers in Africa don't understand the real meaning of having Pan Africanism because the Europeans are united, right? The Asians are united, the Arab world is united. Only Africa sits there disunited and everything because we don't understand the real reason why. And I always wonder once that why is it that when you look at the history books, when you talk about the OAU, right? Who do they talk about? Haile Selassie.
Well, let's talk
They'll
about
say
several
Haile
people. I mean,
Selassie.
Ethiopia is still one of the foundations
But have you ever
of
heard?
AU. Go ahead.
Hmm, yeah, but they took it to the next level because they have more international connections and everything like that. But why is it that Liberia is
That
completely
is a
left
great.
out? They talk about Ghana
We've
and
been
talk about
talking about that the
Ethiopia.
last few days. That is a great
You know,
question. And then and as you and I talk about, Liberia is the only country in Africa that was neither colonized or occupied. Literally, the one country out of all the different countries were either
right.
colonized
That's why
or
it's
occupied.
important that they erase Liberia from history and discredit it.
And
That's why they erase it because that's where the
then
key
also
is.
Liberia was the first country in Africa to gain independence in 1847. Not Ghana and not Tunisia, which
Right.
was in 1957 and 1956. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of things that you and I have to just
So
talk and explain to people because everything that we're saying you can easily go look it up and research it and things like that. It's nothing we're gonna tell you is off course. But what I do want to do, brother, if you have a minute, I was actually trying to get the Rock in, and somehow we have Alquan Hard Code joining. I don't know who.
oh
You
Lord,
know who this
oh
person is? You want me to
Lord,
drop them?
oh
You want me to
Lord.
remove them?
Yeah, go ahead. Try let these clowns in. Let them
I
in,
mean,
man. It's
I
Friday
don't know the
night.
person name. I'm
Let
just
them
trying to
in.
reach out to The Rock because The Rock has a lot of things to say.
Yeah,
And as a matter of fact, I don't know who The Rock is, but he makes some interesting posts. And I'm always wondering, like,
oh, I want to hear him
I'm like,
talk.
why do
Yeah, let
you
him on.
always on my videos? You obsessed with me and Kala? But anyway, Alquan,
Bro, no, not Al
Hey,
Coon. Not Al
Yeah,
Coon.
what's going on?
You do know the brother. See,
Al Coon.
Oh yeah, Kayla, he's familiar with me. I'm one of the
Al
most
Coon.
preeminent scholars in the truth, and the man just he loves my
Oh Lord.
commentaries.
Kala, can we just just want to hear from him so we're clear. Greetings, brother. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and then go ahead and tell us what you want to share with us based on the topic.
All right, thank you for allowing me on, and first time caller, long time listener. I just had two general questions concerning the movie The Woman King, since it's the big controversy.
The Woman King, yeah.
And I find it pretty intriguing and perplexing that people who call themselves Pan-Africanists, and I was waiting for the arguments, or should I say the excuses, once this movie came out, which is, why is it that before the acknowledgement of Africans selling each other or other Africans to the white man, doomed to hell in the New World, how come when the white man is the one who was supposed to have done it on his own, he's evil, he's the sworn enemy of the black man, but when the movie verifies that the Africans did it, how come the Africans are still brothers and sisters, and how come they're not damned to hell like the white man?
You want me to answer that?
Either one of you. And,
Okay.
the host,
Here's,
you're muted.
okay.
The host is muted, by the way.
Yes, Kala, go ahead.
Okay. Here's the thing, Al Coon. Here's the thing, Al Coon. We've been through this before.
Alquan.
Check this out. Al Coon. You know the deal. Check this out. The thing is, man. Here's the thing, bro. I've been telling you this for years. You're hard-headed. You're hard-headed, hard-cold, hard-headed. Check this out. The whole thing is this. Look at Africa and Benin, right, and look at Europe, right? Who got the better of the deal out of centuries of contact?
It doesn't matter. What matters is who sold,
Wait.
who was dealing. That's what.
It does matter. It does matter. Hold on. Here's the thing, right? Africa was forced into this, right? Forced into participate in the slave trade.
What?
That's just historical fact.
I
Europeans
thought the
basically.
story went that
Yes.
the Africans said, "Hey, we got." Okay.
No. Let me tell you. Let me give you a little history lesson, right? All right. Alcon. Let me give you a history lesson, right? Okay. In 1591, the Songhai Empire collapsed, right? And I wish I had a picture of the trans-Saharan trade routes, Bomani, to put up there to show you, to give an illustration, right? Matter of fact, I think I should look for that and give it to you so we have a frame of reference. Okay, what we're talking about.
Can you please
No,
focus
no,
on
no, no, this,
slave trade?
no, no. Hold on, no. Let's talk about the trade before the transatlantic slave trade, right?
Well, no,
African,
'cause we
the
want
King
to
Oil, right,
explain.
traded north, right? Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. The trade in Africa, right, went from city to city. Africa had big cities. Trading with each other up north to the north, and then across the Sahara Desert to the North Africa, then to Europe, right? Gold, ivory, and even some slaves, right? It was very well controlled, right? Right, controlled. When the Songhai Empire collapsed, those trading routes and everything went into collapse. So what happened was, right around the time the Songhai Empire collapsed, Europeans like the Portuguese were on the coast of West Africa, trading gold and small things. And what happened was the trade on the coast began to replace the trade to Timbuktu and the trade going to Guinea and the trade going north, right? That's what grew the transatlantic slave trade, right? What happened was the Europeans at first came looking for gold, ivory, and everything. Then what happened was they lost interest in gold, right? They said the thing that made them the most money was human gold, called black gold. Uh,
Man, I'd love to meet the people
Europeans,
who lost gold.
the slave. Let me tell you something. A human body was worth 7,000 the markup. In other words, a human body could fetch you more money than gold. That's what. Instead of going there for gold and everything, a boatload of slaves, of captives, made more money than gold. So they call black bodies black gold. And so
gold lives
but
forever.
that's history, right? I know, but slaves produced more. Slaves had skills. They came over and they produced the wealth for the Europeans. Okay. Well, I want the other one. Look up Google Trans-Sahara slave routes. You know, in the Middle Ages. You know, Trans-Sahara trade, not slave route, trade routes. Trans-Sahara trade routes. Okay, there should be a picture pop up right. You'll see it right there. You know, West African trade routes, West African trade routes in the Middle Ages. You know, and you'll see
Okay.
it. Once the Europeans start saying that they can make more money, right? The slave trade grew. Europeans start building ships. They started exporting guns. There was more guns in West Africa exported as than any other part of the world. So the warfare, the social fabric that kept Africa together, like through councils and everything, was usurped by warlords, bandits, and everything. They're the ones who took power in Africa and whatnot, and they to
Now,
facilitate the slave trade.
pause
That's
right there.
why I was understood. When you basically bring gun,
But you just said that they exported
what?
more guns to Africa than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah,
So that
yes.
means the Africans
Africa
should
was
have
the
had
biggest
guns
market for guns.
so they should have had the weapons to defend
Well,
their
like I
land.
said earlier, I think I said earlier, Europeans were not trying to take over the land at the time. All they wanted was Africans to fight each other for slaves. And also, Africans didn't
Yeah, but if
manufacture
the
gunpowder.
Africans were
So
already,
whoever had
if they already had,
gunpowder, right, won the wars.
but they already, but the Africans already had a robust slave institution. What did they need to make them fight each other for?
But hold on. Africans basically the slave trade was different in Africa, right? Because when you have a slavery in Africa, right, you would go to the house and you would get it was a slave for life. In the West, it was slavery based on race. That means because you're black, you're condemned to slavery for the rest of your life based on your skin. That's the difference. Okay, that's why it's
No,
unforgivable. You know, slave
well,
Europeans created race based slavery. You
oh,
understand what
I
that
see what
means?
you're saying. I see what you're saying now. So because the white man said you're black, you're a slave. That's evil. But if African says you're black and you're a slave, oh, that's a joyful time.
Hold on. You're a slave, but hold on. Hold on. African slave could get his freedom. He could become married. He can own property. He can gain his freedom if he pays his debt. It wasn't the
Oh, okay.
same
So that makes
system,
it
value
a
system
lot
as it
better.
was with Europeans.
All right, hold on.
No, what I'm
Jumping,
saying.
Kala, also, brother, one of the things is that we have to analyze is that whatever we were doing in Africa before Europeans came and actually physically bought our people and took them across the Atlantic, whatever we were doing, you know, we're doing amongst ourselves, and we weren't doing all these extra stuff. I mean, when you see the documentation of chattel slavery on the plantation here, what was white people doing to us? You know, it's
But
one of those
see,
things that's like,
no,
okay,
I don't mean to interrupt you,
like,
but you
okay,
got to
so
understand that.
your people, you and I, you know, we're neighbors, and we get into a fight, and you lose the war, and you know, and you're my prisoner, and I auction you up to another kingdom. You know, that's more for a normal thing, but taking Africans from their continent and bringing them
But
across
see,
to a
they
whole new
didn't take
world
though.
and abusing them to another level.
But they
Well,
didn't take.
how did some of our people get here, or
There were
how did
well, the story goes there were business transactions, legitimate business transactions, and the end
He believes that
user.
we're
all right,
Native American.
all right, so
Uh,
even if the thing of it is, even if the white people say that these are legitimate business, you know, you're violating people's rights, literally taking them to a whole different level
but if they're
beyond
slaves, they don't
slavery.
have any rights, right?
You know, whether you're a slave or not, you know, I mean, it's a thing called basic human rights. Everybody have rights. You know, you can't just, you know, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, prisoners in prison,
Europe,
they don't have
European,
any rights.
Because
what the Europeans did is
because
unforgivable.
these people have created a system of this evil and wickedness. Whatever we're doing in Africa, you know,
And I agree
it
with what
obviously
Kayla just
didn't,
said.
it obviously didn't, you know, it obviously didn't, wasn't nothing compared to, you know, to the aftermath once white people got into that situation and literally started buying our people or trading with our people with guns and weapons and encouraging our own people to, you know, that, hey, I'm going to give you more of this right here, the good stuff, whatever that is, whether it's their poison liquor or their guns or whatever, and encourage our own people to, you know,
So
to
you
keep
say
that
encouraged,
trade
but
going.
the
Well,
story says that they already had the business before the white man showed up.
well, that's fine, but that business was nothing dealing with our people being auctioned off in that direction. But once they got
what difference does it make what direction it was?
brother, it does matter. If I'm a slave in Africa and I lost the war and then I'm being sold to another kingdom in Africa, that's one story. But being taken by European slave traders who literally take the direction of just violating your rights to a whole
who didn't see the Africans as human.
Well, people are making it seem like, okay, well, black people in Africa did this, so it's okay for white people to do this. No, it's not okay for white people.
You guys are saying that it was okay
for white people
to do it, though.
All right, I live here in Georgia, and right about now, about 60, 100 years or whatever it was, I would be scared as hell to leave and go anywhere in this county and state. And so even up to that point in the 1900s, you still are dealing with a traumatic situation. Like I'm saying, they literally have turned the tide of a situation that was, I'm not saying it was all nice and everything in Africa, but there were rules to the stuff. There were rules to it.
But see, here's the thing.
Once the white devils came in, there was no rules. It was a straight brutal.
Let me say this.
Let me take a group of people to Jamaica, what is known as Jamaica today, and let me just work their ass to death. And let me just go back to Africa and steal more people or buy more people and work them to death. It's a difference.
Well, let me ask you this:
once you replenish them, and replace them. People work till they died.
Yeah, Kala. Let's
check it out. Once you buy a car,
while we're talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to. I was just trying to address your points. But once you buy a car off the lot, can you, as the salesperson of the car, can you now tell the person who bought the car what to do with the car, or do they do what they want to do with the car?
Brother, I'm not gonna have you compare my people to a fucking car, man.
But it's still sales transactions.
No, it's not. Sales between a material and sales between a human life is still different. It's like you guys.
It's a slave, though.
Whether you're a slave or prisoner, you still have some level.
No, they were enslaved. There were no slaves. They were enslaved.
But you said people that were selling. You said the Africans captured the slaves and then they sold them to the white man. So they were slaves that were being sold to the white man, not enslaved.
Well, it's like this. It was that they were forced to sell people to white people because Europeans basically made sure by threats or dealing with both sides against the middle and stuff like this. Europeans manipulate Africa. The only person that got it hooked was Queen Nzinga. Queen Nzinga, you know what Queen Nzinga did? She made. Hold on. Let me say this, bro. Queen Nzinga made the people that were scared. Queen Nzinga made the people that were selling to scared of Europeans more afraid of her, and that's what basically ended that in the Congo region. You know, she said, "Look, you fear the Europeans or you fear me?" You know, and they actually feared her more than they feared the Europeans, and that's why she was able to defeat the Portuguese. You know, and that's history right there. But in West Africa, they didn't have that. The larger states were not really that much directly involved in the coastal. The coastal states grew in power. They never had power until the Europeans showed up, right? And the inland kingdoms and whatnot were collapsing. You know. And so the coastal had guns, they had all the stuff going on the coast and everything, and that's what caused a lot of wars. Kingdoms, empires collapsed because of the slave trade, because nobody wanted the slave trade, you know, to happen. They couldn't stop it because the bottom line is this: when you uproot a village and you got all these people on the road walking and everything, they were just picked up by slave traders and everything. Slave traders would go there with guns and uproot whole villages, and when you got 10,000 people walking destitute on that, and that's when they became easy prey for European traders and their allies to put people in camps and everything to ship off to the United States. The United States in the West. You know,
but let me say,
that's what happened.
Let me say this last point, because you mentioned earlier that slavery was bad in the trans-Saharan, but you realize in the Islamic world, a man can go from a slave to the Sultan, right? You realize that, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you listen for a second, I said, like in the Islamic world, when somebody became a slave, he became Muslim, you can't slave him anymore. That wasn't like that with the Europeans on the coast. They took slaves, it was people, right? And once you boarded that slave ship, you're a slave for the rest of your life. You know, that was it, because you're black. You know, and also the reason why they used black people was because unlike other people, they tried to capture Native Americans and use them. They were blended in with the the local tribes, and you couldn't tell who was a slave because the Africans were distinct
Repeat
because
that.
of their
Repeat that.
skin color and their hair and everything, so easy to count.
Hold on. Repeat what you just said.
I
You
said
said
the reason
Native
why
American.
slaves would make the Africans make the
A guide, bro. Let's hear from you.
and Native Americans, right, were distinct race of people, a distinct race of people, right? And so, therefore, bringing Africans over ensured that they would have an identifiable people that could not escape and everything. Some tried and everything, hit among the Native Americans in South America, Central America, and everything. But most times they were recaptured because they were identified by their skin color. You know, it was slavery based on race, which is unforgivable.
So they didn't have the capabilities to brand a slave and put their name on it, and that way you can prevent them from
It didn't matter.
trying to
Your
blend in.
skin color was a brand. Just your skin color. They in other words, basically, right? It didn't start that way with the Portuguese, right? But later on, when the English and the Dutch got into it, your skin color was a badge of slavery because there were some black people who actually were also with the Portuguese who were slave traders themselves, right? But they weren't slaves; they were
Portuguese.
free. They were called Creole people, Creoles. You know, that's there were people who were mixed black ancestry, Portuguese, whatever, Moorish, whatever, like that, right? They lived among the thing like that. They participated too, right? But it wasn't until the English people, the English and the Dutch and the French got involved, where slavery was clearly based on color and race. Okay, that's what
Now
happened.
you realize the Portuguese, they had some dealings on the East Coast too. You realize that, right?
Yeah,
Going
Portuguese
battling
had
with
dealing.
Zanzibar.
The Portuguese had some and everything, but the Arabs were mainly the main traders on the coast. The people like Tip and Tib
But
and people like
those
that
yeah,
were were race
those
traders.
are black people too. By the way, I got to make that clear.
Those are black Arabized people.
No.
Swahilis were Arabized are Arabized
And you
black
can't
people.
say all of them
You
are
know,
those black Arabs. I mean, does any of us know those things a fact?
Actually, I do because there's a whole picture and portrait of every Zanzibari leader, except for the first two. All of them are
yeah.
clearly black.
Most of the sultans there were Muslims, were Muslim black people who basically they weren't doing it based on thing. They were just involved in the slavery because it was about money. You know, and
Yeah,
what I'm
but you
trying to
call them
say is
Arabs. That's why
that
I had to mention that they were black.
no, when I say Arab, when I say Arab, I mean Arabic speaking, Muslim, Arabic speaking. You know, and these
Okay, well,
people,
Arabic
like I said,
speaking,
some of them were former
Arab,
slaves
that's fine.
themselves.
Well, no,
Yeah,
they
some
weren't.
former, but they were not white Arabs. Were not They were black Arabs and basically
But
participated in.
what do you mean they weren't white Arabs or black Arabs? That's why I pointed out that they
They're
were
white.
black, so you know
They're
that.
white Arabs. They're white. Hold. They're white Arabs. The principal people who did the most damage were the white Arabs, slave traders. You know, and
Well,
then
then
later
according
on,
well,
Black Arabs got
well,
into
when
it.
people mention the East African slave trade, that's black Arabs.
No. That
That's what I'm saying.
happened. That
That's what
was
I'm
in the
saying. You can't just saying it's just black Arabs
1800s.
because
That was in. That came later. That came later.
No, that came. Period.
You know that came later. That came
That came.
later. You know, the
Oh,
first
that,
slaves that the Arabs, the Sultans, the Persians, and all these other people, the Arabs, they were the ones who basically would start the Indian Ocean slave trade on the coast, whatnot, you know. And then some of their descendants, their children, their mixed race children, everything took up the business after years later, 100 years later. But
well,
Arab
hold on. What
slave
do you
trade
mean by
lasted
mixed race
1,400
children?
years.
But what do you mean by
No,
mixed
what
race
I'm saying
children?
is
Because
this. Though.
these guys.
What I'm saying is this. That hold up. The Arabs exported a lot of African women to the Arab world as concubine. You know that went on for 1,400 years, long before the Europeans got involved. You know, it's a lot of their descendants. Like you go to a place like Somalia. Why do you think they look mixed? Because they were people who were mixed with the Arabs and the Africans. You know, and these people
But, but,
became
but,
Arabized in that thinking.
but see, here's what I'm trying to make clear to you. Some of these Arabs were black.
yes, some of
No,
them were.
no mixing.
Some of them were black, and what's the point?
Right?
Because
Yeah, some of them
He's
were.
trying to insinuate. He's trying to insinuate that
because
Arab is
what you
white.
have you well well I don't know the exact numbers because
See now, Now when you deal with
what is
black Arabs, that's
today.
dealing with Pan-Africanism now.
Well, when you talk about Arabs, you have like the ones who run, example, the ones who run Saudi Arabia. You're going to call them black?
You can call some of them black, especially Prince Bandar. You can definitely call that a guy black.
The ones who run the country, the ones that you see like the ones you see popular all the time, in Dubai,
Riyadh, and the ones that Riyadh, Dubai.
Well, it depends. They're so mixed up. So I mean, you got
all of the majority of Arabs that you see that run all of these countries are light or white skinned Arabs. And that's who has controlled this movement of what you're talking about. Did some of the dark-skinned black people consider themselves Arabs? And then also some people are gonna call themselves, like, if I'm in Africa, if I'm in a certain country in Africa, and and then I see other people look just like me call themselves, you either have a choice. Either you could be an African or Arab. Some people are gonna chose being an Arab, but you may be on the low level as one of those, the ones that they send out there to do all the dirty work and things like that.
The bootlicking ones.
Yo, bro, I find it curious that you mentioned Saudi Arabia.
But it's not the majority of dark skin. Well, let's let me let our good brother Anthony in. Let me let our brother Anthony in, because I can't.
Zanzibar removed from Oman, not Saudi Arabia, though. Just to let you know.
Repeat that one more time.
I said Zanzibar was ruled from Oman, not Saudi Arabia.
No, I didn't say that they're ruled by Saudi Arabia. I was just explaining to you, when we talk about Arabs today, like Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest countries who consider themselves an Arabian countries, with people who run the country who call themselves Arab. As a matter of fact, they was trying to push a pan-Arab operation from North Africa to what you consider Northeast Africa or the Arab Peninsula, whatever they want to call it today, and things like that. And
I just want to mention Oman because they were black, and the Sultan Qaboos, who recently died, that was a black man.
Okay, so you're saying mostly dark-skinned black people, Arabs, that were involved in a slave trade in East Africa, Zanzibar Island, and what
that's a lie.
Is Tanzania? Is that what you're saying?
That's
trying to get clear.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's a lie, bro.
I'm going to Tanzania again for the third time, and I'm going to that same area, and I'll talk to my guides and everything. And
Oman has something to do with Tanzania, Dar es Salaam.
And I'm going to be going to I'm going to go to the same museums that I go to all the time. And when I'm telling you, I consider myself a dark-skinned black man. And when I'm telling you, when I look in the museum, all of the depiction of all of the people who control certain things, some of them have some of our features, but the majority of people that run these operations are not our dark-skinned black folks. We don't get into the sophisticatedness of slavery. You know what I mean? It took other people to get involved to take it to that level. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, if nobody bothered us, we'd have basically what you call
slaves.
Well, you can. I mean, I don't know if our ancestors call it that situation, but it's like, it's the reality of it is that's what goes down. You look at what was England or what was France, Germany, and all those countries. What were they doing in their own country? What were they doing to their own people and things like that?
Yeah, but here's the difference, Bomani. That's what I want to talk about. It sounds like
I'll let you take it over, brother.
All right, hold on for a second, and then I'll hear. But we're not going to be doing too much of this back and forth. But go ahead, brother. So speaking,
I was going to ask another question, but you brought up Saudi Arabia, so it's only right. See, the difference is we could all say that the Europeans participated, Africans participated, Arabs participated. Well, how is it that the Arabs, if you look at Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and all these areas, and in Europe, you look at Africa, how is it that Africa didn't even benefit from the slave trade? See, it's one thing if you benefited from it and built something. It's still
that's what my point was. We didn't benefit from it.
But you didn't even benefit from it. And it does sound like you guys are trying to take the blame. It's because, like I said, it's not like we can look at a like master for country and be like, they built a first world country off of slavery and we can condemn it, but at least they built that. They didn't even build nothing with it.
Well, I'm not going to say they didn't build anything and nothing happened. I mean, the kingdoms on West Africa, I mean, they were prominent kingdoms. I mean, even though they were involved in the wicked slave trade, so at that point and that time, I don't know what big buildings and things were developed, but I can't say that, nothing happened, nothing was built and developed, but note that when you have a brain drain, when the best of your people leave from a continent for several hundred years, I mean, you're gonna have to deal with the situation. And
Who's the best of the people? The slaves?
No, it's not the best of the people. Yes. When you have, hold on for a second. Let me even reiterate the situation. When you have the working class or the best minds of your people, because some of them were, even if you conquer my kingdom and you took me and some of our people, maybe we were a society of people who did certain craft. So it's because in order to get all of our people to African diaspora, our people needed to be laborers, right? So we had to have some kind of skills. It's not like we just brought nothing to a whole world. And some of the best people from Africa has been taken out is some of the skilled people. You know, whether, and you keep on using this word slave, 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 like let us beat down the word slave, slave, slave. The thing I want to tell people to do, because a lot of times we have too much people just reading books and people don't make their way to Africa. I mentioned earlier today, I went to all of these countries that the slave trade happened and did my research, but instead of me sitting around being emotional, I learned to build business international. Because at the end of the day, what you guys are going to go back and forth is this, because I hear it all the time, and that's why sometimes we don't let people on the panel, because everybody just want to argue, but everybody's arguing what they're reading and what they're analyzing, but don't have a practical experience in these countries at all. That's serious.
I got a practical experience. When I was in Ethiopia, I was like, yo, I see why these people were not colonized. I could sense that. I could feel the like resistance and like the pride that they had. And I don't feel that from, you know, the other parts of Africa. I don't feel that from West Africans. I don't feel that from basically sub-Saharan Africa like that. So, and sometimes you ever just see some ignorant stuff and you can say, yo, I could see why dudes got enslaved because of this type of mindset. I didn't really see that when I went to Ethiopia. So
yeah, when you talk about a mindset of our people just didn't get the current mindset that they have. Just like they got the current mindset based on the fact that their country were colonized and occupied, and they were educated based on what the oppressors wanted them to learn. And if I'm oppressing you, I'm also teaching you how to hate each other and fight against each other and literally destroy each other. And then I'm also encouraging the best of us, the best people, to leave the countries, the different countries. So unfortunately, Africa is that continent that has just been feeding the world of great minds of people and of resources, and it's just that bad situation. And that's why with modern day time, that's why people like ourselves is in Africa, connecting, doing the best we can do. And I encourage other people to do something, because the moral of what we were talking about from the beginning was the women king. Sisters got together, they put their money together, they work with whatever white woman or whoever it was, and they got the job done. And I'm saying to my brothers and sisters out there, most of y'all debate and argue too much versus doing more of the practical things, because our show is always about building Black business pipeline. I don't mind talking about slavery and things like that, but whenever I talk about anything, it's just to encourage us to put our energy together and figure it out. And then whenever I say things like that, then people say, oh, well, them people in Africa sold us into slavery or this and that. And then it's always some Black men weak shit. And
okay, but
where we go from here, because I can't sit here and argue with us about slavery over and over about who's right and this and that. But the fact of the matter is, is the current people that run the world that we live in, and the current people that literally drove the ships of how our people got here, is like, these are the people that I want to talk about accountability. Is like, people just want to say, well, they were fighting each other and they sold each other in slavery and they're responsible for everything, it's their fault, and literally from there on blame our people for hundreds of years of what wicked atrocities Europeans have done to us still to this day, systematically, racism, white supremacy, and whatever else elements.
Well, you make excuses for the African, you got to make excuses for the white man then.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm saying once that happened, and I'm not making excuses for our people, but people are not looking at the fact that, like we talked about earlier, who's benefiting from the situation. So obviously, whatever deal was worked out, it didn't work out in our best favor. We lost our people,
Africans,
we lost our resources, and then we have all kind of division.
Africans have poor management skills. That's why it didn't work out too well for them. But it worked out enough that they sold the slaves.
It's not about poor management skills. You're talking about groups of people who are savage beasts. You're talking about all the savage kingdoms in Europe.
African kingdoms weren't savages?
You seem like you love white people and you like to defend white people.
No. I'm just trying to.
Well, let me explain. Like when we talk about how our country, like what is considered United Kingdom, how that was formed, and then you have a whole group of people, literally they're on code, and they already they didn't just sail ships to Africa and then sail back and forth. Then after a while they realize, okay, we're much more wickeder people than these people, and we can take advantage of them. So that's a part of the situation. Just because I'm nice to you and you take advantage of me, don't mean you get to blame the victim. Now, our people in Africa and African continent are still the victim. You know what I'm saying? They got caught in a situation where whatever type of slavery was going on, as people call it, that was going on in Africa. When Europeans and Arabs came, they brought it to a whole nother level of shadow, wicked, degrading destruction of slavery.
But didn't I just outline that Arabs or Muslims, when they enslave people, you can rise to sultan? So how's that wickedness?
I also included the white European devils also in that equation.
But you
have to also look at the wicked Arab devils. And still to this day, we have people, you hear stories, and these are real stories. You go to the country, you ask people about their family members. They was taken off into slavery somewhere in the Saharan desert trying to get to Europe, or some of those situations. So we know these people are still doing these things. And, and if you go see what kind of Arabs they are, I'm sure some of them will look dark and everything, but it's still the same trade being controlled by lighter or whiter skin Arabs, or just like white folks.
How can you say Europeans and Arabs are devils, but the Africans who are doing the same thing, how come they're not doing the same thing? Like I explained to you, number one, where our people are being taken to another part of the world and being brutally worked to death. The history of Jamaica are, so if you stay where you're at and work,
people like myself come from survivors of Jamaica that worked on the plantation, and and that is a different situation. You're being worked in a field to death. So you're bringing your notion of, it's the same.
Now, sir, if they were worked to death, you wouldn't be here.
Like I mentioned, I am the survivor of the ones who survived that situation that was put against them, and that's why people fought so hard in Jamaica, in Brazil, and countries like that. Because after a while, you're seeing people work to death. The only thing you got left now is to fight and burn down plantations. And that's the resilience of us. But I'm saying you cannot put the same blame on all the situation, because it's a whole different world that happened from what Africans are doing on the African continent to each other, to what European and other people joined in and literally took it to another level.
Okay,
one thing that you're doing, you're instigating real tribal warfare, because now you're selling one group, you're selling different groups all the wicked things that they need to go to battle.
Okay, so they all bought the same product, but they were doing it using the product in different ways, but they were all evil because they were all doing the same thing.
And some kingdoms, unfortunately, they might have to keep on doing what they're doing just to get more guns to fight another kingdom that other people sold guns to. And it's the same thing.
You can use that same logic with the white man.
Well, it's the same thing that goes on in the Congo. The Congo, the black people in the Congo have never had peace, never had any peace, that I've known of since white people stepped in the Congo. Now, were they fighting and did have issues with each other? I'm sure they probably did. But what we have right now is a Congo that's been just sucked to pieces from.
But you realize the Arabs had control of the Congo before any white man came, right?
Yes. And then who kicked them out? The Belgians.
Well, they were still there. Actually, they're still there today.
And they're probably still there too. But who still run the Congo? The Belgium still got the Belgium. Whatever the Belgians
are new to the scene.
Whatever the Belgian. They're new to the scene. The Belgians were there in the 1900s, right? So whatever the Belgians conquered, they built up, and they still have it today. They still have their interest and their investment and things like that. So what I'm saying to you ultimately, brother, and I can't go back and forth with you, is that situation in Africa is completely different from what we have here, because we still got this. Our people still being oppressed by a system here, right? That whole situation have translated to what we're still going through still to this day. So that's how wicked and bad the situation is, to where now, you have some of our people just like, they completely just angry at the African countries. Oh, you sold us into slavery, or if you cared about us, you could have came and got us, and why you guys haven't sent any ships and things like that. The whole situation in Africa has been literally just complicated, and even colonization complicated it. The Berlin Conference even made things more complicated. Group of white people sitting around dividing the whole continent up like a piece of cake because they have military power.
Can you explain why Europeans colonized Africa, but after they colonized Africa, they didn't enslave anybody? Can you explain that?
After they colonized what?
After they colonized Africa, how come they didn't have slave trade after that?
Well, I'm going to finish this one. We have to just let you.
Industrial Revolution.
I get
Industrial Revolution.
Well,
okay.
Let me.
You say so.
Well, the thing of it is, colonization is a higher sophisticated way of slavery. Remember, I tell you about my folks in Jamaica burning down plantations and setting these people's houses on fire, same as we did here in the South. If I colonize you, I have a better chance of you not doing all those things because I have a different, unique way of, unique way of handling you. So it's been like one form of oppression after another form of oppression by people who are militarily and more organized on code to be wicked, brutal, and literally take advantage of a beautiful, peaceful continent.
But if they colonize, they cut out the middleman, which is the African slave catcher. So how come they didn't do that?
It's just like today in America, the system have changed from slavery, Jim Crow, and so on and so on. Integration. It's just, these are not simple-minded people. These are people who are fighting each other for a ridiculous amount of time in history before they even came towards us. They have mastered this wicked treachery, and now they've displayed it to where they're going to be innovative. They're going to take it to another level. Just like right now, they're taking it to another level, especially on most of these weak-ass black men that we have out there, and then they're falling for it. Just like I mentioned, they made a movie about Women King, empowering the sisters just to piss off some of our brothers, and our brothers fell for they fell for it. Instead of them saying, we're going to put our money together, we're going to organize, we're going to make the moves that we need to make, they start whining and crying on YouTube. They were in their women wars and they were killing black men and they're crying and whining. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about modern day energy. I spend my money and my time traveling all over Africa, studying and learn what I need to learn. But it don't make no sense for me to go back and forth with anyone for the next 10 years. What we need to figure out is how do we get to the point where we need to get to, where we don't look like a laughing stock on this planet, which are black men. Because most of the people that we talk about on here are black men. But I realize that we go back and forth on too many things. But I've made my best point as I could. Go ahead, brother.
Is that we need to learn the truth of the situation instead of trying to romanticize even the evil deeds.
We told you the truth.
Well, we're not. We're telling you the truth because I'm telling you the truth based on research and being there and analyzing things. Now you can say you're saying the truth based on your analysis, and that's fine. And
there's only one analysis that I was going by, which is the Africans were slave traders and the white man was slave traders.
Okay, so
you say the white man was evil doing it, and the African.
Are you a white person? Are you a white person? Why do you take so much offense when I call white people devils? White people are.
No, I'm not taking offense. I'm just saying you can't go one way when they're both doing the evil deed.
No, it's not about one way. It's about us in Africa being peaceful in Africa with whatever the hell we're doing, and whether you call it trading each other.
If they were slave men, how's that peaceful?
That's our business. But now we have a situation. Now we have another race of people comes in and take us to a whole different level. That's a big difference.
They literally take a different level. They were doing the same thing. They just say, "Hey,
the level that they took it to is the reason why someone like yourself and the rest of us, I mean, I don't know, we may feel limited or whatever, but we don't have any power. We're powerless. That's a level they took it to a level to where modern day black men are weak and powerless. The majority of us are weak and powerless as a group of people, not individuals.
And that's what was happening in Africa when they enslaved them in Africa. Right? Slavery is powerless.
Let's move on. Man.
I hear you. This is too much power. I understand it.
It's not power, brother. It's just like everybody else we've talked on the panel. People just like to argue and debate, and we're into the as a point of view, so we can go quick, because the issue that we're having too many black people in the Americas are just so caught into, they sold us into slavery, it's glorifying slavery, and it's like I get sick and tired of it. I get sick and tired, especially black men crying about slavery. You know what I'm saying? It's an unfortunate situation with us as men, and I don't feel like we weren't able to protect our women or anything. It happens, and now that it happens, we just gotta figure something out, because we can't keep living like this to where we're raising young boys, and then we're not building the proper institute to put them in and put them in a position to succeed and build. We're too much in a situation where we hear intelligent black men talking and okay, they're talking, I'm gonna just debate them, I'm just gonna argue with them.
You said somebody heard intelligent black men talking?
Yes, that's me and Kala. We are well-educated people. We're professionals.
I think my ears were clogged then at that point in time.
I mean, I don't know your person, but it seemed like you're a person that love white people and you like to just argue with other black people.
Now you know what it is. I like the truth. I like the truth. Nothing but the truth.
When we talk about our white people are the most wickedest, brutal people on the planet, and white people are what created this modern day wickedness. You know what I mean?
But see, Bomani,
sure, go ahead, brother.
He said slavery never happened. He said the transatlantic.
Oh, he said slavery never happened?
That's
Yeah,
another topic. I'm sticking on topic tonight.
Yeah, if slavery never happened, then I tell people travel with me to all the places that I show them the documentation, because that's what people like myself do in a modern day time. I take you to all the locations, and all these places didn't just pop up out of nowhere, and all the remnant. It's just kind of like telling people that Egypt wasn't Egypt and Ethiopia wasn't the foundation of birth of civilization. But then when you go to Egypt and Ethiopia, no one else can show you anything that was before that.
But you know, modern day Ethiopia, you know, that's a colonized country right now. You know that, right? I'll say it, people don't realize.
How was Ethiopia colonized?
This,
brother, who's Ethiopia colonized by? Who's Ethiopia colonized by?
It's colonized by the Semitic Arabs. Am I lying? Am I lying though?
Well, Kala, tell me if that's true, Kala.
No.
See, he doesn't want to answer that one.
Yeah,
no, I mean, brother, give us some more details so we're clear.
We gotta get Al Kuhn off. Let's get this other guy.
I get you.
I want to hear what Big Black has to say.
Too black, too strong for him.
Hey, Alquan, you know you don't cut your nose off to spite your face, don't you?
Go Big Black, talk to him. Go Alquan, communicate.
You asked the question, you know, is putting pretty much African brothers on the continent on the same plateau as systematic slavery.
It is.
Let me ask you something. As far as family members go, have you ever had crackheads in your family?
None that I can think of.
Okay. Did you have family members that did you wrong, maybe did you dirty?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Would you cut them more slack than a stranger off the street?
No, because they took more.
Oh, okay. So in your family, once you do something wrong against the other family member, you just cut off from the family for good.
Hey, you got to do something to either pay up or stay back.
Well, in most family structures, you know, family members usually give each other, you know, the benefit of the doubt, maybe, you know, cut them a little slack, you know, because it's, for the most part, it's a wise decision to keep the family together and keep it functioning. Because as family members, we grow old, and as we grow older, you know, we get wise and we understand we need to, as you get older and get wiser, you need family members to protect you.
Right.
So beyond the black family, what's your essential unit family? What's the next level beyond that? Your extended family, right?
Right.
Okay, but what's the next level beyond that?
Your distant family. But most of the key thing is those family members know each other and are related by blood.
Right. Yeah. So your next family, it goes into race. Now
Well, that depends on who's looking at it in that direction.
Well, majority of the world. Let's say that. Majority of the world.
I would go deeper and say define what race you're talking about and all that kind of stuff. But
well, the majority of black people around the world understand that we all related.
See, that's a
common thought.
Actually, I think
black society.
I can't rock with you on that because that's what you want to believe.
No, it is.
Yeah, that's what you want to believe.
I mean, most of the people I came in contact with, Alquan.
Okay, see, that's who you came in contact with. I'm sure it wasn't billions of people that you came in contact with.
I mean, most people. I know you're an Indian. You're pretending, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, you don't know any.
Well, I
Indian
actually proved my case, but I don't want to get into that. I want to keep it on topic because.
But I'm saying, like, well, we'll just say most people believe that you know, we all come. But most black people believe that we all come from Africa.
But see, that's different from being the same.
But I'm saying most black people believe that we come from Africa. Am I right or am I
wrong? Most black people where?
Most black people in America.
Well, I say most black people in America have been taught that.
I would say most black people in the Americas believe that we come from Africa.
And most black people in the Americas have been taught that. But We can't
Well,
prove that.
it's I'm not going to the proof, but it's way more proof than. Why would you want to be an Indian?
That's Alquan's position. He's an Indian. He's one of those FBA
he's an
Indians.
Indian, man.
He's one of Dane Calloway.
I mean,
one of Dane Calloway boys.
No, Dane Calloway.
Do you understand that Indians in a worse position than black people? Don't you understand that?
You said what?
Indians are in a worse position than black people globally.
But see, you gotta understand when we say Indian,
you know they can't defend themselves, right?
I'm saying when we talk Indian stuff, we're not talking about some other kind of people. We're talking about black people.
So you wanna be an Indian black person that's not actually Indian.
Okay, but you want to be an African person that you can't prove your lineage.
Yeah, I can prove that.
Then prove it to us right now.
DNA.
That's not proof. That's not evidence.
There's African continuity. If you look pretty much how we, a lot of things that we have in common.
Such as?
Music.
No, that's not true.
Dance.
That's not true.
Rhythm.
That's not true.
All the same.
Where's the African Al Green at? Where's the African Luther Vandross at?
Even when we break down
he never heard
how we use words, right? There's books talking about how a lot of our words when our slang it ends with the A, and there's a lot of African words that kind of end with A, that kind of that slang too. So
there's a whole lot of Italian words that end with A too.
But I'm saying not like our slang. We always have to use a slang. Our slang is their slang doesn't end with A. What?
Yeah.
Like what slang word that they use that ends with A? That's the only thing you think of.
That's one of them.
Okay, but that's it.
Now, Africans, what languages are you talking about? Because that's a different. When we start getting into this African identity stuff, we start conflating languaes, cultures, people, and most of them, when it comes down to it, we don't know who these people are.
Do you know what an epicenter is?
We are the ones trying to redefine or define what an African is.
Do you know what an epicenter? Do you know what an epicenter is?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take it, not denigrate us to roaches, but let's say roaches, right? When you're trying to take out a colony of roaches, what are you looking for?
She's looking for the home base.
Right. And usually that's where most of the roaches are located, right?
Yeah, and they can also be spread out.
So answer me this: why are most black people located in Africa?
How many people in Africa?
What about
1 billion plus? About 1 billion plus.
Oh, okay.
1.2.
And I'm about to answer you. But India, but India has about 1.5 billion people, and then there are a whole bunch of other Black Asian nations, all there, and that's about 2 billion people at least. So most black people are not in Africa.
The continent with the most concentrated group of black people, right?
Absolutely.
Like I said, I just made the case for Asia.
Well, we talk about Asians though. There's no more. When you talk about black people, there's not more black people.
That's black.
There's not Asia.
So there's no black people
in Asia than in Africa.
There are no black people in Asia. That's what you're trying to
tell me. There's not more. There isn't more black people in Asia.
When we point out the countries, we talk about.
Well, tell us the most concentrated country of Africans then, or black people. Talk to us, brother. Since you're here to educate all of us, we're here listening.
Okay. There's India. There's Arabia. All those Southeast Asian countries.
Indians are more black people in those countries than there are in Africa.
Sri Lanka.
Do those people call themselves black? That's another thing.
Some of them
African.
Some of them do. It's just like even people in Africa. Some of them don't call themselves.
A lot of Indians are racist towards black, bro.
What do you mean? How can they be racist if they're black?
They don't consider themselves black at all, bro.
But there are people in Africa who don't consider themselves black. That's most of them.
Who?
You said most of them?
Yeah.
Most people around in Africa identify themselves as black.
No, they don't. No,
and they've taken on the concept of what their ancestors, which led us to independence. So they've taken on a Pan-African mindset. Is it the way it is today? Probably not, but it was a foundation that got us independence, and we can still use that same vehicle to get us nationhood.
And then
That's what the show's about.
you're probably trying to add the straight haired Indian, dark skinned Indian with a black
And they
person.
share no DNA with us.
Actually,
Yeah.
India used to be connected to Africa.
The Indians and what you call it, the only Indians are the ones that were brought that brought their slaves.
It's always got to be slavery.
Slave trade too on the east coast of Africa.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were. That's
No, they
historical
weren't.
knowledge.
No, they
There's whole
weren't.
African villages in India and whatnot. There were direct slaves.
well-
They'll tell you, I'm from Africa.
It's in Pakistan. That used to be a part of India.
India, Pakistan,
They used to be a part of
There's
India.
Indians, people in India that have they're Africans, right? And there's Indians that are actually darker than the Africans, but the Africans are Africans and the Indians are actual
And
Indians.
the Indians look down on those African descendants. They look down on them. They treat them.
That can't be the case.
They be darker than the Africans.
I've actually run into some East Indian. I assume they were from India with the look and everything, and they have frizzy hair, but they still look like Indians.
The ones with frizzy hair claim Africa.
Well, I'm
some of
saying
them
they
do.
still look like Indians.
So brother, are you saying
that?
that based on all the black people in Asia, if we add them up that consider themselves black, it'll be more than the African continent?
See, throwing extra words in there.
No, I'm trying. No, I'm not saying you said it. I'm just asking if this is what you're saying. If not,
No, but you said if they consider themselves black. I didn't say nothing about.
Well, he's asking though. He's asking what's a bigger black population?
I think
The
he
black
said Asia
population,
based
the
on
black
people
population in
Asia.
Africa, or the black population in India?
I think he meant Asia. We're talking about continents.
Asia, yeah. Well, the black population in Asia.
Right,
What's the biggest black population?
In Asia.
No,
Indian. I would say the Indian population.
Nigeria has 200 million people. I've not anybody.
I don't think
India has
I don't think there's 250 million Indians that
China.
consider themselves black. Is it 250?
See, you keep adding words to it.
That have to be something. I mean, it can't just be this.
But I'm saying you adding words that I didn't use. You said
All right, so
you said
what
they
is
consider themselves.
what is the classification of the people that you talk about in Asia? Or is it based on your definition of black?
You're saying the qualifiers are people who consider themselves to be black. You got people in Africa who don't consider themselves to be black. You got people in the Caribbean who don't consider themselves to be black. You're a Jamaican. You got East Indian, Jamaican, and you look like you.
Okay, let's say this. The people with tight coiled hair, the Africoid features, you most find them in Africa.
I don't know what Africoid features are. I don't know what that is.
Well, what's tightly coiled hair?
Like Bantu.
Okay, a lot you find that in Asia too.
Yeah, but they're mostly concentrated in Africa. Am I correct?
Or you can say that it's a whole lot concentrated in the Americas too.
No, but I'm saying, what continent are they mostly concentrated in?
Yeah, straight here.
You
Africa,
don't want to concede to that fact?
Africa and Asia.
No, they're mostly in Africa.
You're trying to put Africa at the forefront. I'm just trying to tell you the
No.
reality.
I'm just saying, we're just dealing with facts. The people
And the facts are Asia. That's why I keep mentioning Asia, because these people don't like talking about it.
Basically, what he's saying that there's more black people. I think he's just saying there's more black people in Asia than there are in Africa. Is that what you're saying?
You can say that, yeah.
Thank you. That we wanted you to adjust the analysis or something. Okay, so someone that needs to send us some documentation to compare the black population in Asia and Africa. We'll see.
Well, I'm just saying on the record that's false, because when you read upon it, and the next biggest population is South America. So, I mean,
no offense, but you're going by the old school so-called master teachers BS.
You gotta go by his modern day definition, because remember Alcorn is there to educate us, because he knows it all. So we know we're here.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that compliment.
Because we're telling you things based on our research and analysis and things like that. So I guess we all have different research and analysis.
Right. Mine is based on reality. Yours is based on black master teachers.
No, not really black master teachers. No, I mean, I've been to many countries in Asia. I mean, I'm a person that I have passports stamped with this countries after countries, from my military days all the way to civilian operation. But it's interesting. I would love to see those numbers. I mean, honestly, I'm not here to debate with you about that. But
I got a question for Alcon. One more question for Alcon.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, let's say we all decide to be Indian. What would be the next steps?
What I mean, it would. First of all, you don't decide. That's number one. You are or you are not.
If African Americans, we say, okay, we figure out, everybody's saying, okay, we're Indian. What would be the next steps of gaining power?
See, now you're taking it to a different level now.
No, because all these things are relative, brother. It can't just be you just say things and then that's it. Remember, we're talking about Pan-Africanism towards nation building. We're talking about some kind of build.
Well, the first thing you do is get rid of that faulty title of African American, because that's an
all that's gone in America as far as black people. Then what's the next steps, brother?
Yeah, you have to give some direction.
The next step is you take your identity and then you roll with it from there and make the world recognize who you are. And let me ask you this.
Okay, but how do we gain power, though? You skipped my question, though. I said, how do we gain power?
Okay, but
this is all about gaining power, right? Not just...
Okay, but listen. You as a Pan-Africanist, you have not gained power through that. So how are you going to ask me how to gain power?
We did have the independence movement.
Yeah,
did we handle it the way we should have handled it? Probably not, but it led us to something. Pan-Africanism did something. It's not like it didn't do anything. It got us to the point where,
what did it do?
Got us independent nations.
Like what?
Like
not
all
through
the
Pan-Africanism.
Let's go back to when they had independence. Now, unfortunate a situation is when you've been colonized so long and you have industries, and your people are not trained for those industries. Unfortunately, you may have to go back and make deals with the colonizers. I think those are some of the things that happen. And then,
but you said Pan-Africanism got independence for these.
Yes, it did. And the reason why Pan-African got independence because we had groups of black people from all over the world, literally working together, from the from the late 1800s to all the way to the mid 1950s and 60s, and that whole movement and energy organized our people to get independence. Just like the same thing happened to the Asians. The Asians put their resources together, got their independence, but they were more organized, so they was able to build up their nations better. And that's why you have an incredible Asian continent where you just got progressive nations all over the place. And then you still got neo-colonialism going on in Africa. I don't know if it's going on in the Asian countries. So we never really had the foot off our neck, but at least it got us in the direction where we could have a fighting chance. And now we're here now to where black people are moving around and we have a chance to build business around the world. But so much people consider themselves these different things instead of having some level of connection to Africa to where we can empower Africa, because it's up to us, especially those in the diaspora. We're the stolen Africans that have to take charge of returning home and build relationships with our people.
That right there, I take issue right there with what you just said.
Well, if you're not a stolen African, that's understandable. Because not every black person.
Hold up, you said stolen. We just got through.
We're stolen from our continent.
Hold up, we just got through.
Stolen to slavery. You can say that also.
No, we just got through.
My word is stolen because we were taken.
I hear you, but see, we were transported, not taken.
No, well. Europeans put our people on a ship and took them on those ships.
And the Africans helped them do it.
Africans made whatever deals they made, but Europeans put our people on those ships and brought us.
So you can't say stolen. It's not stolen. They were bought fair and square.
No, they weren't bought fair and square. These weren't fair deals.
I thought it was a slave trade.
These weren't. It's kind of like me saying that someone like Puff Daddy is a great person because he made success from all of his people that he did business with. No, none of those people are successful. He literally exploited them.
That's what slavery is, right? Exploitation. So
it's exploitation. So I'm saying the artists that these so-called music executives take advantage of. So are you blaming the victims of them? Are you blaming them? Oh, you didn't learn to read a contract. You didn't get the right law. You didn't do this. It's like,
that's what the executives. That's their.
It's always this brain. You sold us. You sold your own people. So you should, so you shouldn't be mad at what we're gonna do to them and traumatize them and rip them apart and literally just put them in the worst condition they've been in, and then you literally just hold them in our country and treat them in the most inhumane way. So just blame the victim. So that's what you seem like you've been doing the whole time. Blame the victim.
Well, let me ask you this.
Loving your colonizing, loving,
Well, let me ask you this, Bomani. Would you rather be in a Turkish prison, in a United Kingdom prison, or in a U.S. prison?
I wouldn't like being in no damn prison.
Okay, that's my whole point. If you're a slave, you're a slave. It doesn't matter who the master is.
Yes, it does matter. Like I mentioned to you, and this is where we may have to agree to disagree. Like I keep on mentioning to you, you're pushing more things on blaming the victims and things. If you're in Africa and you're used to selling your prisoners to other nations, you get used to that. And then when another nation of people come around and they change it to a whole different dynamics, you just literally just think it's the same thing. And that's the problem with people like yourself. You guys are looking at everything as just as all the same. Nothing that white people do is the same as what other people do. These people have literally have hundreds of years of being the wickedest people, literally destroying their own people to where now when they get to you now, they're on code and they're gonna get the best deal. And it's the same situation where you have a more so-called sophisticated group of people. They sit down at the table with you to make deals. The next thing you know, they're not sitting there making fair deals. They're literally there taking advantage of you, maybe because you're not as wicked as them in their mindset.
But they had to have been as wicked since they were enslaving people.
Yo, you said the same thing 20 times.
Yeah, but I guess you guys
brother, I appreciate you getting on, and we're gonna have to let you go so we can move on.
I know this.
Yeah, it's not hard for us to do anything. Like I said, between him and the other people have come on, they've contributed nothing to the conversation. Everything is about argument of facts and argument of documentation. But I realize what the type of person he is now. He's one of them people who love white people, and he's one of those people that that has his issues with Africa because they're letting people. It's just like that Woman King movie. People are letting people just beat in their head. Everything is slavery, and it's glorifying slavery, and it's like family. Unfortunately, this is a part of what happened to our people, and it's like whenever people like myself have certain conversations, a lot of times we have to put these things in place as far as having a conversation, explain to people about the history of slavery. And it's never been an easy conversation because like people like, well, they sold you guys into slavery and they were rude, wicked, they're brutal. And then people are saying, oh, the people in Dahomey, they was this. It's like there's things that goes on that some of us literally don't understand. Like I said, I've been to the kingdom of Dahomey. I've been to certain places. And it takes a lot. You have to really humble yourself and be open to learning. If you're gonna come with this Indian stuff and my people in Africa are this and that, we're never gonna progress anything. Blame the people who orchestrated this whole mess, which was the white European devils and Arabs. Our people in Africa, whether the kingdoms that stole each other into slavery or whatever, victims. I'm not trying to pass along victim, but that is the nature of the situation. And it's just like in the situation where we're there in the hood. We're there in the hood. It's all of us black people. You know what I'm saying? Where all of these guns and drugs and everything come from? Tell me, Kala, where all these things come from? That's coming from the white man.
You know what I'm saying? Simple as that.
It's like who have the boats, the planes, the movement, the logistics, the operation to like literally orchestrate this stuff. So you're blaming it's kind of like blaming a small time drug dealer for doing all the drug sales on the block. Okay, yes, he's a maybe he's a bad person, but it's like, okay, so you're gonna let off the hook all of the people who orchestrated the movements of drugs and people who take the black eye and things.
Let me say something, brother. I said this on my radio show last night. I gotta put that. You don't like this, man. It was called. The topic of the show was called Ringmaster and the Circus of Deadly Clowns Part 2. And so in other words, basically, we have deadly clowns, but who's the ringmaster? I said like this. I always say, I ask a question. I'll put this to the panel, right? You have all these rappers killing each other and everything over beefs and everything, but they're still getting financed by somebody. They're still getting promoted by somebody. There's white people behind the scene making, creating the images of these people, right? The thugs and everything, putting them out on streaming, so like all this violent stuff, criminal stuff, right? And getting paid for it. And so what I'm saying is this. Why is it that when they go, like in Dallas the other day, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, they went and shut down a recording studio, say it was drugs, money laundering, everything like that. But you never see the white people who's up on top distributing this stuff get touched, and stuff like that. So bottom line, the white man's a hidden hand of mass confusion. He sits behind all the stuff, the drugs, the guns, everything. And we just look at the people on the bottom doing all the dirt. We're going to get them too. But what I'm saying is this, though. Yeah, they're just as culpable because you sold out. I sold us out and everything. And I'm not making excuses for criminals and everything in our community. But I'm saying this: why is it that the white people who basically sit back and why the Jimmy Iovine's and all these other people sit back and collect their melty millions of dollars and everything, and they're shielded from any liability that their artists do and stuff like this. If you sign to a record label, big record label, right, and your artist goes out there and causes a panic, like Travis Scott, how many people died in this concert, right? And they had an after party afterwards. How come no heads are rolling from the top? Talking about what fire and people died and everything. Because why? Because there's white people up there controlling everything. And same thing with slavery times, everything. We look at the slave there, but there's white men who are financing this. People don't understand. Let me tell you something. Let me break this down to you. Break this down right now to everybody on the panel, everybody listening, right? Wall Street banks, right, finance the slave trade. They finance the ships. They finance the chains that were built in the industrial age. The chains. They finance the guns. They finance the rum and everything. And they had to get a return on their investment. The investment was a boatload of Africans and captured enslaved Africans, right? A boat of 600 Africans is more than enough to pay off the bond, the surety bond that was the capital raised for the finance venture. So when the Europeans went to those ports, they had to come back with something, so they did everything they can to make sure those ships came back packed. And not only that, the slaves on the ships had insurance on them. So if you lose a slave, he gets sick, you throw him on board, you got a death benefit. So it was an all intricate system that wasn't orchestrated by Africans. It was orchestrated by European capitalist system. So let's not stop doing the Pan-African shuffle, and playing games with people. The Pan-African. You're muted, brother.
Yes, that's what we're talking about tonight. That what brother doing? Brother was doing it. Since he's not a Pan-African,
he's doing the Native American shuffle. He's doing
the Native American shuffle.
Native American shuffle. He's doing
talk about that. Let's let our brother King Millsy in. Let's let our brother King Millsy in. Greetings, family. Welcome to the call. Let us know what you want to share with us or connect with us, and hopefully you're clear on the topic. King Millsy, you can unmute yourself.
Hope he didn't fall asleep.
Hey, what's going on, brothers? Peace and Pan-Africanism.
What's up, brother?
No, actually, I'm actually doing something right now. I was gonna just put it back in mute. I'm just sitting back and listening right now, but I'm just taking care of some business right now.
Okay. All right, cool. You just link back in when you're ready.
Yeah.
I'll chime in.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right, continue, our brother Kala, and let me see if anybody else is with us.
Okay, so my point is this about the Pan-African shuffle. What you heard from Al Kuhn was shuffling. Foot shuffling, going back and forth. Everything's a joke. Let me go back. It's a shuffling. It's a Kuhn minstrelization of Black culture. And it's carried on to the Pan-Africanist community, right? Where people are shuffling, shucking and jiving. Kuhn, I've seen Navigate talking about race is a social construct. And when it wasn't a social construct, a figure of imagination when you're sitting on the bottom of that slave ship, that shit was real. Whatever you think it is, when you up there, when they're sitting putting markers on your body, weighing you and whatnot, getting ready to sell you an auction block, and you look around, the people that were doing it look one color and you're one color. That's not no figment of your imagination. That shit is real. Whatever you think race is, maybe color like that. But the reality is, if you call yourself a Pan-African, they're not doing the Pan-African shuffle, that you understand that this thing about race is real. I'm sorry, we didn't start this war. We didn't start this, but we're goddamn gonna finish it. So the bottom line is the Pan-African shuffle. People shuffling, shucking and jiving, and everything like that. This thing is real. As you think. The Europeans basically call themselves exceptional, educated, and everything. What were they doing on the coast of Africa if they thought we were so inferior? Participate in slave trade. Everything is about basically exonerating the Europeans and making us seem like we were at fault and everything like that. Europeans orchestrated
that's the whole time. That's what he did the whole time.
And also, you got a lot of Pan-Africans do the same thing. Well, it was just about money. No, it wasn't about. It was evil, wickedness. Look, Liverpool, Madrid, Lisbon, Portugal, Amsterdam. These were all backwater, disease, filth, feces running streets and whatnot. In 200 years, these were the richest cities in the world. How did they get that wealth? The African bodies that they brought across the land. And I tried to tell the Alcoon this, they lost interest in everything on the African continent, right? And said the only thing we want from you, and to the point where they forced it, we want human bodies, because human bodies meant they're going to create wealth. You understand how European mercantile system worked, right? If you have a colony in the West, as some people told me, you're a colonizer, Kala. Well, first of all, I don't have a mother country, right? I don't have a capitalist mercantile system. So how can I be a colonizer? This is what I tell you, people doing the Pan-African shuffle. They don't see Pan-Africanists as builders and people going to contribute. They going to say something stupid as, you're a colonizer. Well, do you understand what European mercantile system means? That means the colonies can only trade with their mother country. The mother country provided them with labor, capital, everything, and said, you sell your goods that you produce to us, which we distribute. That's the British East Indies country, the British East India Company, the Dutch East India Company, and all these other Dutch companies that colonized North America and everything. They had a mercantile system of trade, okay? And people don't understand what colonization means. That means this imperial country owns all the land. That the people in that country have to all the goods and everything produced in that land belong to the mother country, and they exploit the mother thing. And that's why what colonialism is all about. It's not about us building in Africa, building in Afrikstan, and all stuff like this. So when people keep basically talking this nonsense, you are doing the shuffle. You are shuffling. You're foot shuffling. You're shucking and jiving. You're bullshitting. And so therefore, that's why we have to keep.
You're doing the FBA shuffle. The FBA shuffle. Yeah, you got to go ahead and explain these terminologies to folks, man.
And this, he goes, white supremacy is primarily about power, not race. It's all about race. What I'm saying, what kind of stupid comment is that? Everything's about race. Who it's about power. So in other words, basically, there's black people in the white supremacy world power club. No. Look at these African leaders up there getting their ass whooped at the UN tomorrow. We can't get no proper loans, everything. They don't seem like they're part of the power structure. It's black people on the bottom, white people on top of it, and don't tell me it's about power. It's about race. One race has to be on top because they think they have everything and they're the rulers, and one race has to be on the bottom. Until we realize that, it's all about race. It's all about race. If it's not about race, it's not anything else. White people have the power. They control the world. They have the nuclear weapons. They can wipe us off the planet. They can starve Africa if they want to. They can set up a blockade. They can do whatever they want to because we're completely at their mercy. They can stop us from going to Africa. They can say, something, we found some new disease about to spread in Ghana and Liberia. All flights banned for the next 3 years. What can we do? Not a damn thing. They could come take our passports from us. They can stop us. Whatever. So they controlling the idea of Pan-Africanism and all stuff like this. That's basically controlling the world. So it's not about it's just about power or whatnot. It's about race. Who has that power? And the bottom line is a black man does not have that power anywhere in the world to inflict anything on white people. We don't have power. We have no power over the white man. We can't stop him from eating. We can't stop him from shipping. We can't do anything. So please don't tell me it's not about race. It's only about power, because power and race go hand in hand. And they've had the power for 400 years, and they're determined to keep it for the next 400 years. So this idea, so right now, people are getting lambasted for talking about the Queen. People are terrified to say, something, why are we celebrating the British Empire? They did all this evil around the world, but yet all these world leaders coming out, Mrs. Queen of England crying and all stuff like that. I'm like, look at these fools.
I think Mike was one of those people crying. He's actually he's in the chat. He loves his Queen.
Mike can't get on because he'll start
Mike.
crying.
What's his name? Olawale.
He's Mike Omagadi. I call Omagadi.
It's unbelievable how we have all these haters and they're like literally just enjoy listening to us. Like they're obsessed with us.
Yeah, well,
I think they actually learn something when they listen to us.
Yeah, they know they learn.
They're like Pan-African. They're like Pan-Africans, on the down low.
Yeah, it's Pan-African shuffle. Like I said, It's a Pan-Africanism. Everybody's a Pan-African until it's time to be a Pan-Africanist, you know? Everybody's a Pan. Also, if you want a Pan-Africanist, why do people talk about Africa? When you talk about Africa, you talk about Africa's problems and everything, and that's your concern, you're a Pan-Africanist, whether you think so or not, whether you call yourself or not. If you're on different chats and whatnot, and I see you on shows and you're talking about this happening in this country, this happening in this country, and you have some general concern about Africa, not just your own where you come from, you are generally considered to be a Pan-Africanist, whether you like it or not. You know, that's all Pan. Pan just means many, acting as under one as one. You know, we could have a conversation. You could have an Ethiopian, an African American. If we're talking about Africa and Black people, that's Pan-Africanism. Whether you do something like that, that's the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Now, if you have a white person in there, right, and we're talking about all kinds of stuff, that's not Pan. That's, you can call it liberalism or republicanism, whatever like that. That's not Pan. But when it's strictly Black people talking about Black issues and Africa and everything, that's Pan-African talk. You know, it doesn't mean that it's kumbaya all the time. Sometimes Pan-African could be a discourse. You know, we're having an intellectual discourse, a disagreement. But that's still Pan-Africanism. That's still people realizing that we're a people together, whether you're Nigerian, whether you're African American, Jamaican, or South African. If your general concern is about Black people and you see Africa the way it is and you want things better or whatever, you are definitely a Pan-Africanist, whether you agree with it or not. You know, you got ADOS FBA. Where are they at most of the time? On these chats right here. You know, on these platforms.
Oh yes, absolutely. Kala, do we ever go on any of their platforms?
No,
not once. I mean, there's nothing I got to say to any of them, but somehow they just enjoy coming on us. So we have to be the ones that's actually progressing because they like want to like hear what we're saying. Maybe they think that we're talking bad about them. I'm like, yo, we're about, you know, it's like Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. We're in a direction of building something, organizing, and connecting our people.
What did I tell you earlier tonight, Bomani? I said, look, you got people that all they want to do is joke and shuffle. That's what Alkun does. You know, I've been listening to Alkun for a long time, right? I remember one time a couple of years ago, right, like back in 2018, he was on this one show. I forgot the guy's name. It was dude, my one brother, man. You gotta get him on, man. I gotta look him up. I forgot his name. But Alkun got on. They was connected to Blog Talk Radio with the thing, right? And somehow you know how Blog Talk Radio, the show would go off, but you can't mute nobody or anything. Alquan was basically calling this dude. I mean, he knew he couldn't be muted or anything like that. He was cursing my brother out. You know, he was saying all kinds of shit, saying "motherfuck you." But I said, "Damn, Alquan, man." He was just saying, "Motherfucker." I hope that all the shit y'all talking about Pan-African shit. I hope y'all die and all the shit like that. Alquan's a vicious motherfucker, man. You don't play with him, man. You know, he's a vicious dude. You know, and so he ain't so, you know, he jokes about that, but this guy is just fucking wicked and evil. You know,
yeah, that's why after a while you just have to just get rid of these folks because everything is about what they say and it's nothing about what you're analyzing.
Yeah, and Alcon's like, oh, he's lying. No, he knows I'm telling the truth. He knows what show I'm talking about. The show called The Truth. Where I'll find it, and I'll play it. You know what he was saying to my brother. I forgot his name. I forgot the brother's name. You know, he reached out to me. I did a show about Liberia. You know, I did a bunch of shows. Like he heard me on Dynasty one night. He said, "I got to get you on, and we'll do a show about Liberia one night." And then
you say you're lying. That's what he said. Hard, cold.
Yeah, he knows I'm telling the truth. You know, he knows I'm telling the truth. He knows what that night was. He got real. Everybody was like, Alcon, you know.
You say you can't handle the truth, so you know.
So this guy goes around, he trolls and whatnot. You know, notice how you say we, bro, say that, but all the time he's always talking about on Brandon's show that slavery didn't exist. How can slavery exist? But yet you're talking about the homie. I thought the homie didn't happen. You know, these guys.
Yeah, slavery didn't exist, but we were sold into slavery, right?
We're sold into slavery. But these guys are crazy. They're mixed up, right? Like I said, the Pan-Africanist shuffle. Pan-African causes people to shuffle.
Yeah, I mean, these people be buck dancing, man. I mean, they just love their enemies. They love their oppressors. These people have done the most wickedness on the planet, and then you're gonna question me about Africans doing what they're doing. When you know what I mean, it's like our African continent is not rich from any of the things that happened to us. You know, our people are exploited.
That right there,
and that's what white people do.
That ends the concept right there. Look at West Africa, right? And look at freaking the West. The West was nothing but wilderness and everything, right? But yet you got these big cities in North America.
Our
Right?
resources feed and build them. Our resources,
Our human,
labor, and technology built the world.
the most precious resource Africa gave to the West was its human resources. And we, as African Americans, an unfinished business, right? They're like, damn, somehow we survived and was able to build a nation for ourselves inside of America. And that's what they hate. That's why all this hate toward. This is why, let me tell you something, folks, about the Pan-African shuffle, right? They thought they were trying to isolate African Americans against other diasporas. Because you had people up there ganging up on African Americans. Oh, and then realized that what we did was we reached out to our brothers in the Caribbean. You know us. Y'all been here for generations. Don't join this crusade against Black America and everything like that, because we're getting older and stuff like that. We don't need this heat, and so therefore the Jamaican brothers and everybody started saying, wait a minute here, man, why am I turning against Black America, right? And so therefore what it's doing is isolating those few people that want to truck this tribal stuff. But you got Liberians like, yo, man, I'm not going to go against these people. Why? Because we took the initiative, right, in the Pan-African world, right, Bomani and I, to showcase that we are proud of Black America. We have a lot of history. We have a lot of accomplishments here. We want to hold on to that. We hold on to what we have, And so therefore people say, oh, these guys don't hate Black America. They love themselves. We're not saying everybody got to get on and go vote Africa. We're saying we're just basically building those natural bridges that should be there. That's what Pan-Africa is all about. No one's saying that you got to quit being who you are, quit identifying who you're, who we are in America. We're African Americans. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of that. I'm not going to like that. I'm also part of Africa. I'm part of African Inc. Now let's come together and let's see what we can build together. That's what Pan-Africa is all about. And like I said, we had a beautiful show the other night. We had a Liberian brother, my brother Ray African. His sister's a Liberian, an African scholar, and he's so knowledgeable and educated, rubbing off on him. Now he's really educated about Liberia. We had Bomani, a Jamaican brother, and myself and everything. Then we had this Navigate character, but the bottom line is this: you had all of us talking about the problems and the challenges and the joys and the triumphs of our people. Let's build what we have in common, and to build on what we do good, right? And work on, like we said, the Bible says in Corinthians, right? It says, make allowances for your neighbor, the things you don't like about your neighbor. So in other words, when you meet a new neighbor, right? There's going to be things you don't like about them. They aren't there. But you basically build upon the things you like, right? And make allowances and say, okay, well, he does this, he does that. Sometimes he plays music and everything. That's what's being brotherly and neighbor. You're not going to like everything about somebody. But what you do is the things you do build upon, things you do like about each other, you do have in common, you build and strengthen those, and that's what Pan-Africa is all about. There's things about Nigerians, some of we joke back and forth. There's things about us, Black Americans, that a lot of Nigerians don't like. But the bottom line is, as long as we're communicating and talking, that's the spirit of Pan-African. That's the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood.
Well, perfect, Kala. And Navigate is just obsessed with you. You have a lot of people obsessed with you, but let me let our good brother in, Uwenzi, brother, unmute yourself and go ahead and ask your question or share what you need to share or want to share.
Yeah, hello, Bomani and Kala, and to the rest of the panel. I have a couple of questions. The first one is actually one, Bomani, that I had asked you on a previous show, and you did a nice job of addressing it from your perspective. But I was originally going to ask Kala this question, but he had to leave on that particular show. So I'm going to ask that question kind of again to him. So Kala, on a previous show, and I can't remember which one it was, you mentioned that you felt like African Americans were kind of a unstable people in terms of having to move around the United States, facing oppression in different eras. And so I took note of that. And I wanted to know from your perspective, did you think that other groups like Hispanics or different strains of Asians in the U.S. were more stable in the United States simply because they were connected to countries outside the U.S. and use those countries as resources? And if that's so, would you say that African American engagement of any African countries, it could be Liberia, it could be Angola, a series of them on different levels, would allow African Americans as a community in the United States, even if they did not repatriate to Africa en masse, to live more as a stable people in the United States? Let me ask that question
Yes,
first.
yes. I've been saying that for years, right? I said the whole thing about Black America, right, is like I said, we are basically unstable, right? We're at the mercy of. First of all, let me say this, qualify this, right? When you talk about African American, you're talking about almost 50 million people. That's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you talk about other groups of people, you're talking about smaller numbers and stuff like that, right? There's Black people now in the South, right? You have Black people like in Virginia. Like, I mean, perfect example. When I moved down south, right, and when I moved down south in the early '90s, right, I came here, right, and I felt some sort of way about the Black people down here. I said, okay, they were able. These are the people that never left the South, right, and to me, I was like, okay, I come down here, white people control everything, but the Black people seemed like they had jobs, they were satisfied with what little they had and everything, and they were not complaining, right? And I was basically like, people would tell me, if you don't like it so much, go back to New York. That's what they would say, go back to New York, wherever. And so therefore, I'm saying like there's a large numbers of people from the north start moving back to the south, right? And there was a clash between those of us who were coming back from the north to the south, and with the local people and everything like that. Places, especially places like Winston-Salem, North Carolina, there was actually riots between people who came from the north and people who moved to the south, whatever, going to school in North Carolina Central. I knew many stories like that, where people just didn't get along, because it was like, okay, we held it down here and everything. You guys just go from place to place. Same thing happened when Black people from New York and Jersey go down to Atlanta, and displace. A lot of people feel like they're displaced. I remember when Spike Lee did the movie, remember the movie School Days? When he had Samuel Jackson with the permanent head. He said, y'all coming down here, taking all our jobs. Remember that part at the KFC? Because everybody thinking they had that argument. Remember that part?
Oh yes,
Remember that part?
School Days. Yes, yeah, that was
that
good.
was so real. All my brothers that went to school in the South, they said the same thing. They said they got so much flack from the Black people coming out. So y'all coming out here taking all the jobs, taking the world, women, whatnot, And so what I'm saying is this, though, we have never been a real settled people in America, We look at Harlem, right? At one time, Harlem was a bustling place. And then look at the 70s, heroin epidemic and everything like that destroyed the place, right? Every time we build, look at, people don't realize Southside Chicago used to be a nice place, right? Then what happened? The Great Migration, millions coming in and everything, slums, everything. Same thing with Detroit. One time Detroit was a nice place. Then what happened was the masses bum rush there, and that's all she wrote. And what I'm saying is this, though, there's never been a plan for the masses of Black people. It's like you hear about a place, oh, they got jobs up there. Everybody rushes there. And I always ask this one question, and I hope I can answer your question right here. I always ask, my family have all this land in North Carolina, right? All this land. The white people never moved to north. I said, why did we have to go to New York? Well, we had to go for jobs. But yet the white people are still there in the South. And also my granddaddy ended up losing all his land in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Because we're in the north, we have a northern way of life. We go down in the summer and everything. And we end up losing the farm and everything, because some white man, my grandfather had to go into a nursing home and everything. And he made him sign over the deeds. Some white man made him sign on the deeds to all his property and everything. Now they got strip malls. They got a baseball field back there and everything, land we used to play on, when I was a kid. And so I'm saying like this. So I said, look, why is it that we have never been able to put two and two together? One of the reasons why we was racism, racism. We let the white man bluff us into abandoning our land and everything like that, going up north and everything, staying up there to old age. And then afterwards, you retire when you get too old and you come to the South. So we've never been settled, right? We have people that lose their property, lose their land, and everything like that. And so we've never been a settled people in America. Now you got people in the South, right? Now the same problems that we had up north, gangs, crimes, everything, are now in the South. Where are we going to go to now? You know, the same problems you had. Look at land. Look at places like even Savannah, Georgia, there's Charlotte, North Carolina, shootings, killings, and everything. You know, I thought we was moving away from the north from all this stuff. Now it's not only was it followed to the South, now it was waiting for us there. Look at the crime in places like DeSoto, Texas. You know, it's supposed to be a black enclave and everything. Now people are like, what's going on? People, the gangs and everything, the problems, the Section 8 and everything. Has followed that. We have never been able to build our own infrastructure in America where we could have our own industries and everything like that, and we could decide who wants to who lives among us and everything, and we have our control over everything. We was never able to build in America. Now, your point about building in Africa, yes, I always said this, but the thing is, though, you got to understand something. That's Pan-Africanism. Building with, I got connections to Angola. They tell me, man, all the stuff I say, Kala, that's gospel to their ears. You should be building with us, you know. You guys should be trading with us. You guys should be doing back and forth with us. You guys sit on pension funds and everything like that. We could use that capital. You know, you guys black farms in America, you guys should be shipping to us and whatnot. We shouldn't be buying our chicken and everything from the Portuguese and everything, the Arabs and everything. You guys should be getting those contracts to import and everything. If we had that sort of community, but you got to understand something though. The world has black America has black America up as this big trope, right? That we got to do what? Fight for civil rights, you know, for Martin Luther and continue living on Martin Luther the King and all stuff like this. We're not who we are. You know, all this stuff is put on us. Civil rights, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, everything. That's how they see us. And the media, and the so-called alternative media didn't need one bit because we had a chance, right, to collapse the Democratic Party and build something new. But we decided to just go with Joe Biden, go with go with the get along right there. Now we're sitting like, man, we got nothing to show for our vote and everything. You're not gonna have anything to show for your vote because you put all your eggs in this basket they call the Democratic Party. And the bottom line, Black America, I don't see. I think it's just too late. You know, I just really just think it's too late. You know, for any sort of thing. That's what I got to say about that. But you ask more questions.
Well,
Okay.
perfect, Kala. Once you finish, we let our brother Joseph in. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, thanks, Kala and Bomani. So, Kala, thank you for that insight. And one of the reasons that I wanted to have you to sort of illuminate on that point was because I'm not sure that a lot of African Americans, particularly those who identify themselves as ADOS, really make a connection as to how is it that Africa can benefit them even if they stay in the United States. Now, the next question I had, I really wanted to open that up for the panel, and I wanted to ask that. So in advance, after I ask the question and people discuss it, I'll just kind of hop off. So I want to thank everybody for the time and also for my being able to participate. So Bomani, earlier in this program, you kind of mentioned to Kala, you kind of asked him rhetorically, hey, you know, have any of us or people on the Pan-African platforms, do they go over to these so-called ADOS or FBA platforms and kind of interrupt them?
Right.
And Kala said, no, we don't. And I wanted to venture forth why I think that these people who identify themselves as ADOS interrupt Pan-African channels. See, I think that from their platforms or their ideas about how they are to get reparations, they feel as though they need a mass groundswell of so-called African Americans to make the case. So if they don't have a huge groundswell, they feel like the Wazungu or the white man won't take them seriously. So in other words, if African people in the United States are moving more toward Africa, then the white man says, well, then just engage there. Why do you bother us about reparations?
Exactly.
Or
Let me give you a caveat to that, brother.
Okay,
Let me
go
give you
ahead.
because when ADOS FBA came about, because they saw the Buy Black movement was growing in Black America, people buying apps and everything, and you had Black people connecting with Africa, going there on trips and everything, and everybody basically said, "Yeah, this is the thing, man. We're getting together with Caribbeans, Africans, and everything. We're going on trips and everything." And so these people, it had nothing to do with reparation at first, right? They wanted to create this identity. So, oh, we don't need Africa. We don't need to buy to do for self. That's what Vet Carter said. The do for selfers and whatnot. Them guys nowhere. And then we start saying, well, there's like 1 million Black millionaires in America. No, we don't got no money. So they try to make it about economics, right? And it wasn't panning out. So the whole idea was this: these people are terrified of this new phenomenon called it's always been there. You saw Pan-Africanism. The idea that Black people should think beyond the borders of America and do something else and everything, because America is finite, it's limited, and so therefore they start saying, no, we have a stake in America. We always said, what stake in America? I think we reached a plateau. See, it's all about when Obama was elected, right? When Obama got elected in the White House, that was like the pinnacle moment. That was like what's the word I'm looking for? That was like the grand event, a Black man and a Black film in the White House. After that, America lost this sort of mystical meaning. It's like, oh, we put a Black man in the White House. Now there was nothing else. And so next thing on Black people's mind was Africa, and building with Africa, what was popular at the time? Ancestry DNA. Black people discovering their roots and who they're connected to, all from this part. And that terrified them, because these people fundamentally believe that they're not Africans and that this is they're a creation of America. That's what they believe. They're a creation of America. They have no genetic ties. They don't believe in DNA. They don't believe in stuff. They believe we're so far removed from Africa. No, we're not. And the bottom line, that's what they believe. They hate. The root of it is, bro, you see, what you're trying to do is you're giving them credit for this. The root of it, the problem is they hate their African roots. These are the same people that basically back in the days used to have a brown paper bag, and wouldn't let darker skinned Black people in certain clubs and everything. And they practice blue veinism and stuff like this. These people are descendants of the people that basically conspired against Marcus Garvey. These people hate the African roots. What's happening is this: they're starting to see people that identify with Africa rise above them. Look at Yvette Carnell. She's a bum. She's a bum living with her mother's basement.
Oh, wow. So women do that. I thought it was only guys. I'm always talking about guys living in their mama's basement. So you got women living in their mama's basement.
When not doing her breaking brown shit she was doing, And the bottom line is this. So they're seeing people like Diane Samir and all these other people, Bomani, going to the continent, making money. They're seeing people open a business on the African continent. And so therefore what they're saying doesn't resonate with Black people. What they're saying, oh, we got to get reparations. These people are using reparations as an excuse to be around. They don't serious. They know they're not serious. Like I said in the top of the show, right? The Pan-African movement doesn't rely on white people for anything. Only thing that could build or stop the Pan-African is Black people. So the idea, so we move beyond white people and what they can do for us and everything. We're beyond that. We're connected now. You got Black people connecting together on high levels that we never had. Black people all over the country are linking up online and whatnot, doing multi-billion-dollar, million-dollar business deals and some of everything across the globe and everything. So while all this is going on, they're still trying to put this, oh, we need our reparations check and everything. And who are they? Notice when you go to the AOS FBA, most of these people are underachievers. These people, none of these people can tell you what they do for a living.
Yeah, most of them are failures. They never been able to just really progress at anything. So they're looking at like the only way they're gonna be able to do something is to get a reparations check. I keep on hearing people talk about reparations, but I do want to answer what the brother was saying. If they're worried about what we're doing, the reality of it is when we talk about this real Pan-African movement, it's probably about less than 1% of people that's really moving to Africa, connecting to Africa, and doing anything. Less than 1%. So why can't they focus on their 99% of their people and get them to do whatever? And that's the issue that I have with these people. And that's the issue that I have with their whole movement. It's flawed. It's like, you guys got more than enough people. Do something with it. You know what I'm saying? And, that's like Not Measy was coming on, and he's just always hating about, because all we talk about, brother, is one thing. We're building a global Black business pipeline, period. We even redefine what Pan-Africanism. It's not about no one world government or building no government in Africa. It has nothing to do with that. It's you know what I mean? If it's a form of how to connect us. So if we're doing business together, that's also building that pipeline. And it's just that simple. You don't got to get into all of these terminologies and everything. And the same thing with the people of FBA. It's like, show us what you have, because from what I know is this is just an online phenom, and that's it. You know what I mean? And then most of them are just Tariq Nasheed Troll, or the guy Dane Calloway. That's another one. And then you have and all of the people that I would name, or all these people that are connected, none of them like each other, none of them work together, none of them are connected to each other, and all they do is have beef with each other. So it's like their whole movement is flawed. The more organized movement is what we're doing. Those of us that are connecting from different parts of the U.S. and connecting to make an international move, and that's all I'm about, family. So after people sit here and debate and argue back and forth with me, I'm like, okay, what's the end goal? What's the direction? The direction is just, well, you're gonna know that you're not an African now.
You ask Alcon, what's his end goal? Well, you have status.
They got no plans, brother. No direction.
There's nothing, and they hate the fact that we seem to be focused on what we're trying to do, building and everything, connecting and everything like that, and they can't get that sort of traction. All they could do, and then what gets me is this. This is what gets me. I want to hear it from my brother Joseph Pledger right here.
Right.
Check us out. Their focus is, like, ever since Tariq Brandon started with the whole museum thing, right? Tariq turned the whole argument FBA on immigration, and so therefore, since that, all you hear is them snapping back and forth on Somalis. Tariq talking about the Somali man's gums look like fucking Snickers bars and whatnot, all this stupid stuff back and forth between Jamaicans and Black America and everything. Is that what the ADOS FBA is? We gotta be on code and whatnot. Look, people are gonna say stuff about us.
Well, immigrants is their problem, man. Immigrants is their problem. Remember, immigrants are taking all their jobs. And remember, immigrants are keeping them oppressed, and they don't have it, and taking all the opportunities.
All it is they want recognition that they're special type of Negroes because they were foundational Negroes and whatnot. And when I say stuff like that, they call me a tether. They accuse me of being a closet somebody from the Bahamas or something like that. Carlos was born in the Bahamas and whatnot. No, and so therefore, if the FBA ADOS is nothing but a hate
foundational buck breaking A's.
Yeah, foundational buck breaking assholes. That's all.
And on that point, if you can hold, let me Big Black, if you can hold Joseph, our greetings, brother. Come on in now. We don't want to hold you out too long.
Thank you. I've mentioned a few things, like the fellow wanted to know about the Indians. I said the Aryan Indians are always the chief therapists of these mood disorders our people seem to have. They lead us into the criminal justice system or the mental health wards or what have you. And it's like, how are they more qualified to diagnose us? The U.S., so I'm saying these people are in charge of sort of the social engineering of Black people, and we're not even dealing with white people anymore. They're the ones training the white people to deal with us. So they are even a threat to the establishment here in America.
So who's that?
The Aryan Indian, the therapist. They're always an Indian doctor, some kind of
right.
A Middle Eastern looking fellow, and it's like they're always the people that are the chief head of diagnosing our people. That's part of the social engineering in America, and they've replaced, sort of the Anglo-Saxon.
Well, here's what's going on, right? We're living in a global world, right?
Mm-hmm.
H-2 visas and everything like that. India produces a lot of doctors for cheaply. You know what it takes to be a doctor in America? you need $500,000, right, to
Wow.
go to medical school and everything like that. Whereas someone in India may go to medical, like Cuba. Cuba produces doctors, right? Because
Mhm.
they produce them cheaply. America has never made it easy to become a doctor, medical. You got to graduate from college, then you got to go get enrolled to a medical school. You know, you got to get all this residency. It's a lot to be a doctor. You know,
Mhm.
but Indians, these third world countries, can produce more doctors. That's why they're here. I don't think there's any grand conspiracy, but I do believe, yeah, they do. I work in the healthcare field and everything like that, but I do believe that you do see a abundance of Indians and everything. You go to I pull up my provider manual for any one of my plans that I work with, right? All Indians, and I can't pronounce the names or whatnot. We have names like
Right, right.
but I don't think that's a conspiracy. It's a globalism. And
Okay, right.
here's what Africa is losing. Here's what Africa is losing,
Mhm.
right? Nigerians are getting caught up in this, right? Because they're basically
Mhm.
like this: if you can get your medical degree from Oxford, whatever, like that, right? They'll bring you on over here. Now, some Nigerians say, "Oh, I'm gaining." No, for every doctor they're taking out of Nigeria, that's Nigeria that's going to die. You know, the
Mhm.
developing countries don't have the brain power because the just like they took millions of us across the Atlantic in chains. Now work visas and everything is a new form of animal compared to slavery, but it's the same thing. They need to fill a niche. America has to produce a certain amount of engineers a year, a certain amount of doctors a year, and they don't care about educating black people or even its own people because it's too expensive. It's easy to go to India. It's easy to go to the Philippines, and then also Africa, Central America. That's why I think most doctors and nurses in America you see are from India or China or any place else. Why? Because they were part of the global system. And the bottom line is, because there's a global brain drain and right now, Africa is going to suffer. So, like I said, we have to work together and say, like, well, how do we stop this? I don't know how to stop it because if a hospital medical system offers a doctor $300,000 a year, right, a Nigerian,
Mhm.
right, and in Nigeria he's going to make $25,000 a year. What is he going to take? You know,
Mhm.
he's going to take that $300,000 a year. You know, and
Right.
then he'll justify it by saying, "Look, all the money I sent back." But they don't need your money; they need your black ass back home in Nigeria. But
Right.
and also in a lot of countries, you got doctors because the system is so broken. You know, people aren't getting paid. You know, people are like, yo, they walk off the job because they haven't been paid in months. You know, so all these things we talk about, right? The reason why we got all these immigrants coming here and whatnot because their countries are failing. You know, it's failing largely because when America sucks all the brain out of these countries and everything, when the countries collapse and they got refugees, now look at these people flooding our country. Well, you've been taking their best and brightest. You control their economies. You dump out cheap goods, American goods on their markets and everything. You have high tariffs on your goods. And so you create this global phenomenon. All I know is black people, like brother Louis is saying, black people in America, right? When they bring in millions of immigrants into this country, right? That's working for less. You're gonna see another shift in migration. I don't know where black people are gonna go. When you guys cities like New York are proposing giving them voter rights, that cancels out the black vote in New York. You know, they're giving them driver's license and all stuff like this. And so, therefore, the bottom jobs, the bottom tier of black society is in really serious trouble because we're living in globalized times, you know, and that's just the way it is,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. Yeah, definitely, brother.
So not being Pan-Africanist and saying, look, man, how we can break this is this. If we was basically had business leaders, right? We don't have leaders in Black America. That's one thing we don't have in the Pan-African. That's why it's important that when people hear these shows, they hear Pan-Africans that are intelligent and everything. Pan-Africa offers a way out. If we start trading with Africa, we start exporting Africa, we start technology exchanges and everything between us and the African continent and everything, we could basically create our own economy, you know, and then we won't be vulnerable to what happens in America. We have our own supply chains, our own supply routes, and our own infrastructure building. But the only group of people talking on this level is the Pan-Africanists. Do you think anybody in the Pan-African movement is ever going to be invited to any Black caucus meeting or everything? No. because all they care about is serving what the white liberals and the white LGBTQ and all these other people agenda is. There's no black agenda in America, particularly black males. The only agenda that we see right now that's legitimate from black people in America is what we call Pan-African. I want to give Pan-African a good name. It's not about kumbaya. It's about practicality. We have to become part of the global. How we enter the global world is through building through the Caribbean, Black Caribbean, and Black Africa.
Yeah,
That's
doing
what
business, connecting, networking, all
connecting
those things.
everyone.
And that's what we're pushing, family. You know what I mean? And we're making a point, brother, that literally that everyone we let come on the panel, we reason why we're more open than other people is because once they talk their mess, we turn around and educate them and educate everyone else. Because we're in a position to do that because we have experience, we have knowledge, we have wisdom, we have connections, we have networking, we have business. And so the people that are coming in, I'm gonna have to start asking them, what's your qualification and what have you done in your life for you to feel like you can have a conversation with us about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And on that topic, Big Black, you want to share anything? And then I got Navigate Freely want to come in. It's up to you, Kala. You want to let him in because he's been saying.
Yeah, let him in for a second. But I want to read this comment.
Sure, go ahead.
And I said India, the Indian country. See, we learned a lot of stuff.
There you go.
But thank you for this comment. He said Indian country also calling citizens back to build India. Why not go there? Why not going there though? I think America's already full cooked built. Yeah, well the thing is, it doesn't matter. America needs that's fine as far as the layman is concerned, but as far as key people, there's going to be a vicious battle for key people brains in the world. The brain drain is a real reality. You got a country like Burundi ain't got a chance. Because anybody could snatch them up. So the bottom line, they'll leave your riffraff. They say, when America comes, America wants your best and bright. That's what people don't talk about. They want the engineers. The engineer can work for half of what a white or a black person could do for America, right? That's how America's going to build this economy. And it's all strategic. It's globalism. It's globalism 101. And so the bottom line, black people, the African race, the black race, we have to put stuff on the table, like Lee Kuan Yew did. Lee Kuan Yew had to pay his minds, his politicians and everything top dollar to get them to come to Singapore and help build, or they would have went to Hong Kong or other places. He said, look, man, this is what we're going to pay you, come here and whatnot. You're going to like that. A competition for brain power. We don't do that in the black. We don't value intelligence in our community. We don't think we could benefit from it. We've never seen it really work for us and everything. And so therefore we let people fall by the wayside. You say you got these young Africans who can invent stuff and build stuff and everything, and they got to go to Europe and whatnot to get a basic job and whatnot because there's no mechanism in place for them to develop and build. So.
Well, excellent, Kala. Excellent. Big Black wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Big Black, and then we just let Navigate Freely in after Big Black.
I want to go back to this reparations piece. It isn't that Pan-Africans are against reparations, but most Pan-Africans, we got our ear to the ground. We know, that it's a likely chance that's not going to happen with the Congress in, right? A mainly white Democratic Party, a mainly white Republican Party. That's likely not going to happen. If our numbers dwindle down to the Indians, maybe there'll be talks. But that's not a good thing if our numbers dwindle down to the Indians. And this whole thing of us wanting to be Indians and want to trade places with the Indians, I just don't understand that. First of all, as far as our position in America, a lot of people said that we're at the last rung, but actually we're not. Actually, the Indians.
Let me say this, Big Black. Let me say this. People don't really understand something, right? When people say, "Oh, the Jews got reparations," well, the Jews had a state. The Japanese got reparations. The Japanese got compensation. They didn't get reparations. They got compensation, right? And do you know the Japanese reparations was at the time where there was this uprising in Asia? The Japanese wanted the U.S. military to scale down its presence in Asia. South Korea had an uprising. They wanted democracy and all that. Then you had the Tiananmen Square and everything. So basically, to placate the Japanese and everything, to get the Japanese to renew strategic waterways rights, right? They stuck a rider on a civil rights bill of 1988, saying calling for giving. It was a right. It was supposed to be a civil rights bill, right? Civil rights, black people, right? But they stuck a rider. We know what a rider is. A rider is on a law. It's literally just a sticker of a thing. This is what we're gonna do. Section such and such. Like, they'll stick it on a bill. It's not even in the original bill, but it's a rider that basically that it could be line down veto or it could be passed through. So the rider went through, right, giving the Japanese Americans who had lost $20,000, $25,000 a piece. But that wasn't even what they lost. If you added all what the Japanese lost in California, it would be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. They got a fraction of that, and that was the Japanese government who basically made that happen. Black people in America, you cannot be an American, live in America, and say you're an American, salute to America. Like Yvette Carnell says, I want reparations, but yet she has I sent you a picture of Bomani where she has an American flag wrapped. I'm American, true and true. When you say you're American, that means you swear allegiance to the United States. That means all the stuff that you claim against America goes out the door. Now, if we basically said we want a nation, we want to part ways with America, then your case for reparations, well, then you can only do that if you have to support a landing with an independent nation, and it has to be done on the world stage. That you could take the United States government, but it's not going to ever happen through the Congress of America. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you said, to echo what you said, the Indian movement and the reparations movement was to thwart, the coming of our people across the globe. As far as when you see more Pan-Africanism on the rise and us communicating with our brothers and sisters around the world, I think that pretty much was the reason for that. Because right now you don't even hear reparations talk no more. It's just a back and forth xenophobia against other black people now.
That's all it is.
You don't even hear that talk anymore. So it's like it's obviously what the agenda was. So yeah, that's pretty much what I want to say. Also, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, one of the things I was thinking, if let's say if Accra, Ghana, if they had something like a Disney World or something like that, how much revenue that would bring to at least Accra, the city, as far as like
they gotta get that electricity. They gotta get the electrical grid. It would have to have its own independent power supply and everything, and you have to have the top engineers around the world. That would, it would be billions of dollars a year floating in there. That would be a cash cow. Billions of dollars a year floating in there every year, and tourism and everything like that. That would,
especially the money is being circulated back into the community,
economy. You got vendors,
the black
and
economy,
like
black countries and people.
Yeah, it would say, yeah, of course, but African, we black the race, so we don't think on that level. We really don't think on that level. We don't think no one has that. Now, give me this. Nigeria built this place called Tanapa, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a theme park, movie theater. They had the cable car, and might say I wouldn't go on that thing. A cable car, sky on the mountain, and monorail train, everything like that. But guess what? It's abandoned. Rodi Maya went there. It's abandoned. Why? Because the Nigerians rather go to Dubai and spend their money. Then Calabar is the most beautiful place on the freaking planet.
Is that why Ecolantic haven't been built? What? I mean, Calabar is beautiful. I'm with you on that. I love Calabar. We'll go there one day.
Is the most beautiful place on the planet.
But what about like Eco-Atlantic? Isn't that supposed to be the Dubai? So instead of Nigerians going to Dubai, they go there, right?
Yeah, but the whole thing is about Eco-Atlantic. Here's the whole thing. It was never built as a Pan-African thing. They thought that, we're going to have another place. I like that they built the seawall, stop the erosion and everything. But the whole thing is this, though. They never said, look, man, let's get with the Ghanaians, the best and brightest from Ghana, Cameroon, all these places like this, the blacks in the diaspora. Let's form businesses. Let's get the black entertainment and everything. We're going to make this place fun. Let's do like Dubai did. We want to try to attract millionaires and billionaires in the black world to move here. But they didn't do that. They basically thought there was going to be a bunch of Europeans, and Europeans are not going to spend their time in black Africa. It's as simple as that, and Africans on the continent just don't get it, And your best chance is luring the black middle class
Absolutely.
America spend $100 billion a
Absolutely.
year on
Yes.
tourism.
That's solutions right there, brother.
Yeah.
But
You know,
perfect,
so
so Kala and Big Black, let's let navigate free
I'm
freely
gonna
in.
go. Bomani, I'm gonna go switch things. I'm gonna go downstairs. So I'm gonna go off and come back on. All right.
Okay, go ahead. You're good to go. Look off and link you back in. Navigate freely. Go ahead. What you have to share?
All right, hello, Bomani.
Greetings.
I just wanted to say, you know, that Pan-Africanism is Black power. Knowledge is power. We've all heard that. You know, so if, you know, power is not just building an independent economic infrastructure, although that's power as well. Power, you know, comes in all kinds of forms. You know, knowledge power, you know, you got to have the knowledge to build those infrastructures, you know. So it's skin color, just focusing on skin color is not going to give you the power that you need, you know, to compete, you know, and push back on white supremacy. You know, because the word supremacy means they have the power to be, you know, supreme over their environment. It's all about power. You know, so Kala is wrong about that. He'll never concede it. But Black power by any means necessary. That's what Pan-Africanism is. It's not just about race. You know, because race is ambiguous. You know, there are people, you know, that are multiracial, and they have a small amount of African, if you want to use that word, in them, and they don't identify that way. You know, so it all comes between the two ears. What's in the mind, what knowledge, you know, what is in your head. Black to me is basically a political term, is not primarily a racial term. You know, although, you know, Pan-Africanism, it has a racial component. Yes. Black power, Black power. That's basically what I wanted to say. Black power by any means necessary.
No, Navigate. Are you doing the Pan-African shuffle tonight? Navigate.
Pan-African
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm doing the Pan-African. Yes, I'm doing the Pan-African shuffle today. You have a problem
Come on, man. Yeah, you're shuffling and shucking and jiving.
What are you
man.
talking about? You just clowning. You trying to be funny. You know, that's what ignorant people always
I'm
never have
trying to get
anything
to a point.
intelligent to say. They always clowning, trying to get a laugh.
I'm not trying to be funny, man. I'm just trying to say, you know, it's just
you sound like you're not saying anything intelligent. Say something intelligent.
About race. It's that race doesn't matter. Come on.
Pan-Africanism is about Black power. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah,
Pan-Africanism is about Black power by any means necessary. Because you can't push against, your providers in your insurance company is white folks, because you don't have the power to form your own insurance company. It takes economic resources, to become a full-fledged independent insurance company. But since you don't have that economic power, you got to be a servant of some other white insurance companies. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is about Black power by any means necessary. Even reparations.
Yeah,
if an opportunity comes up for reparations, Pan-Africanism Pan-Africans take whatever opportunity that presents themselves to increase Black power. You like that shuffle? I do.
Don't quite know where you're going with all that, Navigate, but
well, ask questions then. Don't try to be funny.
Kala, he put
I'm just
Kala, insurance provider is white people and he is proud to be a servant. So what my brother's saying?
Yeah, he said he's proud to be a Black African American. He's proud of that. And then he's gonna denigrate other people. Because they identify with being in America. And he's just talk out of both sides of his mouth.
Well, Navigate.
Not consistent.
Man. Hold
You're talking out both sides of your mouth. oh, I'm a proud African American. I ain't got to change who I am. You know, I can be a proud African American and I can be a Pan African, too. You know, and it's all about making some money. It's not all about, just not all about business. That's just one aspect of power. Power has many facets. You know, an independent economic infrastructure is just one. You know, power is security too. To have the ability to secure, what the businesses that you develop. If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours.
Yeah, my point I'm trying to make is this, though. We're saying that when we talk about Pan Africa, that's a business. What I do for a living is a business. Pan Africanism has to become a business. In other words, basically, when we say we need to build a supply chain. Now, let me give you an example, right? Now, my business right here that I do, I'm an insurance broker, and basically I I'm a broker for several different insurance carriers and stuff like that, and I also help build works with doctors and dentists and stuff like this. And so what I'm saying is this, though, I would love to be able to take my business that I do, my talent and everything like that, to the African continent. If I could do that, I would move to Africa tomorrow. But I know that Africa doesn't have the infrastructure, the medical
And you
infrastructure,
don't
the
have the
doctors, as I'm saying,
economic
doctors are
power to
fleeing
do that.
Africa.
And you don't have the
Well, so
economic
so
power
therefore,
to
that's
do
what
that.
we're trying. Hold on. That's what we're trying to solve. Because one day, the stars are going to line up and whatnot, and people are going to say, you know something, this is the way forward. Right now, because everyone's going for themselves, everybody's doing the thing. They don't. There's no big. Everybody talks Pan Africanism. They do the Pan African shuffle. But when it comes down to
That's not
business and
true.
everything,
That's not true.
it's
That is not true.
every
Everybody
man
is
for itself.
not
Let me
going
give you
for
an example.
themselves.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right? Let's take Aliko Dangote, right? Now, would you consider Dangote's business a Pan-African business?
I don't even know him.
Wow.
You don't know you don't know
The
who
richest,
Aliko
the
Dangote is.
richest man in
You kidding
No,
me?
I
Nigeria.
don't. No, I don't.
Come on, navigate. Come on,
Well,
bro.
he's the richest man in Nigeria. He's a Nigerian business investor.
He's
Well, I don't know
he's the
him.
I mean,
richest black man in the world. That's
It's
it.
rich people. Yeah, he's probably in the cement business and stuff like that.
no,
And
I mean
I don't know.
I mean he's a real icon. I mean, and it's something
Well,
that
I
most
don't know him.
people.
I haven't. I've seen rich billionaires, from Nigeria and Ghana, but I haven't paid much attention to them. I'm too busy, looking at the basics. And there's rich people in the USA too. Black Americans that got, Kala even said there's a million millionaires in the USA. But so the money is there in the USA to develop an independent black infrastructure in the USA.
Well,
Why is that? The reason that it's
the
not
bottom line is
happened,
because
the reason that it's not happened is because they're not allowed to.
No, we
They
just
don't have
no,
the
we just put it
power
on
to.
code. I mean,
because
if we're on
Negroes are
code and
doing the Pan-African
if we're on
shuffle.
code, we can make things
They're
happen. But
not allowed to. They don't have the power, to do it, to do that. The white supremacists, they don't care how much money you make, but they do care how you spend it. Look what happened to Bill Cosby when he tried to spend his money a certain way. You can't spend it. Black people have enough money in the USA to build a Walmart, superstore, in major black areas if they want to, if they was allowed to. But you don't have not one. You don't have no independent black economic infrastructure that's going to make black people strong in the USA because they're not allowed to, and they don't have the power to go against the white supremacists. And right now, black people, when black people after the Emancipation Proclamation, black people had 1/2 of 1% of the wealth in the USA. And today, black people still have 1/2 of 1% of the wealth in the United States. So globally, that 1% is higher than what some of the African nations individuals have, but it's still just 1/2 of 1% of what's available in the USA. So the economic strength hasn't increased at all. for black people in the USA, they still, are, and right now, you don't see Biden, pouring in billions and billions of dollars in the black community, over a whimper, but they're pouring billions and billions of dollars into Ukraine right now. Some country that belongs to Russia, right next door to Russia, but they just pouring billions and billions. They don't care, but they pouring millions and millions of Mexicans over the southern border. So Kala was kind of right about this one, and that's the only thing that does is hurt black people in the USA. The poor ones, now you got more competition, for the legacy that black people slaved, fought, and died for. People just pouring in into the country, and they just handing it to them.
Yeah, that's the kind of business that these nations do from the UK, Canada, America. I mean, they're in the business of the brain drain. They're in the business of recruiting the best people from anywhere in the world to make their country.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
They don't care about all of this. Like, you got to compete with the Mexicans, you got to compete with the Jamaicans and the people in the Caribbean and the Africans on the continent. They're like, whatever. They just want to whoever they can get in a place to keep their economy going and working these jobs
and dilute black political power by pouring in other people and giving them the right to vote. So that weakens black people.
The thing of it is, black people in America, I love my brothers and sisters there. Our people don't own this country, and our people don't have the rights to tell the government.
Don't have no power. Don't have the power.
They don't have the right to tell the government what to do. But what we can do as a people is we can practice what our great brother Amos Wilson, one of our greatest scholars ever, by doing black cooperative economics in America, in Africa, and all over the world. And that's what we're talking about, building a global black business pipeline. And that will get things
Amos
going.
Wilson talked about all facets of power, not just economics.
I got you. I got you. But what we're trying to focus on is about economics. Is about putting your money together.
Well, I understand that you're focusing on economics. Economics is a power.
That's the most important power that we need to focus on.
Well, security is the most important power. Security. If you can't protect what is your economics, you ain't gonna keep them. They're not gonna be yours.
So what I'm saying to you is corporate economics build a mode of everything else. If you and I are putting our money together, we're building factories, we're building enterprises, corporations, we're doing those things.
And if we don't have security, someone can destroy those factories, in a heartbeat.
And that's what I'm saying. It has to. I mean, so what is the most important power in Amos Wilson that we need to start with?
Security.
Okay, so you have a whole group of black people, and they're supposed to automatically figure out security when they don't even do business together. They don't even connect and network and don't even do things together.
Yes.
They're not going to figure out the security issues.
Well, if they can't figure out security, they're not going to figure out the business either.
No,
I think black people can figure it all out.
Right now is aren't black people like myself? I'm in several different African countries. I'm doing business. Like we're doing business.
Everybody is not going to be like you.
Well, everybody's not gonna be like me, but try to flow with me and understand where I'm coming from, because sometimes it's like you're just up on the strike back, and we're not trying to do that. We're just trying to just clarify things and let people know. Because if you're telling me security power is more important, then how do we get security power when we can't even do certain things together?
Well, how do we get economic power when we can't even do certain things together?
Okay, perfect. Let me explain that. Okay, economic power is a little simpler. I'm a black person. I love to do business. I love to do business with our folks and things like that. There's a bunch of people like myself that's doing the same thing too. That's creating the world that you currently live in, that you go to Africa. Those things were paved and put in place before you and other people went to Africa. People like myself was also even a part of that future and growth. We built the modern day repatriation movement. And people who don't know about myself, I've been in this game from the early 2000s, literally working with a lot of our known scholars.
I've heard you pat yourself on the back plenty of times.
I'm gonna keep on patting myself on the back.
Security is much easier. It's simple.
Okay.
Protect what is yours. It's real.
I'm trying to explain how we build economic power. So I'm gonna mute myself while you explain to us how we build security power.
Well, you're trying to explain about building economic power. That's fine. But you asked what's the most important. Security. I said security is more important than, is the most important, because if you can't protect what you build, you know, it's a waste of your time to build it, because someone will destroy it or just take it from you, or not allow you to even build it. You know, there's plenty of wealth in the USA. Black people have plenty of economic resources. You know, it's not strategically, you know, put into place, you know, that will generate power, security. You know, the most important thing for the white supremacists is national security. They realize it's most important to protect what's theirs. You know, but we as black folks, you know, we haven't realized that we got to protect what is ours, and it's not rocket science. It's protect what is yours. Simple. You know, economic infrastructure is a bit more complicated and more difficult, but we can do them both. I'm just saying that, you know, just economic building economic businesses and making some money is not the be all end all be all.
It's not about the be all end all. What we're trying to do,
We've done
brother,
that and we do that. We've done that and we do that.
No, we're not. We're not done in that doing that. When you look at all of the cargo ships that comes in and out, I mean, do they say Ghana, Nigeria, Trinidad, Jamaica? They don't say all that stuff. We can ask people who work at ports and things like that. The trade is not going on between a bunch of black countries and black people and things like that. You know, so you can list a whole bunch of powers, but what we trying to do is telling people like, hey, you can start off basic. Because one of the issues that we still have is we still don't have a lot of black people supporting black-owned business. So what I'm talking about is practicality, things that we can do like immediately, like as of like right this moment.
This moment, we can, you know, we can do what we're doing now. We can do what we're doing now. We can educate people's minds, you know, into the value of building an independent economic infrastructure. Knowledge is power. You know, we need more people on board. You know, the Pan-African bandwagon. You know, to increase black power by any means necessary.
I kind of agree a little bit with Navigate Freely on that. It does need to be more of an emphasis on, you know, as far as protection, and also as far as infrastructure, as far as, you know, electricity. You know, and with that, we're going to need, again, more people, like you said, on the Pan-African bandwagon to raise those concerns, because that would then need some talks behind the scene, and also political movement within governments. I was thinking about what Kala was talking about when I mentioned, let's say something like a Disney World, and you know, not a Disney World per se, but something like that in Ghana, Accra, for example, right? When we talk about electricity and what's needed and this and that, and if you know, as far as like we don't at this particular point, we don't have that type of as far as in Ghana, Accra, production of electricity to sustain something of that magnitude, right? So, okay, what's the next steps? You know, how can we move Africa forward, help move Africa forward, where we create a movement where people in Africa are more aware and are pushing forward to a modernization of Black African countries, you know, period. I think that should be one of the focuses, along with the focus of Black businesses in Africa, starting back businesses in Africa, along with trading back and forth, you know, with Africa, with other people in the diaspora. I think all of those are elements of Pan-Africanism.
I concur, and you know, and Ghana it trains hundreds and thousands of nurses every year. Although there's no work for them, you know, in Ghana, many thousands of Ghanaian nurses, they go abroad, you know, to find work. You know, Barbados just got a big influx of Ghanaian nurses there. And if they make it to the USA, their skills, are more valuable there. But when they come to the USA, they still make them take more classes. And to be a certified nurse, you got to get their certificates too. So they make it difficult to get that big money. But they still can make, without getting the big money, they still can make being a nurse's aide, a nurse's assistant. They can still make more money than they would make here in Ghana. So power is in the mind, is knowledge. So Ghanaians, and is training nurses that can train doctors, engineers, but we got to. But the white supremacists, they have enough power, to just buy all the brains, the brain drain, so they just buy, the brains, and everybody go to the USA, and exercise their talents. Where Ghana, where the brains come from, or the continent of Africa, they're deprived, because they don't have the power, to keep those individuals at home. So knowledge, we have to spread the knowledge that it's more important, to take some sacrifices sometimes, for the greater good, and that's what I'm saying. It's not all about just making money, because a lot of people, if they don't have the knowledge, they're not going to come to the continent, to build, because everything that you need is right here in the continent of Africa. Africa can be the bread basket of the world, but they want, and Africa has been moving towards, the right way. They developed a continental trade union, where they can trade amongst themselves. And that will, stop a lot of importing, because Africa should never have to import food, but they do it, so there's a lot of knowledge, that needs to be spread out, and a lot of investment. Black people in the USA got money, so they'll be wise enough to come to Ghana, invest that money, and help build the nations that's already exist here. I don't see Black Americans as building their own nation. I don't see that. I see Black Americans, scattering around the continent of Africa, assisting and building the nations that's already here. That's what I see.
I like what Kala raised about that. That's actually a good idea. That his plan on having something for us, the carve out stuff. Afristan, yeah, that I like that. I think that's a very good idea.
It makes the most logical sense. It makes the most practical sense.
Yeah.
Well, where's Afristan is going to be located? Where in the world is going to have the Afristan? The most logical place for Afristan is in the USA.
Navigate is going to be at your community called a Sable Pan-African community. That's the purpose of that.
This is Ghana. This nation is Ghana. We live in Ghana. Ghana is a nation. So Ghana is not going to transform into Afristan, and so the most logical place for Afristan is right there in the USA.
No, it's not.
No.
We have to build something outside of America.
The Pan-African shuffle.
Yeah, the Indians.
He's shuffling tonight, right, bro? He's shuffling.
The Indians, they're not in. We want to trade places with the Indians, but the Indians can't do anything other than they got casinos. They have small numbers, got casinos, but they can't build anything. You talk about defending, they can't really defend themselves on the attack. They're pretty much vulnerable. They're a nation
just like us.
Just like but we have more numbers, so we're not in they're actually in a better position than we in. That's why a lot of they deal with they have a big time thing with alcoholism and suicide because
powerless is powerless.
No, we talking about genocide. They're in when we talk about extinction levels. They're at extinction levels. See, that's what I'm saying. We're not at the end. We're not at the last of the rung, like everybody said. Well, Black Americans. No, the Indians are at the last of the rung. You're in pockets in America of your country that you used to have, and you don't have control of anything other than the little land that they give you, and they tell you, okay, you can buy these little guns and this and that, but you can't form a military. They can't make no nukes there. They can't. Nuclear plant is out the question. and they pretty much in United States has eminent domain. So I mean, that's
full spectrum dominant. Full spectrum dominant over the Native Americans and the white supremacists have full spectrum dominance over black people in the United States as well.
But what I'm saying is we're at 50 million. They're at
So?
how many? That's not a soul. They're at a we have a chance. They don't have a chance. We have a chance. It's called Pan-Africanism. What chance do they have? That's why,
well, let's take our chance. Let's take our chance. Let's take our chance.
That's what I'm saying. So we're at a better position than them. But
well, I'm not worrying about their position because if we succeed, they'll succeed as well.
No, I say that. I say the reason I say that is just because when we talk about our disparities, we like to go to the lowest of the low and just punish ourselves and put ourselves we're this and that. Oh, woe is me, this and that. We gotta understand where we at.
Yes, we gotta be pragmatic. We can't be idealistic. We gotta be pragmatic. You know what I mean? We gotta recognize where we've been, where we are. That way we'll know where we gotta go. If we don't know where we've been and where we are, we cannot navigate forward.
Now I think Colin knows this about going back to Kwame Nkrumah. One of the reasons why he knew that when he set up Ghana, he knew that he needed to modernize quickly. And one of the reasons he got took out is because he tried to bring electricity power, so many words, nuclear power through water, right? He tried to bring electricity he was wise. He tried to bring Ghana fully into, power.
Try to bring industry to Ghana, put Ghana, right. make it industrious, in Ghana, even today, it has industry, but it's still far behind industriously, and the white supremacists, they suppress that on purpose.
Yeah.
That's keep you less power. It's all about power. It's about nuclear power, electrical power. You got to have power to run industry. And if you don't have the power to run industry, you can't run industry. You got to import everything. You got to get the Chinese and Europeans to come to your nation and build, and then they're going to charge you, exorbitant prices that you'll never be able to pay back, and then you'll be an economic slave, forever.
Yeah, I mean, but right, you're right. I'm not saying that they need to do just that, but I think a lot of the focus needs to be on, as far as like building Africa.
Yes, I agree. Africa is the jewel. Africa is the jewel.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're gonna have to move out of our comfort zones, especially those of us that have significant amount of economic resources. We better start, using those economic resources the right way before those who take and lie about everything important to black people decide to take it from them. Because they, just like you got them, they can take them from you, take it away. And most black millionaires in the USA, they realize that. They realize that, as long as they toe the line, and do what they're allowed to do, they'll keep their money. But if they start, even think about, building an independent black economic infrastructure in the USA for sure, they're gonna have some serious issues with the imperial.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, black business is important. As far as bringing back. I like what Bomani's doing with the tourism and and
yeah, that's great.
And that's needed to
introduce people to the jewel. You got to introduce people to the jewel so they can know what's here and what's valuable. And when Bomani bring people to the jewel, and when they come, they're happy they came. They see things that they never imagined, and many of them want to come back, and many wants to stay. That's wonderful.
I listened to a program earlier, one of like Kala doing brokering. That's Pan-Africanism. two, because you're bringing two, two people together that's black, and they're doing business with each other from, a lot of times from different parts of the world. So again, that's Pan-Africanism. It's just a lot of facets of Pan-Africanism, but the main goal is the, nationhood, and
The
nationhood
main
and
goal
power.
for Pan-Africanism is black power.
Black
By
power.
any
I
means
No,
agree.
the main goal is independence, nationhood, and everything. That will give you black power.
Well, you got to
There
have
ain't no
black
black
power to get
power
that.
if you. No. You have to have the black mind before you have black power.
Guide
That's
You
Kala,
know,
power. That's black power
guide Kala,
too.
teach
but
Kala,
you have
teach.
to have the black mind first. A lot of Negroes don't
That's
have the
black
mind.
power. Having the black mind is black power.
You can't have power before you have mind. You have
But
to
if you
have the
don't have
mind.
mind, you don't have no power.
No.
If you
You
get
have
the
to
mind, you
envision.
have power.
You have to envision it first. Everything starts with an
If you
idea.
don't have a powerful mind,
You
you
know what
ain't
I'm
gonna
saying?
envision nothing.
I mean, what do you mean a
You're just gonna be
powerful
pulling in
mind, man? I'm
funds.
saying we all got powerful mind. I got a powerful mind.
We
But
all
Monty
don't
got a
have
powerful
powerful
mind.
minds. No, all
I
men are
know
not
you don't
created
have a
equal.
you don't have a
All
powerful
men are
mind.
not created equal. That's a
It's
lie.
We know that for sure.
obvious. That's obvious. And so we know that for sure. Listen to you.
Well, you
You
can
know,
you
we just
just
mess with you,
clowning.
navigate, man. You put
That
yourself. You
that
understand? You
clowning
put
has
yourself out there,
zero
man.
effect on me. I know who I
You
am.
say you ask for it though, man. You put yourself out
Well,
there.
it doesn't bother me.
You
If you
asking
want
for
to,
it. You ask for it.
if you want to do some clowning, go right ahead. Get you a little laugh. If that makes you feel better. You know,
We're trying to
hey,
say
don't
navigate is
stop.
this.
Keep on. Don't stop until you get enough.
No,
Keep
no,
on with the funk stuff. Keep
no.
on
So
with the
what I'm
funk
saying
stuff.
is
Don't
this.
stop.
We're
Don't
trying.
stop till you get enough.
Let
That doesn't
me
bother
finish.
me at all.
Don't stop till you get enough. He's singing Michael
That's
Jackson
right.
here. Don't stop till you get enough.
Keep on with the
No,
funk stuff. Keep on with the funk
this is
stuff.
what I'm trying.
Don't stop till you get
Navigate.
enough.
Navigate. Let me speak, man. I'll let you sit here and talk for 20 minutes, man. I'll sit in there chilling. Now the problem is the whole thing is this, right? Like you said, like I said, Africa has a brain drain. 500. We started the conversation tonight off with the transatlantic slave trade, the Pan African shuffle, right? You cannot, as the Pan African shuffle goes on worldwide, you can't talk Pan Africanism, right? And you live in the UK, and you spend 30 years
You're
in
not
there,
making any
up
sense to
there.
me. I don't understand what you're
Hold,
talking about. What is a
hold,
Pan African
hold,
shuffle? You
Hey,
the
saying
and
Pan
stuff
African
that
navigate.
shuffle,
you got to
the
define
Pan
these
African
words.
shuffle,
It don't make
the
sense.
Pan the Pan
Navigate.
African
What's a
shuffle.
Pan
What you been
African
doing tonight?
shuffle?
The Pan African shuffle.
What
What
is
you
it?
doing tonight?
What? See, that's
Okay,
silly. That's not defining
back in
Pan
the day,
African
back
shuffle.
yo,
That's not Pan. That's not
hold on.
defining Pan
Yes, hey,
African shuffle.
hold,
You don't know what
hold.
you're talking about.
Can you let me talk? Navigate.
Act
We have
like
to
you know
mute
what
you,
you're
man. Let me
talking
speak,
about.
man.
Well, people are navigate. People are
Let me
shucking and jiving and going back and forth and not doing the work, and they just like just
The
debating with
Pan
everybody
African
else and
shuffle.
challenging everybody else.
That sounds like some kind of dance.
Yeah, the Pan African shuffle.
That's exactly what they
Yeah,
do.
it's a shuffle.
They
It's a dance.
They bootlicking.
We're
They
not dancing. We're talking about black
You're
power.
buck
We're talking
dancing.
about
You
Pan
shuck it.
Africanism.
Pan African shuffle
We're
is
having a conversation. We're not dancing.
You're doing the Pan African shuffle.
Pan
You're doing
African
the
That's
Pan
in
shuffle
African
your
shuffle,
mind.
is
That's
navigate.
about buck
Come
silly.
on.
dancing,
That's silly. That is really silly.
dancing around the situation versus actually handling business. That's
Ain't
what.
nobody dancing around the syndrome. I'm going direct to the situation. Pan Africanism is black power. I can't be more direct than that. I'm not dancing.
Yeah,
You
that's a
guys
vague
want to dance
abstraction,
and
though.
talk about, well, we gotta, come to Africa and we gotta do business with this person. We gotta all come together and start doing business together. And we've got to, get our business together because we've been leading everybody towards doing business in Africa. We're the leaders here. We know what we're talking about. We know what we're doing. And we gotta, everybody gotta come to Africa and we all gotta start doing business. That sounds like shuffling to me. I'm
So,
direct.
Bomani, you saying Bomani's doing? You
Pan-Africanism is
saying
black
Bomani's doing?
power by
You
any
see,
means necessary.
you saying Bomani talking about building trade with Ghana and doing those Pan African shuffling? Come on, navigate.
It sounds more like
You know,
shuffling to me than what I'm saying.
But
That's
I
what I'm
don't think
saying.
Bomani's been doing business in Ghana and taking people over to Ghana.
Well,
That's not
don't you,
Pan-Africanism. That's actually doing
you
something.
gonna bite on Bomani's butt anyway. You're gonna do that anyway. Don't try to put a wedge between me and Bomani. Bomani is doing his part and he's doing well. That's a part of Black
Look,
Power. What he's doing, it's a part of it. It ain't the be all end all.
navigate. You asked me the definition of the Pan-African shuffle, and I want to give it to you.
You didn't get it then.
Yeah, I say, but you interrupted me. See, the whole thing is this: navigate, right? Is this right? For years, like a couple of years ago, right? When everybody started going to Africa and everything like that, I thought that once people got to the continent, right, like a poof, an epiphany would come over people. They would stop buck dancing and shuffling and everything. And what I'm seeing now on YouTube and everything, just the YouTube streets, I'm seeing a lot of buck dancing and foolishness on the African continent, not doing anything. And the same old. And so my thing is this. There's a lot of people, bro. There's this foolishness,
There's a lot of people not.
Same foolishness. There's a lot of people doing a lot of foolishness.
Not.
But the whole thing is this. Let me ask you a question.
Come to Africa. You don't
hold. Let me ask you a question. Hold. Let me ask you a question, right? If there's not shuffling, right, then okay. Now, to me, the person who has the best plan if they're doing this stuff in Africa for the longest time.
I don't agree.
Bomani,
your plan ain't the best plan.
No, Bomani has been doing this for a long time in Africa. Success and everything.
We ain't talking about Bomani. You're talking about your plan. Afro stand.
Hey, don't worry about what I'm doing. That's in the pipeline. What I'm saying is this,
don't be putting Bomani in it. Talk to yourself.
No. Bomani's
does have the best plan because this talks about building a nation. I mean, we're talking about. I'm representing more Pan-Africanism, and we are connected with our thoughts.
Well, there's 52 nations already
we're together,
on the
bro.
continent.
But hold up. You understand something? Hold on. There's most countries in Africa are underdeveloped.
And that's why people like myself are not.
Well, let's
there's no African, there's no nation I will call in Africa an Afrikstan. If you understand what an Afrikstan is, an Afrikstan is a black African nation. You said that we should go to any one of 52 nations. All these countries, right? You know what they're in mourning with the Queen of England. Now I can't build a country anything in a country.
True.
They want to coach.
The Queen of England ain't had nothing to do with it.
They all love their queen.
All of them
this is what I mean
not
by
in the Commonwealth. All the African nations were not in the Commonwealth.
Check this out. That's what I mean by the Pan-African shuffle. We talk about building in Africa, right?
You're incorrect.
Hold on. You asked me about the Pan-African shuffle. That's shuffling. I asked you about building.
Silly.
And you said just go to any one of the African countries. None of these countries qualify for Afrikstan status.
So you want to come to the continent and build another nation.
Well, we don't have to hold. First of all, I never said that for Black America. Whoever said that?
Well, Afrikstan is supposed to be here in Africa.
No, hold on. Whoever said it's going to be strictly, it's for Pan-Africanists.
Well, yeah, Pan-Africans. You want to come to Africa?
So hold on, right now. Don't worry about what's going to be.
And Navigate, you got to give him a chance to answer all the questions you have.
So what I'm saying is, now one country in Africa qualifies for nationhood status, right? You got countries with all different people. You know what a nation is? A nation means national identity. Show me one country where they have a national identity. Where?
All 52 of them.
No, how about zero?
No. Most people.
How about zero?
What about zero?
They have a national identity. They recognize in
they don't have no national people. People identify as their tribe and their political stuff.
They're not really nation.
In their political party. Their political party.
Yes,
all the Ghanaians I see, they know they Ghanaians.
No, they're not Ghanaians.
They're not Ghanaians. They're not Ghanaians. Ghanaians is not even named indigenous to the country.
They're gods. I mean, when I talk to people in Ghana, most of what you hear is the tribal group. It's not people representing the nation. People may come together.
Well, they do that in Black America. You got the Bloods, you got the Crips, you got the South Side.
Oh, he's comparing us to Bloods and Crips. He's comparing us to gangs.
Well, you got.
That's the Pan-African shuffle. Now we're
a nation is a composite of all those groups, in union together, and they do that here.
There's no union in Africa. That's why it's so divided. That's why nothing ever gets
There's more
done.
union here than it is there.
Now you have a country called Ghana, but like we're saying, just like you have a country called Nigeria, it's just all divided by by ethnic groups or or people who used to call themselves.
Right now, Biafra movement is growing, man. Biafra got their own team now. They got their own team now. Soccer team. Now I'm like, wow, they're growing.
Yeah.
They're trying to see from Nigeria.
Eventually, they're gonna have their own country. I mean.
Well, the NBA has a whole lot of black teams too. They ain't got nothing to do.
This is what I'm talking about. The Pan-African shuffle.
Still the same. They still in the same nation.
Hey, Navigate, I got a comment for you. Navigate, I got a comment for you. Someone has a comment. I'm just posting it. If you want to respond to the comment.
If I can
Collins, man.
Read it. Let me see if I can read it. Damn, y'all got Bootsy Collins up here just navigating freely, electric sliding and Pan-African shuffling. It's a whole music video. Somebody's trying to taking a page out of Kala's book. They want to. Ignorant people never have anything intelligent to say. They always,
brother. That's a good comment, man. Brother, that's a good
one, man. That's a good one, man.
It's funny. That's all it is. It's silly. It's silly and funny. That's all it is. It's not productive. It's non-productive. It just give you a little chuckle.
I mean, they say you do the Pan-African shuffle and sliding.
But that's silly.
And navigate freely. I think
that has zero effect on me because I'm talking business. I'm serious.
I think Kala was saying is that you can't compare the gang to like the tribes as far as like black people. Period in America, because some of us black people don't belong to gangs at all. That's true. What Kala is saying that everybody in Ghana that's
not true.
Well, everybody in Ghana belongs to a tribe for the most part.
That's not true.
Everyone in Ghana,
there's more cohesiveness. There's more union here in Africa than there is in Black America for sure.
No,
matter of fact, most Black Americans.
You see what's going on in Nigeria right now?
Nothing to do with each other. There's more cohesion
Black
here
people
in
individuals.
Africa.
That's interesting.
Black Africans are come together and get together and do things peacefully.
What about let me ask you a question.
18 years, and honestly, I don't see the union. I don't see the union anywhere in any.
So explain, navigate. Can I ask you a question? And
sure.
Can you tell me what the Pan-African shuffle? Tell me what's going on in Cameroon right now. Where's all the peace and unity in Cameroon? People are getting slaughtered by the thousands every day in Cameroon.
I'm not in Cameroon. I don't know what's going
Africa.
on in Cameroon.
You said Africa. So that means the whole continent, right? What about all the immigrants getting killed in South Africa?
Tell me what's going on in Chicago. There's black on black crime.
I don't live in Chicago, bro. I don't live in Chicago.
Black people shoot each other left and right. So you act like ain't no problems. Everybody got challenges. I'm not going to tell you there's no challenges on the continent of Africa. That's silly.
There's
challenges here.
There's challenges because I'm even hearing that that the real family is coming for that land in the Sable, and all of y'all gonna have to either move or pay. So I mean,
that's not true. That's not true.
I mean, it's just I can share
that is not true.
So let me ask you a question. Can we donate to the Plotters Association?
Yeah,
can we donate to the Plotters Association?
Yes.
Can we donate?
What about it? Can you donate what? Money?
Can people donate?
Yes, you can donate money.
It wants to help you guys.
You can get you a plot, and build.
Well, Kyle, I think what he wants, navigate. He wants you to, he wants you guys to build an office because we keep on getting people calling us from that's saying that they're trying to connect with people in Sable and they can't get in touch with people, and I'm not gonna call their names, but it don't seem like you guys got it organized there.
Well, we got challenges too. To be honest with you, Bomani, we do have challenges. We do have challenges that we're trying to work out. So if somebody called you and told you that, I believe that's correct. We have challenges as well that we're trying to work out.
The challenges that
we're not perfect.
It's communication challenge. We live in the 21st century, so text message.
Yes, it's a communication challenge. You're right. And we're gonna work it out. I'm gonna be working on that again today. I'm not the only one that's responsible. and we're behind because our association, our original association, was incompetent. So this new association, Plothold Association, is recently been voted in. So and we got the foundation already built. And as far as the communication is concerned, that's our number one priority because we got to get that taken care of. So you're correct. You know, if someone told you that, that was correct. We're having some of those kind of issues.
Yeah, it's not one person; it's a lot of people.
Well, we're having some of those kind of issues. I just said we're having some of those kind of issues. Didn't I just say that? I'm not hiding anything. I'm
one thing I don't
transparent.
understand: if somebody texts me, email me, say they want land and they want information, it don't take me more than maybe a few hours or maybe immediately to communicate with them. So that's what we're just trying to figure out. Like, why can't?
Well, this is a different process. This is a totally different thing.
No.
You know, because
bear
everybody's
with
coming to you.
Bear
One
with me,
individual. It's a different process. It's a different process.
I understand the different process, but bear with me. Bear with me. Like, I'm here in the U.S. I have my phone, and people communicate with me. I have another person there. They're in the office there in Ghana. People have to communicate with them, and between both of us, we don't have bad communication. It's just a simple thing. Someone text somebody a message from a Sable saying, "Hey, I want some land. I'm interested. Can I get some information?" So I'm just bringing that to the forefront as we're talking about organizing.
I understand, you know, and I guess I should give you a number, you know, that you can refer them to if they call you again. But you know, we all have issues. We all have issues.
No,
Bomani, you have issues as well. You know, but I'm not here trying to point out.
What I tell them to do is that the communication is that bad, they can just deal with us, and we'll help them get land in our community.
Well, you can do that too. You can do that too. I have no problem with that either. You know, we all have issues. You have issues, we have issues, and we got to work out our issues, and we can either help each other work out our issues or not. You know, and you can help, you know, us work out our issues, or you can take care of take care of it. You know, you can recruit them for yourself. It's no problem. It's enough land in on the continent of Africa for everybody. You know, we're gonna take care of our issues, and I'm sure you're gonna take care of your issues.
There's enough land for an African.
You have issues, but I'm not here to point out all
navigate.
the issues that Bomani has.
Check this out. You know, New York City. You know how it's a square.
Communication. We shouldn't have a bunch of communication issues. All of us have cell phones and email addresses and everything. So
well, we shouldn't, but it'll take half the night to explain the dynamics of our issues. I'm not here to just explain our issues because I don't have to. All I got to do is worry about taking care of our issues. And if you got somebody calling you looking for some land, you can accommodate them if you wish.
But that's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is building a global black business pipeline. So I'm telling people, like, a family, it's basic communication. That's it. Text message.
Well, it's basic communication. You're absolutely correct. It's basic communications, but you know, the Plothold Association, you know, did not recruit. You know, the plot holders. We didn't recruit them. So therefore, you know, the people that did recruit them, we gotta you know, get in sync with them in order to solve these problems, these issues, and that's what we're doing. Simple as that.
Now let me navigate. Let me ask you a question. Right now, you said that we can't build the land in Africa. There's no space, right? Even though most of Angola is empty, Congo, Zambia, all freaking empty. No roads, no nothing, everything like that, right? Now I'm saying, like this, Africa, we're only looking between 2,500, maybe 5,000 square miles. That's like 10 times the size of New York City in territory, right? And basically, you asked me, for all Black Americans. Now, you just said that Ghanaians are sending nurses overseas. If we were able to build our own, we have the ability to build our own first world medical system, right? Wouldn't we be smart enough to say, you know, so in the spirit of Pan-African, have those Ghanaian nurses come over to us? All those doctors in Nigeria, instead of going to the UK, come to us. And everything. That's how you build a Pan-African state.
Yes, it all sounds very, very nice. What I'm saying to you, Kala, is that all the land that's on the continent has been spoken for. So therefore, if you're gonna get that amount of land,
that's where you're incorrect. There's a lot of countries that have land to build new states and new cities and also new countries.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is all the land on the continent of Africa.
Hold up. Who carved them up? Who made these boundaries?
Well, who recognized that? Who recognized the carbon? They got black
We don't
nations
care about.
with black
We
leaders.
didn't recognize
You
them.
know that.
Hey, hold on. We the stolen Africans were not in the negotiations. So to us, that none of
That's
that
true.
means
I'm just
anything
talking.
to us.
I'm being
You know what I'm
pragmatic.
saying?
I'm not being idealistic.
Oh, no,
Right
you're
now,
being a
Ghana has
coward.
borders.
You're being a
Right
coward.
now,
We don't care about. We
right
don't
now,
care about
Ghana
that. You
has
know.
borders. Right now,
You know what I'm
Ghana
saying?
has borders.
So in other words, so in other words,
Right now,
basically,
Nigeria
when the
has
country of
borders.
Amazonia is about
So
to secede from
Afghanistan is
Cameroon,
not going to come into
yeah, but
Ghana
Nigeria is
or
about to.
Nigeria and carve out a piece of land without dealing with the government. It's not going to happen.
Well, the bottom line, bottom line is this government over here.
Kala, tell them about the deal and the connection you have with Angola, because people keep on saying these things about that there's no land to build new
Well, you
countries.
got to make a deal with
I know.
Angola. Angola
Hey,
is a
check this out.
nation. You got to make a deal with Angola.
Hold on.
They can make,
The
guys,
Angola's told me years ago. They said the idea of building a state, whatever you guys want to do, was good. And you know who took the idea? If they found it, Dr. Arikana. She took the idea to Zambia. She heard it from my partner, Mr. Rosenthal, in a meeting in Angola. They met in Zambia. I got pictures of Rosenthal and Mugabe together from that time
Well,
period.
that sounds great.
Give
If
them
you
money.
make a deal with Angola and get
So
the land and that's
the
wonderful.
bottom
Point
line,
I'm
the
saying
bottom
is you
line is
got to
you
go
guys
through
don't even want us.
somebody. You got to go through a nation to get the land. You just
Well, it
can't
doesn't
come
matter.
over there
It
and just,
doesn't matter. Hold on. No one said they're gonna come bum rush the coast. No one said that.
well, all right.
We're
That's
saying
what I'm
that
saying.
we're
You
gonna
can't just come bum
once we're
rushing no nation.
successful. Hold on. Once we're successful in Bomani's territory in Ghana, right? We show what we can do and whatnot. We're saying we're gonna be doing this on a higher scale. We propose this to other people, other countries. Hey, that this is what we can do.
Well, we're doing the same
Boom.
thing.
And the bottom line is this:
We're
the
doing the
Angolas
same
and all those other
thing.
people. Well, but yeah, but you guys have no infrastructure. You guys live off the grid. We're talking about building a modern state. You
Well,
know,
you don't know what we're building. You know, we're just getting started, just like Bomani is. Everything is in its
well,
infancy.
come on, bro.
I know
Come
what
on, bro. You
Bomani's
guys been it's been
project
five.
is.
It's been like you guys been there for like 4 years, man. Come on.
I know what Bomani's project is. He hasn't been here too much less.
What
I've
you
been here
guys
for
ought to
3
do
years.
is sell you guys ought to sell your land, right?
There
Sell
you
what
go. There you go. You ain't
you get out of
trying
it,
to support
and
nobody else that's trying to
buy a
say
piece of
something.
property.
Only thing you're trying to do is trying to say what your
I'm
plan is the only plan that
saying
everybody got to
I
get
believe.
behind
Tracer,
you
hold on.
and start
I'm saying
following
no,
you.
I'm saying
And you ain't got nothing good to say
yeah,
about
exactly.
nobody
You know
else
what I'm
but
saying?
yourself. That's a bunch of
No,
crap.
I'm saying why have your pride? Why don't you swallow your pride, right? And say, look,
Well,
let's
I
come
ain't
under
got no pride.
the solid.
I admit we have challenges, and I admit that we doing the same thing Bomani doing. You the one that's spitting dirt on us,
I'm not spitting dirt,
like
man,
you
but you guys
always
are
do.
struggling, man.
Everybody is
Come on.
stupid and dumb except you.
I'm just saying, wouldn't it be best
Don't
for y'all
nobody
work
have
together?
no vision but you. And all you is an insurance salesman. You know, trying to get people's money just in case.
Oh, that hurt, man. That hurt me
Well,
to the
you the one
core,
that
bro. Oh,
started it. I'm just telling the truth.
Hey, Kala, that was funny as hell, yo.
that hurt to the core. Oh man, I'm falling down.
Navigate,
Oh my god.
why you trying to hurt people's feelings, bro? Why you trying to hurt
Well,
people's
I'm
feelings?
sorry for hurting your
You
feelings.
try to
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
navigate, going for the jugular. He go for the jugular, boy. You know,
No,
he's an
I ain't
insurance
going for the
salesman.
jugular.
Yeah, that hurt, bro.
I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation. I ain't trying to climb.
That's funny.
Well, I'm not a comedian. And if I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
No, I'm just
I'm trying to
joking.
appeal to your
I'm
intellect.
just joking. I'm just joking, man. I'm
I
joking.
know
I'm
you
cool.
are. I know you are. You know, I got to do worse than that to hurt your feelings, but I'm not willing to go there. Not me. But everything's
Yeah.
wonderful. I love Bomani's project is going up slowly but surely. Our project is going up slowly but surely. We got some issues that we gotta smooth out. Thank you, Bomani, for letting me know how that our issues are permeating out there. So I can get with the rest of the leadership team and let them know that some of our issues are permeating out there, and that maybe we can expedite and close our issues. So I look at it as a positive, you know, not as a
Excellent,
negative.
man. Excellent. It's all about growing. Cough, Mike Tyson. Yeah, Kala, somebody got a nice comment for you.
Yeah, I see it. Yes, that person purchased my book. Thanks for that. She said, good reading. Thank you. Thank you
There you
for
go, right
purchasing my
there.
book. You know, thank you for
Hey,
purchasing
maybe
my
you can
book.
send Navigate one of your books, man. Maybe you could get him to Liberia because he got a lot of
Yeah.
energy.
I like Liberia. I hope Kala is smart enough to marry his fiance and move and send as much you know, economic resources to Liberia as he can get his hands on and start building there.
I'm
That
already
would be, I
sending
would
enough
be impressed.
resources. I'm supporting her and her family over there. You know.
Well, you can, because you know that you know the economics there is, you know, the cost of living is lower. You can afford to support the whole family over there. There's plenty of Africans, you know, in the USA that's supporting whole families, you know, with a minimum job. You know, because I used to tell some of them, you know, look here, you know, you still got to pay your rent here and buy food, and it's expensive here, and you just keep sending all your little money, you know, home, you know, to Africa. You know, but you know, a collar you can afford it, you know. So whenever you decide, you know, the skip, you know, you can be like Bomani, an international
Check
traveler.
this out, man, bro. It's like I said, if it was in my power, right, I would basically change the Liberian Constitution tomorrow, right? I create a federal system, right? Make those
Well, I'm
counties
glad
into
it ain't in
states,
your
right?
power.
Hold on. That's the whole thing. The village idiots are
You
running the
change their
show in Africa.
constitution.
Throughout
That's
Africa, the
arrogant.
village
That's
idiots.
real arrogant.
Oh,
That's real
and
arrogant.
yo, bro, I would do it in a heartbeat. If I had the power, I would change
I
the
know you
constitution,
would. I know
make it a
you would,
federal,
because Kala knows best.
make it a federal, make it a federal thing, right? And so therefore, we could build new territories and cities. You know, something in America, this local government regional going to have more power if we elect than the federal government does. People don't realize that.
Just the
Black people put all their
Constitution,
hope
a
in the
piece of
federal.
paper, is not what gives them the power and stop them from building
No,
what you want to
the
build.
federal,
It's not
the
about a
federal.
piece of paper. It's
Hold
not
on,
about a
hold on, hold on,
constitution.
hold on. Hold on. The Constitution in Liberia does not recognize the counties as states. You know, they're counties, and that's basically set up. That's how hypocritical the people are. They say, "Oh, the
That's
American
just
Liberia set
paper.
up a system," but yet instead of hold on, that's not just a paper; it's a document that the country's built
In
on.
order to build, you
You
need
know,
resources.
and
You
so
need economic resources, and
the
you need power.
you know, you're like I said, you're doing the Pan African shuffle again. Navigate, you're doing good, man.
Shuffle, shuffle,
You're
shuffle.
doing the Pan
No,
African
you
shuffle,
talking
man. You're
about
doing the
going
Pan
there
African shuffle.
and changing a piece of paper. You
I
just say
said,
you
if I
should do that.
had,
You can go there and change the
hold on,
constitution
if I said,
and recognize
if I
all
had the,
those counties as states,
hold,
and everybody is
if I
recognized.
did,
Then what?
hold on. First of all, Nigeria did that, right? And Nigeria is stabilized because of it. You know, each of these states were based. Only thing Nigeria doesn't do is the fact that the states is still relying on the federal government for funding. The state don't have its own tax base. If you have a state with your own tax base and your own everything like that, you're pretty much sovereign or autonomous. That's what I want. And Afrikstan is. I can live with that. You don't even need an independent nation. All you need is like a federal system where you have a territory which you could build and everything, have your own tax base and everything, and that would solve the problem all over Africa. But the Africans don't do that, right? You know, you got one central
Africans,
government, and they make
they're too
mistakes, and the whole
ignorant to
country got.
realize that all they got to do is recognize, you know, certain states do a little paperwork and everything will be fine according to Kala. It's not that
Exactly.
simple.
It is that simple. It is that simple.
No,
But
it's
mind
not.
you, isn't that simple?
And Africans are
It's
Yes,
not
simple.
that
brother.
stupid.
All the things that we're
And
talking about is
Africans
not
are not
simple.
that
We just need
stupid.
people to
Yo,
participate.
check this out. What if the area? What state or what province are you in, Money, with your thing?
We're
With
both in the
your thing?
central region. The
With your
project. We're both in the central region.
Central region, probably right. Okay, now imagine the central region had its own state government, and then you had local governments, counties, and everything
That'll
like
be
that.
perfect.
And you didn't have to, and you could all the paperwork, everything, just like it is in America. If you come to America, you don't have to go to Washington D.C. if you want to buy a house. You go to your local thing, get your local building permits, your local everything, and everything like that. Unless something does anything that's not it's covered by federal law, will say, "Oh no, that's federal territory. You can't do that." Oh, you got to check with the federal. But for the most part, 90%, 99% of what you need to do is in your local, in your regional governments.
And it's
You
that
don't
way
have
here.
that.
It is that way
No,
here.
it's not. No, it's not. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
No, it's
I'm
not.
here.
No,
I
it's
don't
not.
know.
Oh,
If I want
so
to
what
build
is
a
it?
permit, I go to the district assembly and get
Hold
my
on, hold on,
building
hold on,
permit.
hold on. I
They
ain't
have
talking about building
land
permits.
commissions all
Let me
over the
hold on,
country.
hold on. First of all, in Ghana, you still got chiefs and everything like that
Yes,
they
that's still
control the
local.
land.
Chiefs is local too.
Right. What I'm saying
I'm
is,
trying
what
to
if you
say
didn't
there's
have to
no
deal with
local structure.
what if you didn't have to deal
You
with
just
any
want to
chiefs or anything
clone.
like that?
You want to clone the USA and
No, I want to clone. I want to clone. I
everybody
want to
just
clone.
like the USA.
Hold on.
That's
I want to
Negro
clone what
pen station.
works.
We're trying,
No, I
we're
want to clone what
trying to
works.
clone success. We're trying to clone
We're
success.
gonna clone successful. You know.
Well, just cloning the USA is not gonna just gonna
No,
be
I'm
what works.
going by what
Because if you
works
clone
and
the
whatnot. You
USA,
know.
that means you gotta suppress some people. You gotta have a
Oh Lord.
suppressed class.
Yeah.
Like
Bro, man,
the niggas, like
here we
black people
go.
in the
The
USA.
Pan
You
African
gotta have
shuffle.
somebody to step on. If you want to clone
Shuffle.
the USA,
The Pan African
you gotta
shuffle.
have some people to step on. You
The
gotta
Pan African
you
shuffle.
gotta be a capitalist.
Let's,
That's gonna get theirs. And if you get in my way, I'm gonna run your ass over. That's
no, because in America, hold on, America, they got laws. You don't know something. You want a business
Yeah, they
one
got
that you got
laws,
that you have
to
to.
help those that's gonna run you over.
Hold on. You never
You get equal
obviously you
protection.
never.
You get
Oh,
equal
hold on.
protection of the law in the USA,
Hold
but
on.
you do not have equal access to that law.
Navigate. Obviously, you never ran a business, right? You know how much friggin'
Obviously, you
scrutiny
incorrect.
I'm under everything.
Obviously, you're incorrect.
You never ran
Obviously,
a
you're
business before.
incorrect.
You never ran a
How
business
do you
before.
know? You don't even know me.
Because I know
You
the
don't
way you
even know
talk.
me.
I know the
Well,
way you talk.
all I know is
You talk like somebody. You talk like somebody who's been
you get
working
equal
class all your life.
protection under the law, but without equal access to the law, that equal protection means
What do you
absolutely
think? Hold
nothing.
on. First of
But
all,
you can't
don't you ever
understand that.
have you ever had a lawyer or retainer before?
Of course.
Have you ever had access to the
I'm
courts?
65 years old. I've done a whole lot of things, and many things that you probably haven't even done.
So why would you say
It's not about
why
me
would you
giving
come
you
out of
a
your mouth saying
resume.
you don't have
It's about the soundness of what I'm saying.
hold on. Why would you hold on? Why would you come out of your mouth and say you can't have equal access to the courts and whatnot? I have a business and whatnot. I have lawyers. I have duels. I get everything I want done. What do you mean
I
you don't
didn't
have
say
that?
you can't
You can't
have
have
equal
access to?
access, so you can't hear. I say you
Yes, you
do
did.
have equal access to the law. You do
No,
have
you
equal
say
access to the law.
now you're shuffling, man.
No.
Come on, bro.
No, that's right. I said you don't have equal access to the law. I said you do have equal rights under the law, but you don't have equal access to the law because the law in the USA costs money. If you can't afford an attorney, you're not going to have
man. If you don't have
kind of access to the law as a person that can afford one.
if you can't get $1,000 to retain a lawyer, man, you need to
Well,
go
that's
to
right,
your
and a lot
local
of people
homeless
can't
shelter
get
and say, yo, check
$1,000
out a life.
to retain a lawyer. There's a whole lot of people in the USA,
Oh, see,
especially black ones, that cannot get $1,000 to
hold
retain a
on,
lawyer.
Bomani. Now, what type of black people are we talking about? Are we trying to reach out to those type of black people, Bomani?
Business professionals, always.
Right? People making $100K a year. That's what we're trying to reach out to.
Well, that's not the point. That was not the point. That's who you interested in. I'm interested.
Exactly.
You're the one that's talking about cloning. The USA. In the continent of Africa. And I'm just pointing out. Some of the dynamics of of what that cloning entails. Now you want to switch the whole premise.
What does it tell?
You're only dealing with people that got some money.
Whoa.
You ain't got time for nobody that ain't got no money. I understand what you're saying, but that's not what the subject was.
Yeah, exactly. This is Pan-African business, global pipeline.
You just changed the premise just to suit your argument. That's all. You always make presuppositions, and create straw man. Build a straw man and then beat that straw man to death, and then attribute it to somebody else besides yourself. You're good at that, and it's disingenuous.
It's like navigate. It's like the bottom line is this: we're talking about building, and if people can't understand that, I don't know what else to tell you. We're talking about building.
Well, we're talking about building. Yes. Now we're talking about building.
People got to have education.
And building don't mean you got to clone the USA. In
Ghana
or in Africa.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
You
question,
can
right?
build without
If you're gonna,
cloning
let
the
me ask you a
USA.
question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? Now, if you're riding down the road, right, according to your logic, right, you build a road, right? The United States has markers on the road, yellow, white, and everything. They all mean something, right? White means you can pass, it's one side lane. Yellow means it's two lanes, and everything like that, right? You see a yield sign, what
We're
do you
talking
do?
about infrastructure now.
You see a yield sign. What do you do? Navigate.
If I see a yellow sign,
You,
well, you
yield
know,
sign. Universal.
since I've
Right,
lived
right.
in the USA, since I've lived in the USA most of my life, I understand all of the signs
All
and the
right. So,
colors
so,
and
no-
stuff,
so,
you
so,
know,
in other words,
on the road.
In Ghana, don't you have the same yield sign, stop sign, all the stuff like that?
Not the same. You don't even
But
have
what
as
is
much.
different?
You know,
So, in
the
other words,
infrastructure is
basically,
not as developed here in Ghana as it is in the
so,
USA.
so no, so hold. When
So
Ghana
I'm not
developing
saying that we should
infrastructure, right?
develop
Are they
the
going to go by
infrastructure,
navigated
but
theory?
you talking about just totally cloning the USA.
You said hold. You say hold on. Let's say we're gonna build a roadway system, right? Now they built the George W. Bush Highway in Ghana, right? A few years ago, a decade ago, right?
Yes,
Now on that highway, you
yes.
got signs and everything like that. Did they clone America when they did that?
No, they didn't clone America when they did that.
But
They
that
built
highway looks
infrastructure.
exactly like that. That how
America
that
highways
hold
and
up that
roads aren't the only ones that have signs. You know,
America built that highway, right? It looks similar to
well,
a
or the
highway you see
Chinese.
in a
I don't
major
know.
U.S. city, right?
That's not good. We need to
No,
get Black Americans to
it was
come
the U.S.
to Ghana to build
It was the
highways.
U.S. today. So the Black American
We
coming
need
there, they
Black
should have built
Americans to come
roadways.
do it.
They should have built ramps and all the standard stuff that goes to sign because you would call it cloning, right?
We need Black American engineers to come to Ghana to build
Yeah, but what
highways
I'm
and
saying,
roadways and infrastructure.
so we should hire Boo Boo the Fool's
That's
construction.
Pan-Africanism.
We should
That's
hire
Pan-Africanism.
Boo, which is we should hire do the foot shuffling, a 1-2 step, and hire Boo Boo the Fools construction, right? And you have signs going
No,
this way
I
and
ain't
that way,
said
and
no.
everybody can
I didn't
crash.
say that. I said we should hire competent
Oh,
Black engineers in the
you said
USA. You know, to build the roadways and
you
highways.
said
You
competent
know,
black
everybody
people.
in that can do that work
Just
in the USA
competent
is not
black people.
boo boo the fool. You know,
Yeah,
we got competent
you're
Black
saying
engineers in the
that's
USA that can do the work.
But I'm saying, but you're saying that the competent engineers are clones of the white system.
I didn't say
So they're
that.
gonna build a highway. They're gonna build a highway
I
the way
said
they
coming to
built in America.
coming to, you want to clone, you know, the USA government structure and build an Afristan in Africa. You know, because you want to do everything like
No.
it's
Well,
in the USA.
first of all,
That's what you said. And I'm telling you,
first of
you know,
all, if
just
you understand,
cloning the USA is
it
not
takes
a
out,
good thing.
if you went to our, it takes out, if you went to
We
our
ain't talking
website,
about, you
right?
know,
You
basic
went. Hold on.
infrastructure. You know,
Hold up. Did you ever take time to read our website? What we talked about when we described an Afghanistan?
no, I
All
ain't took
right,
no time. I
then you
rather
don't.
listen to. I rather get it from the
Then,
horse's mouth.
that's it. So therefore, you don't
I'm
understand
getting it from the
what we mean
horse's
by an
mouth.
Afghanistan. We're talking about moder-
I'm
modernity.
getting it from the horse's
Modernity.
mouth, and it
My
doesn't make any sense to me.
also modesty. In other words, basically, Mike and I talked about that expanding vertically as opposed to thing. Right now, Accra right now is a replica of a European city where they got sprawl and they got congestion. They should have built a
Well,
model
Africa,
cloned
you
after the
know,
Asian model,
Accra
which they
does
built
have some.
vertically. They didn't do that.
Africa does have some British aspects, you know, to its infrastructure. Yes, because Great Britain, because
So
Ghana was in the
so
part of the
so so
Commonwealth. Ghana is part of the
so so
Commonwealth.
so please don't tell me about what I'm going to clone and whatnot when you're living in a cloned country.
Well, Ghana didn't have no choice about that. You the one that want to bring it over here as a Black American.
That's it. Oh, but
You want
hold
to
on,
incorporate it in yourself.
hold on.
Ghanaians, they were
No.
colonized
Actually,
and they
hold
were
on. First of
forced
all,
upon them.
I'll vision. Our vision of Afghanistan is more based on what I see in the new city states in Pakistan, Asia, and places like that. It's not even has nothing to do with
Well,
America.
I would
So you
hope
won't
so,
find
but you the one
won't
that said
find
you want to do it like
you
the
won't find
USA, 'cause
you won't
you
find
want to do what works.
no
You
I
want to
said
do what
America
works.
I said America has county systems. I ain't saying nothing about infrastructure. I said the way they counties and states and stuff like that works
Well, why
best
you
for
bringing up
the average person.
infrastructure then? If you
I'm
didn't
saying
say
so
infrastructure,
no
why
but
you
hold on,
bringing it
because
up?
I asked you about the road system in Ghana, right? You said everything's a clone. You want to bring everything for America. I said I want to bring everything, some aspects of America that works. Yes, I want to bring to Africa because it works.
Well,
Let me say
I
something
can
real
agree with
quick.
that then, Carl. Some aspects in America that works.
I mean,
We
don't
should
be a
do that. We
fool.
should use it.
Do not be a
Don't
fool.
be a
You know what I'm
fool.
saying?
Don't be a
You know what I'm saying?
fool. And
Bottom
try
line
to
is
not try to reinvent the wheel when the wheel has
let me
already
ask you a
been
question.
invented.
Bomani and I talked about this months ago. Bomani talked about the development we see in his area, my area, when we Virginia Beach, right? How they took whole swampland and woods and everything and built a mini city
True
30 years ago
story.
in Virginia Beach. 30 years ago in Virginia Beach. And I'm saying that's a remarkable.
Remarkable
I'm
feat
saying
of
remarkable.
engineering. The
And so I'm saying
remarkable feat of
myself,
engineering.
so we're supposed to be like, you know something? Because it's in America, let's not think on that level. Let's not think
I
on that
don't
level
agree.
because it's in America. But
We
you
got
said I'm
black
trying to
engineers
clone.
that can do even better.
You saying don't clone America or whatnot. I'm saying an example of how you could take a city and create another city inside of a city, and you have a new district, a whole new
But
district
you're not going to
of a
create that
city.
city inside of a city without that city's permission.
No shit, no shit,
Okay.
no shit, Sherlock. So like I said, we're doing the Pan African shuffle right now, man. We're going back and forth, saying nothing.
Well, just don't be talking like you're going to come bum rush, nations in Africa and just going to build your Afristan and everybody going to fall
Anyway,
in line.
if I ever say we're my bum rush, I got Zambia and Angola said, man, y'all come. I got Namibia said, y'all come here and build over here. Why not? You got plenty of countries in Africa saying, damn, if you guys we built this shit, man, shit.
But you ain't going to build nothing without power, without economic power.
Bottom line is that
The bottom line is you need power.
if as soon as enough black people get behind this Pan African movement, it's going to be a reality. Trust me. That's all we need. We don't need no white man's
When
permission
you
or
get
nothing like
enough
that.
black people behind it, that means you're going to get some economic power, and then it'll move forward. As soon as that happens, you're correct. Right now, you're powerless.
That right there. Hold right there. That right there will come. But we have to create the mind, and that's what we're doing with these shows, these
Well,
platforms right
that's
here. When
power
people
too.
understand
Knowledge is
this is
power.
strong out here, people realize that this
That's
is a
power
reality
too.
and everything.
Knowledge is power.
Because
Just like I said,
Bomani and I know.
Pan-Africanism
Bomani,
is black power
but
by any means
Bomani,
necessary.
Bomani and I are the only ones
Now,
that talking on this
Bomani and
level.
you is not the
Nobody else
only
will
one.
talk like that. They do in the past.
That's not
We're the
true.
only ones talking on this level. Bomani, you know anybody else?
You're the only
You know
ones that
anybody else
you
talking
two
about
are
nation
not the
building?
only ones that got good sense.
Who else to talk about nation building?
Brother, little to nobody,
Plenty
brother.
of people talk about nation building.
I watch a lot of
Nation
YouTubers
building is
and
not
this
a
and that.
new concept.
No, it's not. It's not about new concept. It's about who's really engaging in what we're doing that needs to be done.
There's a lot of people on the continent doing just as much, or if not more, than you and Bomani. You and Bomani
really?
is not the end all, be all, end all that everybody should just line up behind. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
where to
not.
start? Where to
You guys ain't
start?
got it like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, people should follow what we're talking about because together we're stronger.
People should listen to what you're talking about and take what they can from it. That's all. And if they want to support
people
you,
did that.
cool.
People did that, and we got Akon City. Took the idea from the African and built his Akon City. Dr. Arcana is trying to build some Wakanda City. Yeah, we got people taking our ideas all the time, man. So don't tell me about that. Of people doing. Yeah, I know people doing. People trying to take
all I
what
know
we have.
is Dr. Arcana, she never mentioned your name, and I listen to her all the time. She ain't said
Of course
I
not.
never
Of
heard her
course
say
not.
your name or Bomani's
Of
name.
course not. You know what I'm saying? Of course.
Exactly. They're not gonna do that. What they do,
of course
it's
not.
just like a lot of people. Like example, like when I tell people I started doing the tour business from even all the way back to even 2005, 2006, and so you have a lot of people who have done that business, and some of them have confirmed that they copy what we have done, and then you have people talking about getting into real estate, getting land acquisitions, build communities. These are my talks from like the last 16 years, and you have so much people that we have influenced to get into that business.
Well, that's great.
So we're making
more
moves
get into
in the world.
There's enough room for plenty more.
Together, we're stronger.
There's enough room for plenty more.
Oh yes, but the thing of it is, they're all doing a Pan-African shuffle because they're playing games and going back and forth.
Well, everybody's not doing the Pan-African shuffle. Some people are doing serious business.
About 90% of the people who call themselves Pan-African is doing a Pan-African shuffle. That's why we named
There's
today.
Black Americans that's coming here to Central Region, investing millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars for real.
Where?
And the country Ghana
Really?
still look the way it
Here
does.
where I'm at.
And then, so that's amazing because, okay, so people are coming to invest that money, but then everything still look the same. So where's the money going?
Well, it's new. This is new. This
The
is new after the
Pan-African
year
shuffle,
of
man.
return. People start generating and
People getting ripped off. And people are getting ripped off.
Yeah, a lot of folks.
There's a lot of people getting
People
ripped
get ripped off everywhere. People get ripped off everywhere.
Yes. When we look at
Pan-African
when we look
shuffle,
at the
man.
numbers,
Most insurance companies, most insurance salesmen, they ain't nothing but rip-off artists.
wow.
No, we're very ethical. We're very ethical. I'm the most ethical person. I've been taught that. I taught ethics because every year I just got done with my last. By the way, I passed my testimony.
Well, I'll just take your word for it. I'll just take your word.
But the bottom line,
for
to be in the church, I've been doing shit 15 years, bro. No citations, no nothing.
Sure
Awards all over the place. Top agency. We got a black agency for the most part, and we're one of the top agencies brokers in the state. And the bottom line is we are all ethical.
It always
We're
seems
all
like
ethical. It's also like
it's a
people.
Thin line between it's a thin line between insurance and extortion.
Checks out. Yeah, well, checks out. You can't do anything without insurance. You can't ship a container. You can't do nothing without insurance.
You can insure
No, you can't.
yourself.
No, saying you guys, you can. If you go on ship, you ever did business overseas.
You would put away some resources, as a
checks out. Sure, insurance does? It fuels risk. And the bottom line, the black man realized that you're not going to get away by shortcuts. You have to develop. You have to have a surety bond. That makes so if there's risk. If you have an explosion in your factory, it's covered because insurance will cover it.
Insurance is
that's
based
what
on
insurance is for.
The insurance broker, the broker that can put in the most fear into their client is the one to make the most money. It's based on fear.
Lord. Navigate. I hope
fear
I hope you don't influence nobody. Fear. Man, I don't believe you just said that, bro. I don't believe you just said that.
I can't believe it either. I can't believe you said that either.
I don't believe you just said that, bro. Navigate loosely.
Fear is the mind destroyer. You better get this insurance just in case your house burned down. You never know. You better get this insurance just in case you have an accident.
Yeah, you better get on. Have you ever owned a home?
You get full coverage insurance.
You have home insurance. Yeah, you better have a car.
Your car. But if you get liability, at least your insurance company will fix the other person's car and take care of their medical expenses. But in a high risk
liability
like
liability.
I would recommend
liability.
Not only did you get the insurance, but it's against the law not to have it. So the government is in on it too.
Oh wow!
No, wow!
Wow! Is this a conspiracy for insurance?
You cannot drive a car in the USA without insurance. It's against the law.
Yeah, good thing. You think it's a good thing or bad thing?
For good reasons, because people, because I'm
just it's just a fact.
Don't have no insurance.
I would prefer everyone has some protection if they're gonna get on those dangerous roads in the USA with all those cars. It's a good thing. They have some.
You know how many crashes?
But
you know how many crashes happen in Africa every year? Nobody.
It's a record.
They have nobody got insurance.
And a lot of people die from a lot of these accidents. It's terrible because. Like you see some of the trocho drivers, you're putting your life in the hands of crazy people driving around with just unlawless.
They have to have insurance too. They have insurance. They have insurance as well. You have to have insurance here too. Just in case. You have to have that insurance. You can't drive.
Brother, let's be honest. Most people that drive in the country where you at. They don't have insurance.
Well, in the country, if they don't have insurance, then they have to pay extortion to the police. When they go to the police check, they got.
This is what we're trying to solve, man. Don't we want to build an Afrikstan with a modern infrastructure where everybody has the basic? If you can't afford the basic thing, like the state will provide that for you, so you can have a basic insurance, healthcare.
We want to develop the continent of this continent. For black people, we want to develop it, into a modern you know,
Oh,
continental state. You know,
right now, Africa, Ghana basically makes 2% of its gold royalties on its gold and everything. That's all it gets, right? It doesn't have enough money to give its people free education or basic health care and stuff like that. Basic
ain't
insurance
nobody from the
and stuff
USA
like that.
bringing no money
Basically,
here either. Nobody's bringing no
yeah. So,
investment either.
bottom line, all they have to do is take over those gold fields and nationalize it,
Well,
right? And learn
it's
and
not
stop being
that
so scared.
simple. If you can't protect
Oh,
what is
really?
yours, it's not yours. Ghana is not a superpower. When did Ghana become a superpower?
Mugabe did it.
You got to be more practical and stop being so idealistic.
Well,
Ghana is
perfect.
not a
So what about the
superpower.
Chinese
Let's
that
get
are
Big
illegally
Black.
golden?
I just want to find out Big Black is still with us, because we don't want to leave him out. And let me know, brother, if you want to join in and if you have anything to say.
Yeah, I'm here,
And
you
Navigator
all.
said a lot of things, and also Kala.
Yeah, I'm here, you all. Yeah.
Navigate's hilarious, bro.
I mean,
I'm not trying to be funny.
no, I don't know. You all started on you and Colin navigate. Y'all started on the wrong foot. Y'all just jug each other. But I'm just sitting back, man. Let, letting y'all handle it, But yeah, I mean, both of you all raised some good points. I mean, I will say this: as far as I don't think we should clone America, but knowledge is free for everyone. You know what I mean? And we
I say,
it's okay. Go ahead.
I agree.
And it's okay to take bits from here and there, and because believe me, they don't have any problem taking bits from us. They learned a lot from us. You know what I mean? Europeans, the world. You know what I mean? And you might have to take a little bit of this knowledge. Okay, they did good here with creating, let's say for instance, roads, right? And maybe mix some things with things that's real good that get created on the continent. You have to piece. If you're going to make a nation, you might have to use different ideas from a lot of different people, and mold it with your own ideas to make it what best fits for you. That's what I believe. Because you know,
Yeah. Also, the Japanese created the transistor radio. They created the transistor radio. And color television. The West say, something that's made by Japanese and whatnot. The Japanese make the best, the most Panasonic makes the most advanced electronics in the world, and put Zenith out of business, RCA out of business. The Americans say, something, frick the Japanese. The Japanese automobile industry destroyed Detroit. So they say, something, let's start doing it. No, they adapted. Why? Because the Japanese made a better product. Black people, somebody could clearly create something better. It was, no, we got to stick with what we're doing and whatnot.
yeah, because
Shit.
if the Europeans did that, they wouldn't be in power at all. They just stuck with their stuff because they did a lot of borrowing. You know, a lot of borrowing different ideas, including ours. You know, to
The
grow. Yeah.
American automobile people went over to Japan and said, "How you guys are pushing out so many cars, like 4 times the production that we are?" They went over to Detroit to learn from the Japanese. When Japanese were taught by the Americans, they improved it so much that they went to Japan in the 80s and 70s and said, "How you guys are doing this?" And they looked at the Japanese production model and they adapted. That's what intelligent people do. They don't sit back and say, "Oh, you're trying to clone somebody." They look at what's better, what works, and everything. What's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know,
Correct.
and they
I agree
adapt
with that.
accordingly.
Though that's not what you said.
That's exactly what I said.
Even with Elijah McCoy, the real McCoy, he made a lot of inventions that we use to this day, as far as uh, making sure the wheels are lubricated, and as far as with the railroads, and just name something, of one of his inventions. But there's a lot of things that we did that in America alone that they took from us. So oh, thanks, not really thanks, but we'll take it from here. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you know,
Yep. It's all about adapting. The black race doesn't want to adapt and change. They now what happens is this. This is the problem. This is what I want to say tonight. I said Japanese had a saying. It said Western technique, Japanese spirit. So in other words, basically, if we're going to modernize, right, that a railway is uniquely Japanese, but it's Western invention, but we made it uniquely Japanese. Now Africans have a different thing. We take Western spirit and we use African technique, and we stay backwards. You know. So the Japanese said, look, we understand that the modern science and everything is reality. We have to build factories and all the stuff like that. We have to know how to scale our production and everything like that. You know, we have to use coal and power and stuff like this. Western technique, Japanese, we still keep the same Japanese spirit. I said Brandon a video months ago about the Japanese when they built the steel mill in 1960. Man, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. The Japanese it was like an hour-long video of the Japanese largest steel mill in the world, right? And Japan built it, right? And before the steel mill began rolling, the Japanese Shinto priest came over there and blessed the steel mill. Now you say, what is that Western thing like a steel mill? And the Japanese, it was unique to Japanese. They were out there bowing and doing this. They lit incense and candles and everything, and they prayed for the spirit of the gods that allowed this. So they kept the same Japanese rituals and everything, and they basically built the most modern steel mill in the world. I said, that's what progress
Africans
is.
can do that too.
But
Africans
you
are some of
said
the most
cloning, though,
innovative
man.
people
You
in the
said,
world.
yeah, but that's
Africans are
over.
most of
but
the
the thing
innovative
is,
people in the world, and a lot of the innovative things that happened in the USA was created by Africans. You know, so
like
it's not
what?
cloning. The USA. Africans can take what's available in the USA that's good, and can create something new and completely
We check
African.
out. We need to say that we need to see that, right? Because Africa needs to
Yes, we
develop,
need to
right? It
see
seems
that.
like
Only way we're gonna see it is we
well,
got to have the power to make it come. That's what power is.
no, you have to
Power
have the
is the ability
mind.
to do. The power is the ability to create what you want to create and stop what you want to stop. That's power.
And I'm not even saying
Basically,
Europeans
that's
are
it.
wrong for just borrowing ideas and looking at what works and what doesn't work. Because I mean that's what our knowledge is not pretty much race. Just it does isn't owned by just one person. Knowledge is here
I
for
agree.
everyone on the earth, and the truth is the truth. Science is science. Science doesn't have a color. If it's there and it works, you pick up on it and you move on. Move with it.
Pan-Africanism has a color. Pan-African has a color, but that's not the primary thing. The primary thing for Pan-Africanism is black power by any means necessary.
Pan African was about nation building, and maintaining black humanity by any means necessary. You know, if power does that, if I'll facilitate that, that's fine. If we basically you can have Pan Africanism if you have no infrastructure and you have no means of life, you got to still rely on another race of people to sustain yourself. Like Ghana's going, talk about we need food, we need this. The president of Ghana is up there before the world talking about, oh, you have all these young Ghanaians, right? That you claim are so educated and everything. You should be able to build a country so well that they would be dying to put capital and investment in your country. You will need no predatory. What he said, he says the type of loans we get are predatory and everything. For other countries, there's a reason why. He said Africa is like seen by the world as a high risk. Why do you give them every reason to think that Africa is such a high risk? It's because
The
we're
same way
stuck
the
on
black
backwardness.
community in the USA is a high risk, and ain't nobody building no
Right,
independent economic infrastructure with it.
and I don't blame them because the bottom line, you look at the inner city
But
community, is guns and
you expect
hold. No, there's a difference there. You're a sovereign. You call yourself a sovereign country. That's a
yeah.
difference. We don't have any power, any means. We don't control
The Ghanaian president's
anything
job
in
is to make
America.
sure that the
That's a
Ghanaians stay
difference.
alive and don't get killed.
That's what happened to
Well,
the people in
actually,
Libya. The people in Libya, they got
uh,
bombed to
well, uh,
death.
bottom line is this: if you have if you believe, now let me ask you a question: who is a threat to Ghanaians coming from? You said stay alive. Who would do that to Ghana?
The USA, Great Britain,
Who would?
Europe,
Hold,
they would do it to them, you know.
hold on. Okay, if you say that that's the case, then why does Ghana, if you believe America is a threat, like you claim it is, right? Then why does Ghana have such high relationships? Why is the president meeting with Joe Biden? Why is he? Why are they basically going to the
You
Queen
never
of
heard of the
England's funeral?
mafia. You never
Like
heard of
this, it's the
making an
Pan-African
offer that you
shuffle.
can't refuse.
Uh, uh,
They make offers that you can't
dude, you're
refuse.
talking nonsense, bro.
They make
Bro,
offers that
you're
you can't
talking nonsense,
refuse.
bro.
They put
No, you're
they
talking
put
that.
in
Why? Hold on. Why?
leaders, you know, that's gonna be
Let me
working
let
with
me,
them.
let me ask you.
It's called imperialism.
Let
You
me
don't know what imperialism is?
let me ask you a question. If that's imperialism, that's the case, right? Then why is Ghana doing any
Imperialism.
business at all with these countries? Why? Hold on. Why isn't Ghana
Ghana
doing
is
any?
doing with
Why
business
did
with
Ghana?
these countries. Ghana is just getting a raw deal, from these countries.
Then why did Ghana go to behind Nigeria's back and try to cut a deal with the West, right? To try to spite Nigeria when Nigeria didn't agree with this ECOWAS free trade
Well,
thing.
now I don't know what the
You
hell
know?
you're talking about.
Well, you should know it. You live in that country for 3 years, man. You should know this stuff.
Well, you know, I don't know
You
what the
know?
hell you're talking about.
No, what
You
I'm
know?
saying is you
It's talking
said that.
about the free trade agreement.
Well, the free trade agreement is between all the nations in the
No, it
continent.
was the
And,
ECOWAS. It was
oh,
the
he's talking about
ECOWAS free
ECOWAS. He's
trade
talking
agreement. Yeah.
about ECOWAS free trade
You know, and
agreement.
Nigeria
Well,
bowed
you
out
know,
of that.
Nigeria. Well, why
But
did
who
Ghana go against Nigeria? Because the powers, you know, in the West are more powerful than Nigeria. That's why, and they wanted to survive and keep going. You know, that's why. You know, somebody made them an offer that they can't refuse. That's why.
they can
It's
refuse the
called
offer.
extortion. It's
They
called
can refuse the
imperialism.
offer. They can. As a matter of fact, we have a Nigerian named Mike Olawale, and this hope he have the heart to come on and and explain these things, but he seems to be scared of us.
But you know, see, Kala
Yeah,
wants
he said
everybody to think
he's still in mourning.
that Africans are just stupid. You know, they just stupid. They don't
I
know
mean,
what
the
to
thing
do.
is, navigate. You're putting words in the man's mouth.
Well, he
The man
put words in my mouth.
He
You
don't
know,
look like he don't. It doesn't look at Africans as stupid, and we don't look at our people in America, African Americans or Africans in the diaspora as
I don't look
stupid.
at them as stupid either.
We're just
I
trying to
recognize
analyze
the
the
fact
situation.
that there's global geo-global politics, you know, at hand here, you know, and there's forces, you know, that's out here that control things. I
You talking
recognize
about
that.
are you
Kala
talking
don't
about the
recognize it.
Hold on, are you talking about the Infinity Gauntlet? Navigate.
Now you're being silly.
Infinity Gauntlet. That's so funny.
Are you talking about the white man's Thanos and
No,
whatnot?
I didn't say that.
The white man's
You've been
Thanos.
silly. I'm talking about geo-global politics. I'm
Yeah, check this out.
talking about nations, you know,
Navigate.
with weapons of mass destruction and economic power, you know, that they can
Navigate. Did
pay
you watch
somebody money and have your butt assassinated. That's what I'm talking about.
Navigate? Did you watch the Wiz? Which one was your favorite, the Wiz or the Wizard of Oz?
I don't watch silly stuff like that. I got more important things to do.
Hey, bro,
You sound like the Wizard of Oz.
Navigate. Let's be honest. All of us were younger, and all of us loved that stuff. You know, from
Well, when I was a child, I
ease on
spoke as a
down,
child and I
ease on
behaved
down
like
the
a child.
road.
But now that
You
I'm not
still
a
a
child, I
child.
put away all those childish things.
Wow,
All right.
I love that quote.
I don't make believe.
He's a quote.
Let's try to
What
get
do we
Mike
say about quote?
Wally on.
Yeah. Check this out. What do we say about quotations, right? You know, remember that episode of Sopranos, right? Where Bobby walked up the story and said, "To the victor below the spoils," and Tony said, just because it says, "Man, if you don't get your fat ass out of here with those fucking quotes, I'll stick your
Well, there's a
quotations
lot of
books up
truth
your
to
ass."
that.
You know,
You know, to the victor goes the spoil. That's
you know,
where
but
it's
he's
been. You
saying
know,
the people who was quote with 20,000, they got 20,000 quotes for everything. You know, we're the most quoting race in the world. You know, Negroes will quote
well,
you
that's
to death
okay.
or whatever.
I
You
ain't
know,
got nothing against quotes.
Hey,
I'm not.
let's get Michael
I
Wally
want to
on.
look for. I'm gonna look forward to quoting. You know, Kala Genesis. You know, but you know,
I mean, I don't agree that blacks are the superior. Black America is the superior black. But I would love to hear
I
Mike.
don't know where he gets that from.
Yeah, I would love to hear like Mike. Mike, I'm gonna send you the link. Mike, join the chat, and you're relevant, so come share some knowledge.
I won't beat you up, Mike. You know.
I think we all have something to share and offer to one another. Black Americans are not the end all be all, because Black Americans can't even get their own act
together. African continent to come in the chat
and talk. And there's Africans, there's nations over here on the continent of Africa. Nations, and many of these nations have already built metropolises. Accra is a metropolis. It's not a metropolis like New York City.
I love Ghana, I love Accra, but it's not a metropolis. Half of Accra is not really what you think it is. But it
all depends on how you define the word metropolis.
Yeah, based on the videos I show, it does look like a metropolis because I don't show the other parts.
Well, looks are deceiving. That's not what a metropolis is. A metropolis is an area.
Metropolis is Tokyo.
Oh yeah, Tokyo is the business, man.
Beautiful Tokyo is a megatropolis.
Yeah, been there, man. It's incredible how what they do in a small little ass island, bro. I'm telling you, in Japan, I was literally just amazed. And then we have all of this land in Africa. We have all of this everything. And then the most progressive nations in Africa are the ones in the desert. How could that be? Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt.
There's a reason for that. There is a reason for that.
Talk to me, brother.
And it's not all on the back of the
games. Our people are not
Pan-African shuffle, man.
They're doing a Pan-African shuffle.
Well, that's not the reason. That's not the reason.
Well, educators navigate. Go ahead, brother.
When the Pan-African shuffle, that means there's no people from the diaspora. Enough people coming from the diaspora, to help build on the continent of Africa with the black nations.
Oh, we got it first.
First of all, what we have to do has been divided by the Berlin Conference into 52 small republics.
They're not small countries. These are big ass countries, brother. You ever seen
and these small countries, alone don't have the power, to go against the European nations that are superpowers, all of them. There are no superpowers. They don't have to go.
Europe is age.
They don't have to go against this. Example: are you the African countries in North Africa? They're not going against anyone. They're just doing better business in the desert, and they're building new cities in desert. All I'm saying is that we have all this beautiful land in all of sub-Saharan Africa, and we seem to be the only people having a problem of development and doing the things that we need to do out of everyone.
The northern countries are usurpers too. They're usurpers, and most of them are Arabs and Europeans.
It's still
African and they usurped it, and they took and the Europeans, the superpowers, they be stepping on them too. Look what happened in Iraq and Iran.
Didn't Algeria get independence?
Look what happened in Libya.
Didn't Egypt?
Look what happened in Libya.
All these countries, Libya, same thing. All these countries, so they're all in the same situation. They were all colonized one way or another. Like we talked about, the only country in Africa that was neither colonized or occupied is only one, Liberia. That's it. Every other country has been colonized.
And look at the condition of Liberia. The condition of Liberia is still debilitated.
Liberia was on its way. Liberia had a coup in 1980 orchestrated by the CIA. That's what stopped it. If it had not been for that coup, Liberia would be a first world country.
But before that, Liberia and Sierra Leone was the top countries in Africa back in like the 50s and the 60s.
Is Michael Wally
black?
And they were more controlled by. Liberia was created by Europeans.
Not Europeans. Liberia was created by Black Americans. That's who created.
You don't know the history.
But
Liberia was built by black men in America. You don't know the history of the country.
Europeans that made that decision. It wasn't the black men.
No.
We're going to go to Africa.
Please.
Start a nation.
Our people
you better read the history.
Now, did they have to work with the white people?
I know the history.
But they did.
I know the history of Liberia. You don't.
Well, I know it too because I've read it.
No, you don't. Okay, let me ask you a question. Who was F. Ford McGill?
Don't even ask me no questions. I know that it was white people that.
Who was John Brown? Who was John? Check this out. Who was John Brown? What's from?
It was white people's money that brought the black people to Liberia.
Check this
You're
out.
It was
not giving
Who
me
all
was
credit
white
though.
funded
who,
and
who was
white
EJ?
controlled.
Who was EJ Roy?
He doesn't
I
know
already
because he
told
doesn't.
you it was all white
You don't
funded,
know.
white controlled, and
Check
with
this out.
white
Let me
ideas.
I
Black
ask you a
people
not
ain't
question.
even
Check this
have
out.
the resources
Name me one
or
white.
the power to do it
Name
for
me what.
themselves. Black people,
Name one white
black
person who lived in
black
Liberia.
slaves,
Anytime.
because they didn't have the power to make that decision or transport themselves to
First
the
of all,
continent.
Liberia,
Well, they had to be a part of the
Liberia. If you
decision.
read my
They didn't.
novel, Liberia was founded by free blacks that were free for hundreds of years
Yeah.
in America. They weren't slaves.
Well,
Good point.
You don't even know
that
that.
was part of it. Part of it was free blacks, and it was blacks that was
Oh Lord.
recently slaves. It
Oh
was not
Lord.
just all
Lord.
free blacks that ain't never been no
Oh
slaves. That's
Lord.
not correct.
Lord.
Kala,
Lord. 90% of the people.
I thought you were the expert on this topic. Why is not
Well, you better read the
I
history.
can't debate.
You better read the
I can't
history.
debate argue with somebody like this. He don't know a damn thing about that. I asked him two key people in Liberian history. He don't even know. He don't know who EJ Roy was.
Well, I know it was white people that idea for those freed blacks and those
Oh
recently
Lord.
what?
freed blacks
So
to
you're
come
saying
to
white people
Africa,
came up with the idea
and those
for
white people, that chose the area where they was going, financed the trip and established them in that
Oh,
land called Liberia today. It was
they established
all white
themselves.
based.
They will establish
you're
themselves.
not getting now. That's the issue now. You're not giving our ancestors any credit for building a
Well,
country.
he thinks white
it ain't got
he
nothing to
thinks
do with
white
our
people
ancestors. It got
white people
something
are
to do with the
gods
Our
for
truth.
that.
ancestors built the
It's the
first
truth.
republic in Africa in 1822, and the independence was 1847. Liberia was the first independent country in Africa and the first republic, the first
And it
set of
wasn't independent. Liberia ain't
And
never been
recognized.
independent because it's always been controlled by the
But I mean,
Europeans.
brother, how was it
Always
not
been.
independent?
Oh
I
Lord.
mean,
They
you're
didn't
not
have
Oh
to
giving
Lord.
colonize.
What
Liberia didn't have to be
Europeans?
colonized because it was
What
started by the
Europeans?
Europeans.
you're not
Why
giving
is they
our
going to colonize
Yo,
something
you
that
gotta
they,
get
that
him.
they put
Yo,
together?
yo, you gotta
brother.
It don't make no sense for them to
you gotta
colonize
get the
something that
you gotta get
they
his
established.
the dude's
All the
doing
white people credit. It's like give our ancestors credit. It was
he's a
they did the
Pan
work.
African shuffle. It's a
That's
Pan
what
African shuffle.
No,
that's
it's
what we
not
got
no
today's
Pan
show.
African shuffle.
Let me just post today's topic. Let people see what the topic is for real. The Pan-African Shuffle. The reason why we call that is because every time we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nation building, people shuck and jive and go back and forth, and then give the white people
That's what Navigate's
all the
doing.
credit. They give the white people all this credit. Just like earlier today,
That's not what I'm doing.
we're talking about the slave trade, and we're talking about the kingdoms in Africa that was a part of it. And then this person was like, okay, he just wanted us to like say, oh, our people were just responsible for how our people got over here, and it's their fault. We went to chattel slavery, went to Jim Crow, and we're going through all of this stuff now. And this one person like literally just look at that situation and wanted to just like sideline what white people involvement was and just blame it on black folks because we had issues and wars and disagreements and things like that. But even though we're still civilized in our way of doing that until these white devils came around. But we have to look at the reality.
Liberia is a country in West Africa founded by free people of color from the United States. The immigration of African Americans, both free and recently emancipated, was funded and organized by the American Colonization Society. The American Colonization Society.
Check this out. The American Colonization Society.
Now,
let me break.
Where did you get that from? Did you get that from Wikipedia?
He just got it from Wikipedia.
I got it. No, this is not Wikipedia.
It's Google, Wikipedia, same thing.
The history of Liberia. Liberia is a country in West Africa founded by free people of color from the United States.
Let me ask you a question.
The immigration of African Americans, both free and recently emancipated, was funded and organized by the American Colonization Society.
Check this out.
The morality.
Check this out. Yo, mute this Negro. Check this out. In my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, right? Voyage of the Bark Azor, right? That was a voyage organized by black people themselves. They purchased a ship and they called the Azor and they sailed to Liberia, 1878. There was no white people involved in that mission whatsoever. So this idea that white people in the American Colonization Society was a bunch of idiots, bumbling incompetence and everything. What happened was the agents that they sent on American Colonization Society and the blacks together, right? The black people realized soon that they were more educated and more capable than the American Colonization Society. So the American Colonization Society only lasted 25 years. And so they realized that they said, look, man, we could do this better ourselves and whatnot. And they kicked the American colonization out after 25 years. You know,
That
did the American
wasn't the
colonization
point.
initially start? That's it. But the thing is, you make say, oh, they found it. They had nothing to do with it. You listen to another person you never heard of, Hilary T.
Well, that's not
He
true.
created
They
the
had a
first
lot to do with it.
newspaper. You know, no, they had nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Because they were only there for 25 years. And not only that, there was not just American colonization. There was also the Maryland colonization society and the Mississippi
Being
colonization.
there for
There was 3
25
separate
years don't mean they had
entities.
nothing to do with it. That doesn't make any sense.
20,
They had
oh,
25
20,
years
25,
to do with it, according to you.
hold on. Look who they had. The black people had. They had E.J. Roy. They had
That's not the
this
point.
guy. They
That is
had
not the
Stephen
point.
Color.
Hold on. These were men who.
Color, we have to be a little truthful to it. I mean, I'm not saying you're truthful,
He ain't
but
gonna be
white people have something to do with it too.
Okay, it's like this. No, what it is this. When they revise history, right, they make it seem like the white people had more influence. You listen to my sister Cal Fabula, right? Like Benjamin Anderson,
Who
right?
is that?
Came to Liberia. You Negroes like you. You know? White people look.
You building another
Benjamin
straw
Anderson.
horse so you can beat it. That's what you always do. You build a straw horse and you beat it to death.
Check us out. Check us out. Benjamin Anderson, right? Born in Baltimore, Maryland, right? A black man, right? He came to Liberia and he basically found the source of the St. Paul River by going into Fulani territory to Massachusetts, a city, a kingdom called Massachusetts.
That's not the point.
And my brother, my brother, which we call Great Africa, was on the other day. His family is part of that, you know. He said, look, yeah, Benjamin Anderson, African American, went to explore to the mouth of the St. Paul River. They had to find the source of the river, and he made a treaty saying the people recognize the republic on the coast. You know, it was black men who did all this in Liberia. The buildings you see in Liberia, the Black Masonic Order,
that's not the
and all these
point.
people. So it was never, white people never built one thing in Liberia. It was all black men who built that country.
Yeah, maybe you're teaching me something, but I thought they did some funding with that, with the whole.
Okay, this is. Let me tell you about the funding. Right, the funding went to the U.S. Navy, right, to patrol the coast, right. And what they did was they gave the Liberians a head count, right, of the recaptured settlements, right. They would capture slave ships, right, and they would turn it over to Liberia, right, and they would pay the Liberian colonial administration $25 per head, and they settled a place like New Jordan, and they settled these new captives from the Congo and in Igbo land in Liberia in their own little settlements and everything, and they built schools for them. So with Liberia was not just African Americans.
Well, that's a whole lot more than nothing.
Oh, hold. What I'm saying is this. And then initially, right, the U.S. government, right, basically aided and abetted Liberia for its first initial thing. But it was men like friggin' J.J. Roberts and Elijah Johnson, all these guys basically were bad. Elijah Johnson fought in the War of 1812. He was a U.S. veteran. And these guys, these black men formed their own militias, armies, navies, everything. You know?
So basically,
why should the Europeans, try to colonialize something that's working for them? It doesn't make any sense.
How was it working for them? How were it? Liberia had a merchant society called the Merchant Prince.
Working for them.
Hold on.
They was taking in.
Liberia had the merchant princes, right? These Liberian men were some of the richest men in the world. They were trading Liberian coffee and cotton on the world market and whatnot, shipping on their own ships and everything. Liberia was always a maritime country. They had ships to trade with Germany. They established relations with Portugal, all these countries in Spain, all these countries, and they grew rich and whatnot on building their own communities.
That's not the
Liberia,
point.
Whatnot. So after 25 years,
like
they said,
sailors
we're ready to build. We're ready to declare independence.
Navigate.
Go ahead, Bomani.
Now I'm saying weren't a crew people like sailors or like ocean folks, people that have access to sea boats, ships, and because it seemed like people make it seem like only white folks came and just brought ships, and that's how we learn about it. And that's
well, it seemed that way, but you know what? The point is,
Liberia had their own ship. Liberia was building their own ship. They were building their own ships too.
Exactly.
They flagging their own ships.
The point is, the Europeans is the one that sell the black American slaves and emancipated slaves to that land and started that colony. The Europeans, it was their idea.
Why do we give white people so much credit? I mean, and then we just
it's not credit
because he worships them.
I mean, do we?
I don't worship white people.
Do we love our enemies? Do we love them?
No,
Because
I
we give
love
them
the truth.
We
I
didn't
love
give
the
them
truth.
all this credit from the first
I
person that
love the
came on.
verifiable truth. God is verifiable truth. You know, we can't just bury our heads in the sand. Emotional logic is not valid. Just because you don't like it, don't mean it's not valid.
Well,
I don't like it either. But it's the verifiable
you're
truth.
saying a bunch of you're saying a bunch of nonsense and whatnot. It ain't the truth.
If you can't face the
You never
truth, you
studied
can't
Liberian
face, you
history.
can't lead nobody. If you can't be pragmatic and face the truth, don't try to lead nobody. Because you know they'll be following.
Talk back also, please.
Bomani, who studied Liberian
don't
history
believe
for
the hype.
years and who didn't? Who
Yeah,
didn't?
Kala, you're on point. Cause all the things you said about Liberia, I've gone back and checked on it.
I only got one point about Liberia, and my point is that
the only
Europeans,
point you have is on your head. The only point you have is on your
that's
head.
my point. And I just read it to
Yo,
you.
navigate.
And you just going off on some tangent of talking about somebody that founded some river.
You Google.
You know, and
Google
about
something.
selling ships and stuff like that. That's not the point.
Why don't you
stay on the point?
I know there's no libraries where you at, right? But when they say you come to the state library and educate
Why don't you
yourself,
stay on the point? Stop trying to denigrate me. I already
the only
told you
point
what
is
the
on your
point
head,
is.
man.
I'm not disagreeing that
You
there
only
was
have a point
Black
on your
American
head.
that founded a river in Liberia, and he negotiated a treaty, you know, saying that you allow this here colony to stand without no conflict. You know, I'm not disputing that.
It's like
That's
this.
not
It's
the
like
point.
this. Check this out. There's never been a European occupying force in Liberian soil.
It has never been necessary.
Oh, okay. It's not necessary. Okay. But
Well,
check this out. But do you know? But do you know the French tried? The French and the British tried, and they were beaten back. You know, J.J. Roberts took 500 men and stood up against the British and whatnot when they tried to cross the Galenas and whatnot. You know, in the
But
Mono
that's
River.
still not the point. The point is the
So bottom line, they were never conquered.
The point is that the American Colonization Society, you know, is the one that
American colonization. He knows about the American. Check out. He knows.
the Liberian project.
Check out. He knows the
they
American Colonization Society. But check us out.
And
but
then
he
they
never heard
allowed
of
the people to go.
Check this out. Oh, let me ask you. Was that true of the Maryland?
That's the point.
Colonization Society? Was that also with the Maryland Colonization Society too?
I already told you.
You don't
what
even know about that.
American.
America.
But that's
American
not my
Colonization
point.
Society. Hold on, the American Colonization Society was just Monrovia. That's all. It wasn't the rest of the Liberian territory.
Well, that's not my point. My point is
you don't know what your point.
American
You don't know anything about
Society
this.
funded
and
organized the whole Liberian project. That's my point.
The American Colonization Society. Check this out. The American Colonization Society took the money, right? That was supposed to go to Liberia, and they pocketed the money themselves. They were not giving the people any resources or anything. That's why they got kicked out. You know, they were incompetent. They were bubbling.
25 years.
And Liberians said,
25 years.
25 years. But with the 25 years of doing nothing, they said, look, these people got to go.
Well, they already established the colony. You know, American Colonization Society. They funded it and organized.
First of all, you don't establish a colony in 25 years, bro. You know, Liberia after 25 years, Liberia was just now getting started. It was the people who started Liberia. The settlers themselves who organized themselves.
That society that brought them there.
And now it takes out. And now
that society that society's idea.
Check this out. You don't understand this. It wasn't even the American Colonization Society. There was a guy named Paul Coffey, right? He was friends with a guy named Finley, right? Paul Coffey built the first community in Freetown, right? But he died, right? And then when this guy named Finley tried to duplicate what he was doing in Freetown, the government British said no. So they met in Washington D.C. and said, "Look, Finley, we're going to support this idea, but you have to, in order for it to work, you have to get black volunteers to go along." And so he found his first 250 settlers settling in New York, and that's how I got started. Without the black people, without the exception, they had to get the most exceptional black people for this, right? Elijah Johnson was on that first ship, you know, and so was Randolph Cooper. These two men right here is the one reason why Liberia is what was created. Not no American colonization.
It was organized, you know. So whoever this guy is, you're talking about, he listened to the organizers.
In other words,
he followed that. He listened to the organizers and went along with their plan. And it was funded by the American Colonization Society.
But it wasn't about the funding. The bottom line is the American Colonization Society could not do this without the help of the U.S. Navy, because at the time, the slave ships on the coast
Those
were like when you
Europeans
kept.
too.
Hold on.
Navies is white people too.
First of all, hold on. So you sound so ignorant. First of all, America is not a
No,
European.
you don't want to sound
America is
ignorant. You're
America.
trying to say it's
You sound
all the
you sound
black
ignorant.
time. And it wasn't
You say
all the
oh,
black time.
European. You say oh, Europeans. First of all, you gotta know what you're talking about. When you talk about Americans,
You
you're not
got to
talking
know
about
what you're talking
Europeans.
about. You
You're not talking about.
you just want to accept the fact that it was organized and funded by white people.
It was not organized and funded by white people initially.
It was.
It was organized. Check this out. The American Colonization Society already put. Let me tell you something. What happened, right? If you don't know history, right? And this is going to shut this
You don't
argument down,
don't know
right?
history. This was in the 1800s. And black people wasn't doing nothing without permission from white folks in them days.
First of all,
black folks didn't have no freedom then.
First of all,
navigate.
There's a hold on. Check this out. He don't understand.
The college just says not that cut and dry. You know, he's saying there's a lot of nuances in.
Yeah, he putting a lot of nuances.
Yes, he don't
I'm just
understand
trying to
nuance,
stick
right?
with the basic
Check
fact.
us out. Check us out.
White people started the Liberian project.
No, it doesn't. No, it didn't.
Navigate. You got to let the man talk and explain his answer.
Check us out. Not only he interrupt
Liberia, so let him explain.
Interrupt all the time because you don't want to hear truth, right? Check us out. I told you earlier that the first settlement was actually Freetown. It wasn't Liberia, right? And the idea that we should return to Africa was over 200 years old. Black people had 200 years in America, was thinking about returning and building in Africa, right? So this idea of returning to Africa was not anything new. It was only when America became a republic and black people didn't have any citizenship that it became reality that they must return, right? And so therefore, since Finley went around to large numbers of black communities in America, they said, yes, we want to return to Africa and build it, right? That's how the American colonization got started. It wasn't because they got together and sent black people over and whatnot. Black people wanted to go to Africa and build. So the argument goes out there.
Thank you for clearing that up. That's why we need people who are researchers to dialogue about these things. So
the idea of returning the Prince Hall Masons, people don't know this. There was a couple of black businessmen just a couple of decades before Liberia, right? Before Freetown, right? That sailed along that same coast in Bossa Cove, right? Prince Hall Masons, right? Businessmen from Boston, right? They sailed a ship over there, right? And guess what happened to them, right? They were betrayed on that coast by slave traders, right? And it took into slavery. So therefore, they said, we're going to do this again. We're going to need support. And the American Colonization Society guaranteed that the vessel Elizabeth was guarded by U.S. Navy squadrons. That's how it was happening. Because we couldn't sail across the Atlantic just like that. Not because they found it. Black people wanted to go to Africa, and wanted to go to Africa. They said there was a large number of black people. In fact, had it not been for the Civil War, right, more black people would have came. Had it not been for World War I, more black people would have came. World War II, more black people would have came there. So this idea that we go into Liberia is something new or just a few. No, the bottom line is international incidents impeded the settlement to Liberia. Liberia never got the millions of black people that it really needed to develop. Just like the American Colonization Society, man. Please.
Navigate. I'm hoping that you're learning something from what Kala is dropping, because he did do a lot of research on this whole part of history. That's why he's on the show with me as we talk about Liberia and Africa before colonization.
Navigator got educated tonight. You probably go with Wikipedia.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
I'm staying on my point. You the one that's going off on tangents that ain't got nothing to do with the point.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can stay with your point, but you're wrong. I just made it clear.
Well, the point is wrong. White folks did have something to do with it. White folks had a lot to do with it. Nobody said they did. Even the words that come out of your mouth support that.
Check us out.
He's not saying white people
you too arrogant.
White people had nothing to do with it.
Only a hypersensitive narcissist can handle being incorrect.
What you're saying that white people just came over with this idea.
Can handle being incorrect.
Check us out. What we're saying is this, though. Black people wanted to go to Africa and whatnot. It was evident with the success of coffee in Freetown.
That's not something
new. So hold on. But you said
that's not the point.
White people created American colonization and sent black people over there. No, black people were trying to get to Africa, and all they did was assist them.
That's not the
That's all they
point. Them
did.
trying to get some places and doing it yourself is two different things.
Well, the
But you
bottom line, the
you
reality at the
just
time,
saying you can't handle that.
the
You just ain't gonna
reality,
handle that.
Bomani,
Go ahead, brother.
Bomani, what was going on at the time while black people couldn't sail across the Atlantic? What was going on?
You know, you had
They ain't
What was
had
on
no
the sea?
damn
What was,
ships.
Navigator, hold on.
no, no, no.
Navigate, you have to hold on. You asked me a question. Let me just answer it. What was going on at that time was, you know, even if the British say that they stopped whatever trade or whatever country, there's other, you know, you had pirates and you had other European nations out there still involved in the slave trade. And if they saw vessels out there, they stopping those vessels and they robbing it, or they
Exactly.
turning people over into slavery. I mean, it's the reality of it. So it was
That was the reality.
So our ancestors were wise to say, you know what, let's make a deal to make sure that we get protected by the U.S. Navy, because, you know, at that point, you know, the U.S. Navy was, you know, building up their fleet, and that's a form of protection. So that was a good deal. But what we're trying to say is that our ancestors
Well, that supports my point. That what you just said supports my point.
Initiated this movement. You know what I'm saying? So don't make it seem like white people did all this stuff for us and made it seem like they control this whole movement for us to make it to Africa. Because what I'm noticing in these calls is like everybody want to give white people all this credit and make it seem like we know like our ancestors were just failures. Like
I never said black folks didn't want to go back to Africa. Black folks want to go back
the
for Africa
Pan-African shuffle.
from the day they got on the ships coming to America. That's
Check this out,
nothing new. What I'm saying is
Pan-African shuffle.
that the American Colonization Society organized and funded the Liberian Project.
You know, that's not exactly how it happened. You know, they were the Liberian
That's
project.
exactly what happened.
Our ancestors organized
hold on.
that whole project. So that's what I'm saying. You're giving white people credit if they participated and they gave.
That's what they did. They participated. But you know, you trying to give them no credit at all.
It means to do it. The American colonization.
American colonization.
You know, because
they didn't have no ships. They didn't have no ships. And they didn't even have the economic resources.
Wait, hold up. Paul Coffey sailed his own ships over there. You know, but it was dangerous though. He couldn't get his support because the British banned him from coming there because he didn't want. They didn't want free black people from the United States in Freetown.
That supports my
point
again.
Brother,
Paul, actually, he did it by himself.
After they did all of what they did to our people through slavery, they owe that to us. So don't make it so they get no credit.
Well, they owed it to it, and they gave it to us too. They owed it. And they gave us
nothing. Our ancestors fought for their freedom, and they got their freedom. And now,
they owed it and they gave it. You know, so don't say white folks ain't had nothing to do with it, because that's not true.
We're not the kind of people that sit around and kiss white people ass. We ain't here about.
Well, that ain't kissing nobody's ass. That's just telling the truth. Telling the truth, not kissing ass. Lying is kissing ass.
We are the laborers.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Just because you emotionally can't handle the truth,
you're misinformed.
you can't handle the truth.
They get no credit for that movement. None.
No, I'm telling the truth. You know, that's not
the
truth. The verifiable truth is God is verifiable.
You can't go on Wiki and whatnot. Go on Wiki with half-assed. You never read any books. You never did the research and whatnot, and you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the key players. You don't know the key people. You don't know dates and everything like that. You don't know anything.
Well, you already you already supported my point with the words coming out of your mouth.
The white man.
So I ain't got to prove nothing. You already proved it for me.
Yeah, the white man.
White folks had something to do with it.
Yeah, the white man.
I ain't said I never said that I know all about Liberian history. See, that's a
you don't know shit about Liberians.
That you can do.
You don't know shit about
that's the horse you want to be. That's what you want to. I know that the American Colonization Society, you know, funded and organized the Liberian project.
They did not organize. You know,
organize because you know you're giving these people all this credit that they don't deserve. Let's stop it, brother. For real. Let's do some more research on this thing.
But they organized the ships. They organized the funds. They organized, you know, the landing points. They organized all of it.
Ancestors, check this out. Our
ancestors were idiots then, and they just didn't have any brains.
I didn't say they was idiots.
Check this out. I said
they ain't have no ships and they ain't have no money.
Our ancestors went over there with skills, with ability, literacy.
That's true. True.
Many of them had businesses in America. Many of them were successful in America.
That ain't the point.
some
That's not
were
the point.
legal express, and some
That's
everything.
not the point.
All
Why do you keep on?
this
Why do you
idea.
keep on saying that's not the point when we're
Navigate.
trying
That's
to
not the
explain what we're
point.
talking about?
Navigate. Let me ask you a question, Navigate. After
Sure.
slavery, right? After slavery, we can argue some of our people were sold and some of our people were captured and some of our people were kidnapped, right?
Yes.
Regardless, right? After slavery, do you believe that some of the slaves had a right to some piece of land in Africa?
I believe the slave had a right to. I believe the slave had a right to some land in the USA, and
Well, they were still, brother, they were
and they
stolen
had
from
a
Africa.
birthright
They
to
were
the
taken
land
from their
in
They
land.
took
Africa.
all that. Took all the land. They
They
took
taken
all that
from
land
their
back.
land, and they were going back to their own land. They know that's it's our natural birthright.
Well, they was going back to the continent because the Europeans did a good enough job to mix up everything. Where most black people that came into the Americas, they ain't know what country they was from.
Okay, perfect, gentlemen. I want to let my next guest in. Let me just say something real quick.
Yeah,
Greetings,
drop Navigate off.
Idola. Greetings, family.
No,
welcome
drop
to the
Kala.
call. No, I mean we have enough. Just you guys, just hold on. Family, you're on. We just added you, Kidola.
Yeah.
Go ahead, introduce yourself. And this.
Yeah. What is Kala? What is Kala have in mind of somebody who's coming to colonize Africa? Do you think Liberia?
Is this? Oh no!
Do you think
Oh no! This is Kid Ola.
Go and sit in America. Go and sit in America.
Brother, hold on for a second.
How to acquire land in the United States? You have no damn fucking land in Africa.
Kidola,
don't
brother,
have that dream. Don't have that dream to ever have land in Africa. What is the problem of Liberia? The war they fought.
Brother, hold on for a second.
You try to engineer problem with your propaganda about Liberia.
Hello. All right, brother, I have to just meet you. First of all, I want you to introduce yourself. I don't want you to start talking and shouting at our guests. We're trying to make sure that we're clear about what you have to say. None of us have to agree on everything. Hold on for a second. Brother, hold on. None of us have to agree on everything, first of all. So if your opinion is different, that's fine. I'm here to get different point of view. So everybody, let's mute ourselves and let our brother introduce himself and go ahead and speak. And don't just talk about the subject. Because we need to know who you are. Because the issue we have is most people come on and we don't really have a picture of them.
I'm Kidol. I'm from Nigeria.
Welcome to the call, brother. Greetings.
Yeah, tag, bro.
Go ahead and share what you want to share so we can all dialogue.
There's nothing like dialogue. Dialogue is out of the equation. The mind that Kala have is a mind of aggressiveness and to terrorize what is already being terrorized. Liberia have passed through a lot. You understand? We live in that continent. We know what is going on there. Not him that is in America. You visit once, you hear a story or history or be written by one perspective. There are people in Liberia who are the native of people in Liberia. The other ones that came, the immigrants that came to settle there. And there's conflict there, conflict of interest. Those there before do not like the behavior of the ones that are not there. Do you see the Civil War? Do you know what happened there? Do you know the killing of the native there before the native finally grabbed and fought back? You think it's just easy? You say you live in the United States, you be oppressed. And you know the feeling. Do you know the feeling that when you be oppressed by the same people that say they look like you and call themselves American Liberia and continue having code they use against the native? You think it's easy? You think they will ever forgive something like that? You understand? If this is the mind, what do you think what will happen? We start hearing that in Ghana, they start even insulting the Ghanaians, say they are backward, they don't have customer keys, they cannot move from one place to other place. Their mind is stuck in one particular thing. Africans don't operate like that. We not resort to insult like that. Then you think the Ghanaians in the long run we like it that people that bring it as guests and come with brothers. You started using some slot words, some words of insult against them that they are backward. This is coming to YouTube. So we Americans, we just say the truth. We say this, we say that. If you don't like it, then get the hell out of that place. It's 500 years. Some of you would say you are not Africans anyway. You know, how can we know how to deal with people who say they are not Africans? They are Indians. They have different minds. You know, so one day you call yourself Africa, the other day you call yourself Indians, or the other day you just insult Africans directly like that, because we're not really used to this kind of you know, nonsense. But we're ready to stand our ground when it comes to that. You know. So
let me say
it's
something.
not about.
Let me say something.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
Something, Kala.
Who is
Let me
not
say
who,
something.
you know. So what I'm trying to say is this: we have to have respect for each other. You cannot come to a place and create a nationhood out of a nationhood. It will never work. There are people already staying there. What you have to do is what the Brazilians did when they assimilate into the African society with the people that met there. Then through intermarriages and through all these things. If not
Yeah,
that,
aren't you married to a white woman though?
there's no nationhood. There's not going to be a nationhood
Kid.
to strangers that just
Hey,
come
kid.
in and say they want to create a nationhood in a country that's already been formed. It's not going to work. Thanks, bro.
Let me say
brother,
this.
Brother, appreciate it. Let Kala, go ahead and respond to him. I just want, hopefully.
Okay, let me see before you were Big Black. First of all, this guy Kidola, basically is loves white women. He says he's
Why did he
married to
get
a white
off? Why
woman.
did he get off? I mean,
He said because you know about the
run
ripping the pieces.
Well, we
You
rip in
know,
peace anyway. We rip in
it takes
peace
out.
anyway.
He's married. He's married to a white woman. He said he doesn't believe in black unity. He believes that all people should come together. He says African Americans aren't African, and then he gets up there and act all like to play the victim, like, "Oh, you guys say this. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you got this Adolf FBA people running around and whatnot because of guys like him." He gets said on many times on Afro Dumbasses show that black people in America should stay out of Africa and all stuff like that. And also, let's say, one, he has no power to say anything. He's an internet troll. You know, he loves white women and everything. He says it many times. I love white women and all stuff like that. Black people in America are too hung up on race and all this stuff like that. You're ruining the relationship between Africans and white people. All this kind of toxic stuff. He's a Negropean. When he
Yeah, I
gets up
mean,
to Africa,
you know,
Africa,
and that's why we have to think about. We have to think about people like that who, you know, are the reason why, you know, we were stolen and sold into slavery, you know, because of their mindset.
yeah, he's one of them. It's his mindset. He don't care about nothing but his tribe, his little dirty little kingdom, wherever he comes from, and everything like that. And then we call him out on it. All this nonsense. Oh, you're insulting us and whatnot. All they do is insult us all the time and
I
everything.
mean,
You
it would have
know.
been ideal if he stand here and talk. We let him, you know, he spoke, and now it was our turn to talk, and he got off because he's going, you know, he know what was coming to him.
Yeah. So these guys like that get on the collar and whatnot. You know, I have not said anything divisive about
It's not
Africa
gonna work. It's not gonna
tonight.
work. It's not gonna work. If Angola said, "Hey, Black America, we can carve this part of the country out and say, hey, you
Yeah, we
guys
don't need his ass. You know, they can't do a damn thing about it.
together." What is Nigeria, Ghana, or what is Tanzania? What other countries in Africa going to say?
Not a
Nothing.
damn thing.
It's going to help the continent. It's going to be a part of the
The
growth of the continent.
bottom line is this: we can go to any
It
part
would
of the
increase more
continent and
of us
build.
to do business with each other in Africa.
So he has no plan to build his own country. You know, he's no Nigeria.
Because they're trying to assimilate with white
Nigeria
people.
right now is smuggling. Yeah, check this out. He basically should talk about the fact that the Fulanis are kicking their ass and whatnot, taking their land and everything like that. They got Boko Haram and everything of backward peasant people taking over Nigeria. They can't do nothing about it and everything. They got oil being smuggled out of the Delta, going across the Sahara to the northern African markets, where Nigeria doesn't even have enough fuel for itself and whatnot. Why it was the number one oil producer, you know. And so all this foolishness going on. You know, Nigeria's inflation is at 20%. You know, people can't buy anything and whatnot. You got 20. You got
What about
Nigeria.
all
You got
these
famine
successful
and hunger
Nigerians here? What
and
about
everything
all these
like that. You
successful
know.
Nigerians here? I think they would benefit from
Yeah,
Pan-Africanism
and
and the
also
things we're talking about because then they'll be more relegated.
right. You know why? Because it's so arrogant. They want to be at the front of everything. They're like, oh, you could talk about Africa. I mean, I know more about this country than he does. You know, and also you got Nigerians getting kicked out of Dubai. This 300 is round up and say, get the hell out. And if the country's too weak, they would never do that to Black America. You know, they'll never do it to any other respectable country because the country is so disrespected on the world stage. The average giant of Africa, some country like Dubai kicks all your people out when that you too powerless to do anything about it. You know, so these people we
But
talk about these stuff not to mock them, but just to make them aware.
But why so much? You mentioned about Dubai, but And first of all, I want to say that I got number love for my brothers and sisters from Nigeria and things like that. We're having critical
So do
conversations, so
I.
we do talk about different countries. We're not here just to beat any people down. But what I want to find out, brother, I'm about to add him back into the call. What I wanted to find out from him also is the fact that while we have so much of our people leave Nigeria and all these other countries, but then they get money and things like that, but it doesn't transfer into the development of Nigeria, and things like that. And I'm not just picking on Nigeria. It's the same thing that in other countries, but we say Nigeria because we all of us are looking forward to Nigeria being this world superpower because
Mhm.
they have the ingredients for that. But then the
I told you
tribalism
back in 1990, bro.
is dividing
We
them,
we
and then they can't even handle Boko Haram, which is an issue because now it's like so it's like we as a people, all of us have to rethink this. And I'm gonna let my brother in, and he can he
and
can.
before you check this out, before you do that, brother,
No, I want to
let me
make
say
sure that
something.
Big Black and yourself talk and everything because this person, I'm sure he's gonna have a lot of aggression because he doesn't because people are so
Okay,
scared
before you
to
do that,
talk. Go ahead, brother.
let me say something, bro. 1990, Ebony magazine did two full articles, two cover to cover articles on Nigeria. Right, we Black America was like, wow. It was like you have sports stars, entertainers going over there. Nigeria was going to be this new country and whatnot. Black Power said Black Power, Nigeria and whatnot. 32 years later, man, it's like, what the hell happened, man? Because we had so much high hopes of Nigeria to make us proud to be a strong Black nation, and it never happened.
Well, perfect, man. Now, Big Black, you wanted to
Yeah, yeah.
jump in before I let back in Kidola in because he's gonna have a lot to say because
Yeah, like I'm just dealing with what he said today, um, tonight. As far as black people suppressing other black people, I'm not down with that. Yeah, that's wrong, and yeah,
He's lying. Nobody suppressing other Black people, and they lied. He lied about Liberia. We had great African on. Look at the show the other night. He's a pure indigenous Liberian. He told you that's a lie. That story about like that's made up by Europeans. Oh, they suppress the natives and whatnot.
and brother,
And the
and
bottom line
that's why
is
we
he
bring
told you
in
that's a
that's
lie.
why we bring in real Liberians. I brought two Liberians in back to back. Kali brought the first. Well, we brought two Liberians and we did two separate shows, and they were able to share their story. So I'm asking people like, are they lying? Are they making stuff up about the history? Because it's consistent when you talk to the people. But let me add our brother in and Big Black or anybody else. You have anything to share before I
yeah,
add
and
our
I just
brother
want to let
Lola
them
in?
know that the three brothers, the four brothers on here, we're on here because we have a love with Africa, and
Love for our people, absolutely,
love for our people, and
all of us.
we and the people that say that they're Indian because he brought that up. That's only a small number of us. I mean, you see a YouTube movement that's growing, but most people are not on. Most black people are not on YouTube.
He
So
knows that. He
that
knows that.
that
He knows.
that represent a small. If I go to my neighborhood and say we are Indian, they'll laugh at me. The everywhere, everyone from the drug dealers to the people that are that own their houses that are just working 9 to 5. They'll laugh me to they'll
Exactly.
laugh me
It's
off
an
the block.
internet phenom. It had nothing to do with real life. It's an internet phenom by these
It's an
people on
internet.
the
It's an
internet.
internet phenom. But you got to understand that those people that do that, we're the strong ones that say deny that stuff. Say no, that's. But those people they they do that because they, in a way, they do feel a little rejection coming from Africa. You know what I mean? And you're dealing with 400 years of oppression, of brainwashing, and with some people came to that to say, I just don't want to deal with Africa at all. So you're dealing with like sick individuals, but please don't think of all of Black America, African America, as people that
Yeah, he knows that. Yo, bro, he knows
like
that.
that.
He knows
You
that.
know,
He knows
Okay,
that.
perfect. Now let's get his response and see what's it. Kidola, you're live, brother. We're gonna mute ourselves so we can hear you.
Kala, you just saying things sometimes where you have never even been to Nigeria. You know might be you read things about Nigeria. You see, with Nigerians are fighting Boko Haram themselves. You understand? Nigerians fighting Boko Haram themselves. We didn't ask for no help. Even when they try to say, oh, we can help you, say, no, we will take care of Boko Haram ourselves. We know them. We might not know the other ones that people are being trying to come and disturb Nigeria. Nigeria never asked for help for anybody. We're doing it ourselves. And by the grace of God, we will defeat Boko Haram, those evil people. Not all the Northerners or the Fulani support these evil people. Come to Nigeria. Nigeria is very big. I only live in a tiny part. Boko Haram is not everywhere. These evil people, this evil Boko Haram will be defeated. Just like the Civil War. This is even small compared to the Civil War. You know? And we will defeat these evil people. Nobody needs these evil people in this country. Nigeria does not. Nigeria is a secular state, but have its own issues. I'm not denying that. Some politicians in Nigeria are notoriously corrupt. You know, that's why we want to send some of them off through this election. You know, we know how to take care of ourselves when that need comes. But what I'm just trying to tell you is this: Nigeria is a very big country. You cannot move from Lagos even to the far side, which is Sokoto or one of that. It will take you 3 days. Very far, very huge. We have our different customs and different traditions. What I'm trying to say is this: I'm not telling anybody not to come to Africa. When you feel you are African, you can come. But you have to understand there are other Africans also in South America who are very, very sometimes even close to the way Africans live, which are people from the Perus, the Ecuadorians that still eat the type of food we eat, might because they have less interaction with the people that brought them there. You know, it's not just only Black Americans are the ones that be, you know, somehow this effect of what happened. The other ones. Doesn't mean that there are no Black Americans in Nigeria. There are. Some of them married to natives there or to some of these tribes there. But what I'm trying to say is this: you cannot just have in mind that you come into a place that is already being formed, who formed it, how it is formed, but they are a amalgamation of people that came together and formed a country. So you cannot just say, oh, come. One hand you said Black Americans need to come to Africa and create their own nation or their own land and everything. It's not going to happen. There's no land to form such a state for a new group. That might be possible.
Yes, it is, brother.
Who's going to give you the land?
Angola is one country, and I'll let Kala also answer that question, but I didn't want to cut you off directly, but continue this. But I want to let you know, yes, Kala, go ahead. Where do we have land, and where can we establish enterprises?
First of all, that's land is not even the dang issue. That's not even there because you got several countries that saying, you know, something. You got Zambia right now who's trying to build a new city. They came over here in 2019 to the University of Virginia, and you got several Zambians that live in Florida, and whatnot, who's trying to build a new smart city, and they're trying to recruit African Americans to go over there and build and settle and live. Zambia is wide open, said, please come here, you know, build and everything like that. You got Angola, who was saying, you know, look, man, you know, Angola's twice the size of Nigeria, and it only has 30 million people. They're saying we could definitely do something like that. Smart. They're building smart city. What Ola doesn't understand is the world is building these smart cities. Nation states are going to be a thing of the past in the future. And the world is building these mega cities. South Korea is building a city, $50 billion city, right? You know who's going to be in that new city, right? People from all over Asia. Asia's driven to the point where they're basically building these fusion cities where they're going to have Thai, Vietnamese, everything.
A new version of Pan-Asianism.
Pan-Asianism, you know?
Or Pan-Africanism, because everybody is doing it to the highest level. We're just going to be left behind in the Stone Age.
And what do you think Dubai is? Dubai was a city on the desert, and they built a city, and they got every person in the world built it. The African mind doesn't think like that. They're thinking they're not building the country for themselves, and they're saying, you know something, let's not build something where we could bring first of all, the first people they got to bring back to Nigeria is the 20 million Nigerians that live abroad. That's the first thing. Nigeria has a task on his hand by bringing back those Nigerians that live in every country in the world. You know, bring those people back to Nigeria first and start building. You know, and then what I'm saying is this though: if you got African Americans who want to build in the diaspora, not just African Americans. I'm not talking about African American nation. I'm talking about those of us who live in the West. You have 200 million people in the West, right? Now you have more people from China settling and India settling on the continent than you do black people. And when these people in China and India, what they're doing, they're building their own enclaves. They're building their own everything. You got Indian this, Patal this. In Zambia, the Chinese are so prevalent that they have street signs in Chinese now and Mandarin. You know, same thing in Namibia. So Chinese are basically taking over Africa, changing everything, even have their own police force and militias on the continent. And so basically we're saying, and we're African Americans, right? We have to be organized, right? Why? If we're organized, we can contribute to the continent better. You know, if when Nigerians come to America, right? They settle in their own enclaves, right? No one says anything. You got Nigerians stick together, and they have their own enclaves and everything. You got a little Nigeria here, you got little Senegal here, little Sierra Leone, little Monrovia, Staten Island, you know, all places like this. But what seems like when it comes to black or African Americans, everybody, you just gotta come here and just, you know, no. If we gotta come here in large numbers, we can't be alone because we have. I have a friend of mine, John Cashin. He's been in Nigeria for 34 years, right? And he has the skills to build railways and everything. He has never gotten in. Why? Because he's not Nigerian. And you know, Nigerian is all about politics, who you know, and everything like that. So how is the African American ever going to succeed if we're not basically coming as a unit? You guys unit up, you guys tribe up, you guys clan up, and you guys group up and everything everywhere you go in the world. But you want us to come over there and be completely at your mercy, you know, and that's not fair. You know, why couldn't we basically form our own groups and everything like that where we're huddled together on our own system and everything?
We do.
So
we do.
So what I'm saying, what Kid Ola is saying, just come in here, just assimilate, marry somebody local one night. That sounds nice and everything, but that's not going to bring any large numbers of black people to the African continent. You know, the black people in South Africa building nice things.
Well, a smart city and a smart country would be great. You know, but I would like to see I would like to see a smart black community in the USA. You know, I haven't seen one of those.
We have. Bottom line, we got plenty of black communities here. You got them right here where I live at. Why not?
You got
nice, thriving black communities.
You do have those in America. You do have those. You know,
we have those in America. What are you talking about?
What we can do in Africa, you know, because you know we'll be in our own continent with our own.
Look, Kala, let me tell you this. Just let me tell you this, bro. Let me tell you this, bro. Anybody that's building a fantasy somewhere in you have to. Africa is large. You know, Zambia. That's what I said. Some of these politicians.
Yeah, Zambia is twice the size of Nigeria.
Boko Haram is just a small insurgency inside of Nigeria, and they're Nigerians too. Just like the Crips is a small insurgency in the black community.
I don't know about the Crips. The Crips are not driving people out of their neighborhoods. The Crips are not causing kids. The Crips are not kidnapping hundreds of girls and whatnot and selling them off into the desert. Well, you're saying that they're doing that? Come on.
I mean,
they selling drugs.
I mean, come on. You're trying to compare Boko Haram with
Boko Haram is a small
navigate, man. It's sometimes you guys shut up. You sound stupid.
Gotta be realistic.
You sound stupid, bro.
Well, we really needed to hear from Ola.
The point is, everybody's got some issues.
Brother, am I pronouncing the name correct?
You can't put Nigeria with a broad brush.
Look.
You know, just call them Boko Haram. You can't just do that. Nigeria is bigger than that.
Boko Haram's killed hundreds of people. What are you talking about? They're waging war against the state. What are you talking about, fool?
I guess it's not like the Bloods and Crips are fighting against the United States.
Hundreds of people die every day.
Oh Lord. Hold on for a second. It's kind of like you saying that the Bloods and Crips are fighting against the United States. You talking about Boko Haram? They're fighting against the state.
If they were smart, they would be. At least Boko Haram, they don't like the way the government is going, and they fighting against their own government
and they had a heyday at one
Hold
time.
on for a second.
Right now they're pretty depressed.
It's getting late, man.
They haven't done anything
It's getting
significant
late.
in years.
Navigate some nut.
Navigate. Hold on for a second.
Navigate some nut.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you, so I'm clear and things.
Boko Haram haven't done anything significant in years.
You say are you for real? Ola, you tell me that because you're from Nigeria.
Look,
Is
Kala,
Boko Haram
Kala,
just a little small
look,
gang
Nigeria,
already a terrorist
Nigeria also
group?
have life going on. The indigenous, the indigenous, where this problem or where this part of problem, this part of Nigeria where this problem is coming from, the indigenous also gather themselves as vigilantes, fighting these evil people. It's not what you just see TV, just that way it is. The indigenous also, organizing themselves.
Oh, did they? A couple of months ago, they killed a girl for saying something about Muhammad. They killed her right there on camera. I saw it with my own eyes. And nobody got arrested.
What about terrorism attacking churches?
Look,
what about terrorism attacking churches? These people
they killed out and wiped out the whole church.
I mean, these people are dangerous. These people are not gang members. These people are terrorists.
Let me just tell you the truth. Let me just tell you the truth.
Same thing to me.
Evil in Nigeria during the 90s. I live in Nigeria during the 90s. Was CNN were promoting and everything, trying to destroy Africa and the people that live in that place with propaganda. Sometimes you yourself will ask yourself, you will look around you. Am I living in this country that they try to set they try to propagate like this? First of all, they will come with diseases which not really there. Do you know when Nigeria recorded their first HIV? That was 1995. 1995. You understand? So you start thinking, what the hell is going on? We will go to hospitals, specialist hospitals, to start looking for HIV people. Who ask them? You know what I'm saying? I was in university then. Our friends who are in pharmacists. The talk was in the other feed. We didn't see no one. So right from time, Americans are very good in media propaganda. Not just the media themselves, but the people are used to media and are going to portray media into their own advantage. We Africans are not there yet, and we're not into that yet. I don't think Africa will ever be into that yet, or at any time at all. So now what you see in TV, you just believe is this. Let me tell you one thing. Some of these areas have chiefs. When atrocities be committed in some area, just too much, they will summon the head of those villages. You understand me? Because the north that you see like that, they're all different groups, a different group of people. Even the Fulanis are a different group of people too. They're not just one umbrella. Oh, Fulani. Fulani have different set of people. Yes, not all of them support what the other ones are doing also. So until you visit Nigeria, before you know how Nigeria actually be run. We all tribal people. We live in total different type of ways. You understand? Even the Brazilians that return, that stays in Lagos, they're settled there with peace. They interact a lot with the indigenous that made them. Let's assume the Oba at that time of Lagos refused to allow those people to come in. Do you know what would have happened? They would have fought them back. But the Oba gives space at that time for them to come in. Land was abandoned then. There's a place that people this settled at that time. But these returnees, the brand returnees, they brought a different type of culture. With the African culture that they took with them. They brought it to Nigeria. There's a type of food that they brought up to today, what we call the rice and stew, what we eat up to today, the rice and beans or whatever it is they brought. But they also intermarry. You know, through their last name or their first, like the Souza, Fernandez, you even know, oh, this look like a Brazilian returnee. But most of them carry a Yoruba last name or some Yoruba name into that place. They never go, oh, let me form my own state here. Oh, let me form my own nation here. No, it will never happen. Because there are already people who are already staying there. The only best way is to assimilate and assimilate peacefully. That is the only way.
Oh no, we would not. Oh no, I would never in a million years suggest building anything in Nigeria, bro. Never in a million years.
Hold on, Kala. Let's
Do you think Nigeria need anybody to come and develop Nigeria?
Hey,
No, man. You guys got your own problems, man.
Hey,
Solve
wait,
that
Well,
shit.
fortunately, Callah's
that's
suggestions
why
don't carry very much weight.
weak
Navigate.
country to
Let
go
me
to.
meet you.
Nobody cares.
All right, Ola, let me meet you, and Mike, go ahead and I'll meet myself.
First of all, Nigeria is being developed on a daily basis. Nigerians are building Nigeria. We're building what we need to build. It's being built on a daily basis. So I don't know why someone think we need someone to come and build. Now, Kidola, I'm glad. Thank you. You mentioned about the media propaganda that people consuming in the West. The so-called Boko Haram. This so-called Boko Haram is something that only exists in the Northeast, in the border of Nigeria, Chad, and Niger Republic. And this is a organization force that's been sponsored by the French and all these CIA people for years. And the Nigerian, we dealt with them. In fact, even the Boko Haram is not even the leader has been Nigerian. They've killed the leader. This is something that only exists in the Northeast, in the border of Nigeria, the Nigeria and Niger, Northeast. Me, Kidola, most Nigerians, the advanced part of Nigeria is more in the southern part of Nigeria.
So you're saying the West is behind Boko Haram?
Say it again.
You
Yeah, the
said
West is of course the West is behind Boko Haram. Yeah,
why
the
would the
French,
West be?
but that's not what. But whether you agree with it or not, I don't care. But Boko Haram, we're not from the north.
Why would the West be behind Boko Haram? That means more Nigerian refugees are screaming into the West. Why would they want that?
First of all, you have to understand Nigeria. There's no such thing. Nigeria, there's different kind of Nigeria. There's something we call it northern and we call it southern. That deep Nigeria,
We know all about that.
We from the south. The real mainstream Nigeria is the southern part of Nigeria. So what you see on TV that you're consuming and talking about Nigeria, that part of Nigeria,
So what about
north
the wars? Let me ask you a question. You say the North. What about the wars that go in the Delta? Right now, they're smuggling oil out of
you watch too much media. That's your problem. You watch too much media. That's what I'm saying. And you sound very insulting when you speak about where we're from, as if you know what you're talking about. Which war is going on in Delta?
Let me ask you a question. So you said they're smuggling oil out of the Delta region.
There's no war going on in no Delta, man. Start watching fake news, man. Start consuming this CNN.
So wait a minute. Where'd you get the information about
Western mainstream media?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, Mike. Where do you get the notion that the French and the British are behind Boko Haram? Where'd you get that from? You got some source we don't know?
Don't worry, I got it. I don't need to share with you. I don't need to. Don't worry, I'm not getting it.
But you said.
It wouldn't surprise me.
We know who's sponsoring insurgency all over the world. We know who's sponsoring insurgency.
And you're gonna talk, you have to disclose your information and details. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say no, I'm not gonna tell you.
Intelligence shows the Nigerian government intelligent, the African Union, everybody said it. Even the Western people they expose it. That hey, the insurgency in the Africa,
really?
And Boko Haram is not.
That is a serious charge, bro. That's a serious charge. You're accusing the West of being behind Boko Haram.
Wait, and the so-called Boko Haram is not just limited to Nigeria. It's something they're carrying on around the Sahel. The Niger Republic, the attack is there. The attack is in Cameroon. Is all over that region. Chad, the Boko Haram is operating there. The insurgency is operating there. But Nigeria, we limited it, we contain it to that border, the Sambisa forest area.
IPOD? What about IPOD?
IPOD, what's IPOD?
The international the Biafra. The Biafra.
What about that? What about it? Talk to me about it.
Right now they got their own soccer team. They're raising their own flag, and they're talking about nationhood. You know.
Can you deny
that Nigeria's
this guy they want
Mike, shouldn't you be home in Nigeria fighting the stuff, man?
They want media. If you're saying it go Radio Biafra, what you be watching Radio Biafra?
No, what I'm saying is, so the bottom line.
But what we are trying to tell you, Kala, this is what we're trying to tell you.
You guys are rioting in Germany over this.
No, this is what I'm trying to tell you, man. You're consuming too much propaganda on the media.
In Germany, it's spiraling all over. It's still someone.
No, it's not really. No, listen. What you're watching, what you're consuming on social media, it's not reality on ground. You're talking about those type of guys.
But you said, hold on. but you said the
Kala
French are
Genesis,
behind Boko
this is what I'm
Haram. Where'd
telling
you
you.
get that from?
Will you
Where'd
let
you
me
get that
talk? You've
from?
been talking for 3 hours now. He's talking for 6 hours. I just came in. Give me at least 3 minutes to talk. I can't even. I mean, come on, discipline yourself now. Come on. This is what we are trying to tell you. If you haven't lived in a country, haven't visited a country, stop being an expert. Stop talking like an expert because you've been everything you say, you've been insulting the people that come from there. That's why people get irritated when they hear you speaking as expert of a place you don't live. It's kind of like people. You said it yourself before. People consume media about America, and when they start to talk about Black America, they say things that will irritate you because they think they know you based on what they consume on media, and that's the same thing I'm trying to tell you. And I had a fight with some Africans on social media, someone like Tunaja, right? They think he's an expert on Black American issues. And I told him, I said, listen, my guy, if you never lived in the United States, never lived among Black, you don't know nothing. You may think you have an idea what you're talking about, but you're gonna sound ridiculous because if you don't live in that society, you cannot possibly be accurate in what you're talking about. And we start to be bold thinking you're speaking as an expert, you're only going to irritate people that come from there because you're just going to sound very ridiculous to them. Like someone like Dynast, he goes to Nigeria and he tell people I see some people that respond to when he goes there like I was watching a video, people showing the video of him in Nigeria. See, Boko is going to jump from the bush and attack him and things like that. He's been there. He's spent time there, and he understands the dynamic of the environment, and he can speak. And when he listens to people talk about Nigeria, he says they sound ridiculous because he knows how Nigeria is. Nigeria is
Let me ask you a question.
Nigeria is not just a.
What about the stuff we
Can I
get
talk,
from?
man? Like, you're talking for hours. You're not even disciplined to allow someone to
Go
talk.
ahead, Mike. Man, you guys hurry up, man. I want to go to bed soon.
Yeah, go to bed then. Come on, goddamn. Nigeria is not just it's not like a solid country. Nigeria is divided into regions and kingdoms. So it's not like you're just one people like that. You understand? In fact, we don't see ourselves as a nation. It's just a country. It's a mere geographical expression. That's what Nigeria is. And then when you guys are saying the Europeans come to colonize, they colonize Nigeria. What is Nigeria? Nigeria is empires. We were empires. We were nations. When people say things like, that's why I always love when people say they know Africa. They know African history. Start talking African history. And they be talking about these countries that exist. When you start saying they colonize Nigeria, the first country nation in Africa is Liberia. No, the empires were nations on their own.
Mike.
Wait. Let me. The empires were nations on their own. And this colonization that you guys are talking about, what is colonization? Define it.
Well, you need to talk to Navigate.
We were never colonized.
Telling him earlier.
I don't relate to colonization. I don't relate to it because my kingdom was never occupied by Europeans or colonized. I don't know what colonization means.
Check this out. I told Navigate that there's no nations in Africa. You just confirmed that. I said there's territories people identify. And
no, we have nations. No, we have nations. Me and Kidolai can tell you that we're from Europe.
But there's no. I said hold on. I said there's no nation. There's no real nation called Nigeria. I said that. You know, it's like in Ghana. All these people,
it's a country. There's a country. Nigeria is a country, but not a nation.
Country, my nation. You know, I agree with that. It's a
country of different nations. No, it's a country of different nations.
Biafra is a nation. I agree with
No,
that.
Biafra is not a nation. No,
yes, it is. I recognize them as a nation.
You see. Now I'm about to make a good example of what I'm talking about. Okay, what is Biafra? You just call Biafra a nation. What is Biafra? Tell me.
Well, the people of Biafra from the Igbo
region.
Who
are the people of Biafra? What are people of Biafra?
The people, the Ijos, and all these other people that live in that area.
They just are not Biafra.
Don't you believe that the people there they say the people of Biafra, the people of Biafra.
There is no Biafra. What is Biafra?
I know, but what I'm saying, they call themselves Biafrans. You know,
no, they don't call themselves Biafra. The only people that use the term Biafra are the Igbos.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they say
Igbos. Listen,
the Ijaws are part of the Igbo. You know that, right?
They're part of what?
Ijaw people. They are closely related to the Igbo. Yes, they're part of that region. They're part of that region. He only knows his own country.
What do you mean region?
You know what I'm saying? The Eastern region. The Eastern region.
The
The
eastern part of
Ijaws,
Nigeria.
Ijaws, and all that are part of the eastern part of Nigeria. Okay.
Okay, the part of
The
eastern part. That means
Biafrans,
what?
hold on. The Biafrans basically say that they have some
What
sort
is
of
Biafra?
interconnection
First of all, let
between
me ask
all
you,
the.
what is Biafra? What is Biafra?
Look, I don't know. You tell
You
me.
don't
When
know, so why
they
you
believe.
talking? And that's what we are telling you. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. 2 million people died in a war. Can we agree on that?
A lot of
The Biafra.
Igbos, yeah.
The 2 million Igbos died in the war
We
in
don't
the
know if it's 2 million, but a lot of
1970s.
them. Okay.
What year was that?
It was between 1967 and 1971. You know, did 2 million, 3 million people die or not? Huh?
Long time ago.
That was not long ago.
Why you always
And there's some people.
You always looking
No,
for
when I'm
something.
saying
Come to Nigeria.
no, what I'm saying what I'm saying is this though. If somebody says that they don't believe in Nigeria, they want to succeed from Nigeria, and I mean honestly, man, I would like to see Nigeria become one nation. And like, but if someone feels that
But
strongly about succeeding from,
who's saying they want to succeed? Who's saying that?
well, I'm on a lot of sites when that there's a Biafra independence movement. You know
What
it's
is
there.
Biafra? I asked you the question. What is Biafra? You don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm telling you. What is Biafra?
Well, why don't you mean to tell me you don't know about the
You've
Biafra
been saying
independence movement?
you've been coming on. You see, you've been irritating me for a long time. Kala Genesis.
Hold on.
Because you've been coming on Danny's show, coming everywhere, telling Nigerians their stories, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Let me ask you. So you don't believe that there's a Biafra independence movement going on right now?
What is Biafra? That's what I'm asking you. We don't know what it's all about.
Hold on. If you don't know that and whatnot, then
what do you mean I don't know that?
When's the last time you've been in Nigeria?
What kind of rubbish question are you asking?
Kala.
No, when's the last time you've been in Nigeria?
Please help me educate this guy, man. Give me this guy some.
I live in Nigeria. You make it a very big mistake if you think.
Okay, so now, Kidola.
Kala, let him talk, man. He's a Nigerian. Let the Nigerian tell you.
Okay, he's a Nigerian. Maybe he can tell me something. Maybe he can tell me.
Now you're arguing with Nigerians about their own stories, right?
No. Maybe he can tell.
I see you do with the Liberians. You sit down with them, trying to out Liberian them. Like, you want to out Nigerian us?
Go ahead, Kidola. Say what you want about Biafra.
Look, if you talk about Biafra, that word called Biafra would be actually created by Ojukwu. Let me just tell you the truth. Ijaw people are far more closer to the Yorubas than to the Igbos.
That ain't what they tell me.
Well, hold on.
They don't want nothing to do with Mike. Then you gotta admit the Ijaw.
The Ijaws, the Shekiris, all those Benin, they're more closer to the Yorubas. You don't even know what you're talking about.
The Ishekiri that you're talking about, the offshoot of the Yorubas.
The Niger Delta people, they're even more closer to the Yorubas. Let's educate you before you talk less and listen. Let the Nigerians tell you our story.
Hold on. Maybe you can educate.
This is what you do. This is what you do, Kala.
Kala, this is what you do. Mike.
Finish.
Let's talk. Hold on, Mike. Maybe you can educate. Hold on. Let me ask a question. Maybe let me ask you a question. Maybe you can. Hold on. I gotta say this. Let me ask a question. Then you can educate me, right? Now, when the Nigerians went for independence from the England, right?
Well, before you jump into that,
granted Nigeria independence, right? The same. A couple of years later, the Eastern region said, they discovered oil. They didn't want to be part of Nigeria, right? Now they had a peaceful transition from the English, right? But when the Igbos tried to succeed, millions died.
The Igbos didn't try to succeed. What the Igbos did, listen. Let me
Eastern region. Let's not go to semantics. The Eastern part of Nigeria.
We're trying to educate you because what you're doing is
no. My point is you're trying to twist stuff around. I'm asking you why is it that it was such a hold on. Why was it so peaceful when you guys were begging the British for independence, right? But it was a full-on war against internal war. When Biafra tried to secede, when that 2 million people died. 2 million people died in the Biafra war. My
What is
point
your
is
point?
this: why didn't you guys take? Hold on, why didn't you guys take up that same fight against the British when you guys wanted independence? That you guys get fellow
You sound dumb, man.
Africans.
Kill a lie, explain to him or something. Give me a little knowledge
Let me ask
before I
you.
come.
That's an honest question.
Let me
I was
let
the
me
world
let me.
didn't think
Okay, what is
you
your
had it,
question?
but
What
you
exactly is
guys,
your question?
the north and the west part of Nigeria crushed the
Uh
east. Is that what
oh
happened?
God, this guy sounds
60
dumb,
years
completely
ago.
dumb. Man.
Kala,
Kill,
Kala, you know, Kala, you
That
know,
was 50 years. That was
sorry,
50 years. That was 50
Kala
years ago.
Genesis,
Well,
Kala, Kala, please,
what I'm saying is, there's a lot of people still bitter about that.
Kala, do me a favor, man. Do me a favor, man. Understand that you can't be reading something online or interviewing one individual or a couple of individuals and get some pseudo information and then come online begin to talk as an expert on people's society.
No, I asked you. I asked you,
Because
but
you
you
always
didn't answer
sound
my
ridiculous.
question.
Because I've listened to you for
Hold on,
years and you just always say the same thing.
you didn't answer my question. Now you got another problem with Boko Haram.
Now
Now you're
I'm
telling me
going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question, but you're
hold
not
on.
giving
You
me a
didn't
chance
answer
to
my
answer your
question.
question.
You didn't answer my question. Then I asked you about Boko
I'm
Haram.
trying to answer it, but you cut me off because you don't have discipline. You don't let people talk.
Oh no, one last question. Then you can answer the question, right?
Oh,
I asked
one last question.
I asked you a question about Boko Haram, and you telling me
Now you're jumping
that
away. I haven't even answered this one of Biafra. Now you're going to
Boko Haram does not exist, and also there's no oil being smuggled out of the Delta right now, and all this stuff like this.
You're
You're telling me that doesn't exist.
You're expert on Nigeria. You do, man. Do
I'm
people
just
a
asking
favor.
some
Stop
questions,
telling
man.
them their stories. If you don't know nothing about people's society, stop being
Well,
an
I'm
expert.
just asking you, man. Educate me, man. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what
Asking
you've
me a
been
question.
doing. Call us to come and educate you rather than coming online, be telling us our stories and
But
just sounding
Kidderall tells
ridiculous.
me that there's nothing going on in Nigeria that anybody needs to be concerned
come to
about.
Nigeria,
You
come
don't
to
know our
Nigeria and
story.
come and
Start
see white people
consuming
in
things you see
Nigeria.
online or hearing
Business
somewhere.
are
You
happening
don't
there.
know our story.
Come to Nigeria,
Everyone
come
and
and you're in
everywhere
America.
has issues.
You're in America. You know
He'll be
much about
telling us our
Nigeria.
story how Liberia. I mean, he'll be telling us how America, Liberia, can teach Nigerians how to do business.
First
I'm
of
like,
all,
are you crazy?
I
Yeah,
never
you be
used the
telling
term
us.
America
I'm like,
Liberian.
are you? Then you be
I
like,
never
oh,
used the
the
term America
America.
Liberian.
Then you said the black America is superior black. Came over
I never
there to.
used
I mean,
America Liberian.
you always sound insulting when you talk, man. You know nothing about our history. Goes back thousands of years. I know Yoruba history that goes back thousands of years.
Well, appreciate you
Our
guys.
history is not 500. It's not colonial. See, let me tell you what the mistake you don't understand is. You guys consume African history from Western accounts. The Europeans give you the right African history based on their own experience, their own account of Africa. But you have to understand that these kingdoms, we have our own history that goes back thousands of years.
Do you have a
Our
Yoruba?
history is not slave
Let
and
me ask you a
colonial and
question.
all these things you talk about.
Hold on. Do you have
That's
a
not my
Yoruba?
history is not it's not limited to
Mike,
slavery and colonialism and all these things you talk about. We have history that goes back thousands of years.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a Yoruba book that I can purchase that tells his from your point of view?
Listen, we our kingdoms, we are the custodian of our own knowledge. You see, they say the African nation, ethnic.
But is it written down?
Listen, I'm answering. Cannot talk. That's that's why I don't like calling him because you frustrate me because I can't even. You don't let people talk, man. Before they say anything, you don't like to listen to yourself. It's like you want to hear what you want to hear. We have sophisticated ways of keeping our knowledge. We have something they call a secret society. You know what they call secret society? We have different clans. That's what they call titles and the way Africans are. Not all Africans, but kingdoms, especially where I'm from. We are people that know how to what do you call it? The word to keep secrets. You understand? The Europeans are still digging knowledge from Africans. The Africans are hiding from them. We have something they call the secret societies. There's something they call Awo. You understand? There's something they call Boni. There's something they call kids don't know what I'm talking about. The people the custodian of ancient knowledge. You understand? That even the knowledge, not any member of a tribe can just be exposed to that knowledge. They pick and choose who they give this knowledge to. And these are they call secret societies. Africa is more than what you think it is. That's the reason why Europeans everywhere that's why when Africans they conquer Africa, I'm like, no, they haven't conquered you. Because when you talk about where Europeans conquer, the first thing they do when they conquer you, they wipe you out. Example of a place they conquered is North America. Once they conquered the Indians, they kill all of them, took their land. And when it's Australia, they conquered the people, they kill all of them, took their land. Africa is not a place that they've conquered. They came in, they did all their experience, they had their encounters, and they left. They ran away. But they will write their own story of account of Africa and give you story of glories. We came there, we conquered, we colonized, we defeated this tribe, that's the story you guys consume. But every African know that we chased them out. Africa is beyond just what you think is physical. Africa is beyond physical. That's metaphysical. That's why I laugh at you when you say when I laugh at you when you talk to me telling me you can come to my tribe and come teach me and colonize me.
Check this out. Why is it the Africans, as you say, if they're so unconquered, why are they going and coach bus to mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth?
I can't hear you.
Yeah, brother, that's seriously that's a great question, Kala.
It's the Pan-African shuffle, man.
Because of the love for the Queen. I mean, you know, it's
the love of the Queen. What is the love of the Queen? Maybe if some people are spending some diplomatic gesture,
aka Queen Elizabeth was a.
Some people are expressing diplomatic gesture. Listen. Here's the deal: we are probably in Africa. Not all Africa are on the same page. You understand?
No, I know, but the representation from your country went there in bus.
Well, I don't care. Listen, we're not on the same page in Nigeria. Yeah, we got issues going on.
Who represented you went and mourned.
Represent who?
Their British monarch.
Represent my kingdom?
Yes, exactly. Kala, is that what happened?
Represent my kingdom.
Exactly.
I think you guys talk about Ghana, Liberia, and leave Nigeria alone.
No representation from Nigeria went there.
Who?
Biden don't represent me. Biden don't represent me, jerk.
Look, he went.
But Kala, maybe you don't know nothing about Nigeria, man.
You have. Let be honest. You said white people are bad. White people are bad, right? But
no, we're not just saying white people are bad. We're just saying that.
But through the matter, the country you stay in is being formed by white people. And the job you have in there.
No, was it? Well, we black people help build this country, man. Don't even go there, bro.
At that level, it's lie. It's lie.
And where I'm from in Jamaica,
it's the truth, man. It's the truth. It's the truth.
If you build the country,
well, Bomani, the queen is still the head of state of Jamaica. I don't want to insult you.
Yeah, just like Nigeria.
No, the queen is not the head of state of Nigeria. The queen is the head of state of Jamaica.
Where's Kilo babbling about? What's he babbling about?
Of United States. That's why they control it. You understand me? Not just all white people are bad. Stop saying, "Oh, white people are bad," or "You forget it." It's not going to work.
Well, I put it like this. I built.
Kala, here's what Kilo is trying to tell you. This is the difference between the way we think, right? We understand that the forces here, the so-called white supremacy forces, that are some group of whites that are doing evil towards black, or they've done stuff in the past. But we Africans, what we think, we don't say every individual white man is guilty of everything. You understand?
That's we don't either. Look at things. We don't either.
It's like
no, that's what you do. No, but that's what you guys talk. You say, "Oh, white man, you're talking to a white man. You gotta hate a white man." And I'm telling you,
the Queen don't have no control over the USA navigate. You doofus.
Yeah,
as an individual,
it started.
No Queen. There's no. Oh,
we have a Federal Reserve.
Man.
The Federal Reserve is not.
Lord.
The Federal Reserve is a private institution. It's a foreign institution that's controlled by the economic capital of the world, which is London. Headed by the Queen. The Queen has been soaking the whole world, out of their resources for the longest. And
explain. So let me debunk that, right? But check out because it's not the truth. Because it's not the truth. Check this out. Bomani, back in the days, Eisenhower threatened the British if they do any imperialist moves against the Palestinians in the Middle East, they will reduce the pound of rubble. That don't sound like the Queen of England has the power over the United States. Eisenhower said we'll reduce the pound down to nothing. With the British
Democrats and the Republicans pretend they hate each other's guts too, but they all on the same
team. Do you know England? Do you know what England has done by making the United States
Bomani?
It's so easy.
Bomani, see how I just debunked them?
We can't all talk to someone.
See how I just debunked them?
You think that's the end all be all. That was for your consumption, so you can throw you off the trail. That's a psyop.
What's a psyop?
Yeah.
A psychological operation.
But I mean, go back to what you're talking about. What country you talking about? You talking about England?
I'm
right?
talking about the USA and Britain. They've been
USA.
bosom buddies for the longest. The USA is the muscle of the World Organization. London is the financial hub of the World Organization, and the Vatican has been the religious head of the World Organization.
Yeah, conspiracy mumbo jumbo.
Fortunately, these factions
It's a
have
fact,
been at war right now.
It was after World War II.
Well, I thought you guys were. You said that you guys were independent nations and nobody controls Niger, and we're all don't listen to the European thing. And right. What he's just saying is you're not telling the truth. He's saying that the British do have control over what you're doing. You guys do bow to the Queen of England and everything. That's what he's saying.
We don't bow. No, that's not the point.
They don't
Listen,
bow.
there may be people that bow, but not all of us. But now here's the deal.
Don't bow. And all don't bow in the USA, but control is a matter of power. Britain
it's a matter of power, exactly, and that's what I'm trying to explain. Like the man made the point earlier. I said power is the key thing in this life. You understand?
Power is the ability to do what you want to do and not have nobody stop.
Navigate. Power is having that solar panel in your mud hut, right?
Kala, listen. This brother here. Can I say something? Hey, Navigate. Let me help you out. I'm trying to support the point you made earlier. The brother Navigate said something earlier, like when I was listening. Say Pan-African. The definition of Pan-African is supposed to be power, not race. He said it. He said,
"Oh, okay."
He said black power. And
that is right. There's a black race, right?
Listen, Listen. He said what Pan-Africanism should be black power, not race.
When he says black, that is doing the Pan-African shuffle. No.
He's being more logical than you.
A whole lot of dancing tonight.
But the key thing about this world, you have to understand what this life is. Power is everything. You understand? Power is everything. Without power, nothing else matters. I don't care.
How about some electric? How about some electric? How about some megawatt power? How about some megawatt power to power electric?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's true. And that's what I'm saying.
How about some electric? I'm electric.
Exactly. And you're making my point. You need power. Power is everything. Even the phone you're using.
Yeah, man. I agree, man. We need to build some more power plants in Africa, so we have. So
even the medium you are using to unleash you right now, if you take power out of it, it's useless. As technological advance as your phone or your computer, whatever you're using is, if you take power out of it, it's useless. Power is everything. If you want to approach me and say, let's do something. First question I ask you is, do we have power? How do we gain power first? If you don't talk to me about how we get power, then you're wasting my time. Everything else you're talking about is useless. And that's why Kirola look at you when you come to talk. I'm like, who is it, Joe? No power that's telling us he wants to come and colonize us. You don't have power. Listen, everything.
I never said.
If you want to sit with me about
I'm not trying to overpower. I'm not trying to overpower you.
I'm not saying you don't have what it means, what it takes. You sound like
so why do you keep saying that I want to power you or overpower you? I have no desire.
You're insulting us when you're telling us you want to come colonize us. If you had the power, I will respect that statement. If you had the power, you and your group, whatever, that you claim you're the superior black, have the power to come and colonize us in Nigeria. I will respect that. But you don't have that power.
Whoever said that was superior black.
Let me ask you a question. And teach us because you talk down on us a lot, man. I've listened to you on Danny. You always irritate me.
When you guys got somebody got to talk. Both you can't talk, so Kala, so we can hear Mike out, so we can just get back at him because I want to hear him clearly.
Yeah. If you actually had the power to do what you're claiming you want to do, I will respect your statement. But if you don't have the power, I'm like, this is an empty barrel making the loudest noise. You understand? Empty barrel making a loud ass noise.
But here you go, Mike. Mike, let me answer that.
You have to
First
discuss
of all,
power first. That's what the brother
Mike,
navigator said. He said Pan-Africanism should be black power. How can the black race gain power? After you gain power, or you can discuss how we can gain power, and then people will start to take it seriously.
let me ask you a question.
And that's why
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, Mike. You keep going on, man. You gotta let somebody talk, man. Let me
Okay,
answer
go
the
ahead,
question,
talk.
right?
Go ahead, talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, never once I said that I'm gonna overpower you. I started the show where I was saying in 1990, man, we had high hopes that Nigeria would lead the black race and everything. That did not happen. That did not happen, you know. And I'm saying to myself, how's a country like Nigeria got to worry about a ragtag like Boko Haram? I said about why is it that there's instability in the Delta region, and I asked about this growing tension about the Biafra movement, right? And you deflect and said no, that's not going on. And then we asked the question about I told you about the Queen of England. I said, why do you got Nigerians? I'm seeing pictures of Nigerians crying at the more thing. You're supposed to be a powerful, independent nation that got a 1,000-year history and whatnot. And why are you up in England crying over the Queen of England? I don't understand that.
So when you're looking at an individual that's doing something,
they represent your country, brother.
No. Okay. See, and that's why the problem is, and that's why we have all these so-called diaspora problems, these internet wars. Because what a lot of you guys do a lot is what you don't accept people doing to you is you look at people's society and you pick one an isolated incident, maybe an individual that acts stupid or do something foolish, and you take that, I usually paint everybody else. Like I could go all day and go into the Black American community and look at something jacked up, or go to Jamaica and look at something jacked up, and begin to say, "Oh, look at the Jamaicans! All Jamaicans, this is what they're doing." You're saying because some individuals decide to cry over the Queen, that means all 200 million Nigerians. That's what we're all doing.
Not everyone, but most people.
Most really. Oh, so that means you saw over 100 million Nigerians crying. That's what you mean when you say most people.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Well, they speak on your behalf.
Mike is not even Nigeria itself. It was a small group of.
And that's what Kala does. Kala takes stories, isolated stories of Nigerians. He used to come and talk about us.
Brother, are you honestly telling me that you don't miss your queen?
Forget
my
why
queen.
you talking about the Queen. Why you only talking about the Queen?
You did it, Bomani, man. You got kiddo upset, bro. You got kiddo upset, man. Talking about the Queen.
Mike, the Queen did change the land, the size land of my land. The Queen did change. If I want to produce a pure water in my neighborhood, the Queen did change the budget that is coming towards my country. The Queen did change. If I want to build a mansion, I cannot build.
The Queen is not even relevant in Nigeria. It's not even relevant in Yoruba land where we come from.
And so why are you talking about?
Thank you.
The white man never took my land. The white man.
They never took our land.
They don't have to.
Kala, let me tell you something.
They don't have to physically take every land. What they do is conquer the state. They
Bomani,
they conquer how the country is run.
Kala, let me Bomani, Kidola, let me explain something to these brothers.
Not every physical land.
Bomani, let me break something down to you and Kala. Let me break something down to you, just to make you understand where we come from, where me and Kidola come from. Do you know that if you come to Yoruba land, you as a human being, if you live in the flesh, if you have to step in the palace of a king, particularly the Alafia of Oyo or Oni of Ife, no matter who you are, you know, whether you're a president or no matter the richest man in the world, you have to bow to the crown or you'll be spiritually cursed. Do you know that every time the Queen of England or even a British Prime Minister or any powerful man from Europe come to Yoruba land, they don't go to the palace because they're not willing to bow to the crown. And people dare them, like, why don't you just go there and not bow to it? Because they know they can't fuck with the force. They can't fuck with what they call the Orishas. You understand? They can't mess with the spiritual power that's in Yoruba land. They can't mess with it. Even the so-called colonial time you're talking about, the colonial land you guys are talking about, Yoruba land was not even being colonized. It was more mutual business going on.
Brother, that didn't stop you. No. That didn't stop from all of our people being sold from Yoruba land to all these parts of the world, right? that powerful force.
Well, that's the whole different. See, the account of. I'm glad you brought that up.
Like we
Thank
talk
you. I'm
about
glad.
all these spiritual powers, but it didn't save us and it didn't progress us. You know what I'm
Do
saying?
you know? Do you know? Do you know?
That. I mean,
have you read the story of
that into something that makes sense to us of progression?
Okay, yeah, it may not make sense to you. Have you read the story of 80? How did the Asian free themselves?
Well, like I mentioned, brother, weren't our people?
If it wasn't the spiritual power of the African continent, all of you, that's all would have been dead. The white man would have killed all of you after slavery.
Another big kingdom was the Yoruba kingdom. Okay, they were so powerful that they sold a whole bunch of their people into slavery, right? Across the land.
Well. Here's the story of people.
All the spiritual stuff you talk about is nonsense because it does not.
Okay, if it's nonsense, bring your ass to Yoruba land and come on. No.
Did it save the African continent from being colonized by the European?
No, I was not colonized. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know your definition of colonization.
Mindset that doesn't build anything, and it's an
he's building us.
Everything.
He's building us. We'll build ourselves.
So we're getting away from this a little bit, but it's like I hear people talk about all this stuff. It did not stop anything from happening to us. So, I mean, what
it stopped us.
What is all the spiritual stuff doing? Come on, please tell me. What is all the spiritual stuff doing? It didn't stop my people being sold into slavery and being brought.
Well, that's the problem of your people, man. That's the problem of individual. But my kingdom. Let me tell you the power. My kingdom is still intact.
Also, what is Yoruba?
So, we're intact.
So your people did not sell any of its people off to European slave traders to take us across the Atlantic. Are you saying yes or no?
Were you there? Were you there?
Were you there? That's the question. Were you there?
We have records and documentation.
From who? Whose record? Whose documentation?
And document.
From the British Museum? From the white man?
Mike, don't ask me a question with a question. Answer my question. Is it a
yes
yes
you
or
answer
no?
your own question now.
No. I don't answer my own question. Is it a yes or no?
What is yes or no?
Brother, were your people
were you there during this so-called slave trade, all these stories? Because the accounts.
Listen here, brother, it's a simple question.
What is the question?
Stop being stupid, please.
I'm not being stupid. I'm not trying to answer your question. Tell me your question.
People, okay? We just finished talking about a movie called The Woman King.
A movie, so I gotta go by a movie. Okay.
I don't want people to sit around and beat down on one kingdom because it was many kingdoms up all along West Africa.
Well, I'm not from any kingdom. I'll speak to my kingdom.
We didn't get over here by magic. Tell me how the majority of us get over here that look the same.
I wasn't there.
Man, you ain't. Okay, you said that your people.
You don't believe in books. Mike don't believe in books.
Forget white man's book, man. That's white man's account of your story.
I'm muting everybody.
That's why you guys are jacked up.
Hey, hold on. I'm muting everybody. Listen, it's a simple question. Let's answer the question clearly. You know, you made me almost literally forget my damn question. You know, it was all along West Africa. It was many kingdoms. Whether you were but not a part of those many big kingdoms. And you mentioned also another thing too. You said that your people control the stories of the history. If your people control the stories of history, tell me, because some of us in Jamaica, we have DNA from all these major kingdoms. The Ashanti Kingdom, the Homie, and Yoruba. And these are DNA. These are DNA, and these are also, we have also historians. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to be pissed off and mad at anybody. I'm not here to do that. And that's why I bring my brothers and sisters back to the African continent so we can learn about what happened to our ancestors. So I'm asking you two guys, the great experts, tell us what happened to our people. How did our people have the same? How do some of my brothers and sisters have the same DNA as your people there? And we live across in countries like Jamaica and Trinidad. And then there's this whole notion about slave trade and everything. And there's a whole movie called The Women Kingdom. You just help us, educate us.
It sounds like you're about to kick me off the show like you did the last 3 times. So, you know, there's a deal. There's a deal. This is what I'll do.
I want you to stop doing the Pan-African shuffle and dancing and.
No, you're gonna kick me off. It's very clear because I'm getting familiar that energy. That's why I say
I want to be enlightened and educated. I want people.
If I begin to give you talk and give you facts, it's gonna irritate you. And you kind of person that you don't have too much control. And I know you're gonna kick me off. So before you kick me off, let me just kick myself off. I already see you come. See, you already
answering the question. Instead of answering the question,
I guarantee you're gonna kick me off tonight. You did it the last 3 times, and I said I'll never call in again. I don't know why I'm calling tonight, but you're gonna kick me off. I know it for sure. And that I don't like that. You know, if you don't want me on show, let me know. I will go off myself. Don't just kick me off.
Lines and you try to veer things.
Answer the question, Mike.
I want you to focus on what we're talking about, because you're making it seem like all these spiritual Arushas and all this stuff is all powerful and everything.
Yeah, come to Yoruba land and come and challenge the powers.
Taken away if they were so powerful. The same thing I asked, brother, is nothing personal. It's the same thing I asked my friends that are part of the Ashanti kingdom. And
okay, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. Let me break it down to you.
So I want to hear your side. Thank
you. Okay, let me break it down to you. You have to learn to you separate the gods from the humans. You understand? Like me, for example, I practice the Orisha tradition, right? And I do divinations. And the divinations, they give me instructions, right? If I go against the instructions, I deal with the consequence. Now, here's the story of my tribe. Before the Europeans came, our kingdoms were doing divination, and they were warned by the deities. Like, listen, there are these forces, they are coming. When they come, do these rituals, do this sacrifice. And when they come, do not allow them to access to come deep into the population. Also, do not accept whatever they come to offer you. The divinities gave that instruction to the population. The Africans heard this, my people, many part of my people got this information. But when the Europeans came and started coming with materials, like luxury materials, huge part of the population started going against the divination, the information, the instruction, the gods gave to them. And they started disobeying the gods. And as a consequence, they paid the price. Which is the same thing we're dealing with today. Many Africans, when the Europeans were bringing Christianity and everything, the divination, the priests gave these instructions to the people. Like, listen, the gods are telling us that, hey, these people here are trying to indoctrinate. They're trying to bring this religion and all these things. Don't accept it. The people turn against it. So they're dealing with the consequences. So if you're telling me that the consequences that Africans are dealing with as a result of them disobeying their deities and their gods is the fault of their gods, no, it's not the fault of their gods. It's the fault of the people. Now, one thing I can guarantee you is the gods, when you disobey them, they will allow you to deal with the consequences. But what they will not allow to happen to you is for you to be annihilated or the land to be taken. The land belongs to the god. The gods will protect the land, but the gods will allow the people to deal with the consequence of their disobedience. So whatever is happening to Africans is as a result of the disobedience of Africans. You get it? When the Asians, when 80, some of them took their deity with them, and when they were going through the hardship of slavery, when they did divination, the deity told them, hey, this is what you need to do. You need to do this ritual. You need to do that. They didn't believe it. No.
I'm not eventually, I'm not a believer. I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to believe. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm just telling you about where I'm from. So I'm answering his question. He asked me a question.
That's the cultural belief.
And Navigate, let him talk. So far, that's a good story. I'm wondering if he made it up or somebody is giving it to him to read. But
the deal is what you need to do is
stop lying, Mike.
what you need to do is maybe you need to come to. That's why I keep telling you, Kala, come to my land and come and live there, live among us.
I'm scared to go
and
there.
Then you can learn a lot about us.
You guys are gonna use this human sacrifice. Just
so you're scared? Okay, exactly. They don't come then. That tells you can never come to colonize me. Even if listen,
just like we're auction off. That's how my folks.
Listen. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. This so-called colonization that you guys talk about, when the Europeans were on the continent claiming they were colonizing, do you know that 99%, 93% of my population of my people didn't even interact with the Europeans? We didn't even see them. So this story they write in the book telling you that
I'm afraid to go to Chicago.
Mike, we must magically have your DNA all over the Caribbean islands and
I'm not just giving you that. I'm just explaining to you, right? A large portion of my tribe members disobey their deities, they disobey their gods, and they pay the price.
So you're just gonna blame the victims and we're just bad.
Who's the victim? Listen, man. Listen. Let me tell you something, Bomani. Let me also explain something to you, man. humanity has been existing for thousands of years. There's been series of events and eras where things have happened. You understand? Like empires has risen, empires has fallen. No one empire rules forever. No one empire stays in the same status forever. So even where I'm from, the Oyo, when I told you my story go back thousands of years, we have eras where we went up, we fell, we rose again, fell again, rose again, fell again. You understand? We've had eras like that. We're eras where we were very advanced. I'm talking about. I mean, even like within our Asian story, there were time in about by maybe 10,000 years ago where we were doing things where we had things. When we read our stories, we had things means of communication from far apart. You understand? This whole science technology you're talking about today, the stories are there in our ancient stories. We know about it. I know for a fact that once technology go advance, like as we have even beyond what we have today. Even white people will tell you that in Africans, when they go there to go study their ancient stories, the Africans were teaching them things. The Dogons were talking about time when the ancient forefathers were even going to space.
Yeah, brother, that was
But
ancient times.
the only story of Africa. But wait, Bomani. The only story of Africa you guys know is something from 500 years ago when they came to capture slaves and they beat your ass and they slap you and they bully you, they rape you. That's the only story of Africa you know. But some of us know our story beyond that. So when you're talking to me as a black man,
no, that's
don't
more
start
than what we know.
talking to me
That's
as
more than what we know. We know of great kingdoms beyond
no,
that.
no. You probably even beyond that, you don't know more than maybe 1,000 years ago. But some of us know our story talking about 60,000 years.
What's relevant in our downfall is these
No,
things.
we're not downfalling. What's going on today is we are going through
what happened in the last several hundred years. And
no,
unfortunately,
let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what's going on in Africa.
Unfortunately, our spiritual unique systems in all these different countries, because I've been to many of them, none of that stuff saved us. So
no, it's saving us. If it wasn't that, we'd be wiped out.
Nation building, black people building a global business pipeline and getting their stuff together to compete with the rest of the world.
We could do it.
We focus on those things.
And that's Mike.
No, we can. There's nothing wrong with that. We can do that. But
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Because let me tell you something, Bomani. I mean, your show, please. Let me tell you something. You see, the word Africa, it has been a negative word towards us, even in London. If you call a Jamaican person, oh, are you in Africa? It will react totally. The Jamaicans didn't really receive Africans where? In London. But up to today, what happened? The Africans bend down their head, do what they have to do. In London today, I've been to London a lot of times. I'll stay in London for a while. What happened up to today? Even to enter the Jamaican disco club, the Jamaican would bounce Africa out. You understand me? They will bounce Africa out. But we, the Nigerians, what do? We bend our heads down.
Jamaica is a small island, and you got a big Nigerian country. You shouldn't be letting Jamaicans bully you.
Let me tell you the truth. We Nigerians bend our head down, do what we have to do. Nigerians, because our forefathers always teach us, don't hate. What towards us? That's all they said. They never wrap our head with slavery in Africa. Our forefathers said, we want you to be educated, like just that. Know what those people knows. They work with it. We bend our head down. We try to occupy for certain things in London there, in England there. Nigeria control even the ticket section of England. Nigeria control it to give car tickets. England is not a Nigerian country. Who's employing Jamaicans in London? In London there, the Nigerians are creating their own disco, creating a lot of their own things. You understand? So we don't take no nonsense. We will fight for our own self, but we're not hating nobody. So this unity you try to portray,
brother,
what you try to
I
say,
wish we'd have been fought for it.
The so-called Jamaicans or the so-called the other ones, they never really like West Africa. They say, oh, I'm not Africa. We develop our own selves. We have our own district. The richest man in Nigeria didn't went to the United States to find his money. He found his money in Nigeria. Mike Adenuka become a billionaire in Nigeria, not the United States. The other billionaires there who are there find their money in Africa. They did travel to London. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. We know how to rejuvenate ourselves. And we don't need nobody's help to come. Have you ever been to Nigeria? Come there and come and see both those that live
They've
abroad.
never been there now, but they will see here and trying to tell you about. They're trying to tell you about yourself.
Brother, I've been to many other countries.
You haven't been to Nigeria, man. We are different animals there.
Brother, I do tourism and
forget all those Ghana, Liberia, and all these places. Come to Nigeria, spend some time. We'll teach you some things.
I'm not interested in going to Nigeria.
Well, we don't want you there anyway. We don't want. I don't think Nigeria.
I'm not saying.
Listen, you guys keep saying you the diaspora.
Mike, calm down because you're being emotional. I'm being honest with you.
I'm not being emotional, man.
You asked me about Nigeria. Let me answer your question. I do tourism, and what I look for is a nice roots and culture business, tourism, including things that connect us to our African ancestors and how we got to where we're from in the African diaspora. All of those things are how I create an itinerary. And I looked at all different countries, and so far I'm coming up on country number 11 and 12, and Nigeria is still not in the mix. It's nothing personal.
Man, let me tell you something.
Brother, it's nothing personal because
no.
Tell me if there's.
I've always wanted to go to
Nigerians. We don't.
Is there infrastructure for me to do the tourism business that I do?
Listen,
if it's not, then that's why I'm not there.
Listen, Nigerians.
It's not because I don't want to be. Hold on for a second, Mike. You keep.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, finish.
It's not because I don't want to be there or anything. And then also, when I hear about the spiritual systems, no one still can tell me what is it doing to uplift and put us in another level where we can compete across the globe with all of the powers to be, especially Asia. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying to people, they have to rethink this stuff. Just like when I was in Jamaica, I was born a I was indoctrinated into Christianity all the way up. I think I wanted to say up to I was probably like until like 20, and I still don't have an issue with it and things like that. Because the majority of people in my family, it's what it is, and I don't get into religious debate or nothing. I'm cool with everything.
Okay, let me say, see, Nigeria, first of all, we're not in the business of begging anyone to come to Nigeria. You understand? Even and you mentioned you travel everywhere. Even diners before you went to Nigeria, he first traveled.
No, but before
wait now.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. What I was saying to you about the religion, all of these religion system, from what I learned to what's going on.
Well, you don't know. You haven't been to Nigeria.
Brother, all I'm ever saying, brother, why don't you just be cool? All I'm ever saying, brother, is what is these incredible systems doing to build us the nations that we need to build? And you can't say it's working because none of that is working. Be easy. All across the black world, people telling you all these things. You're laughing, but I'm asking you serious questions.
I'm about to answer you, man. I'll give you an answer when you're ready,
brother. And you're not been able to answer, so you're just like some of the
other. You haven't given me a chance to answer you.
And a hater. You know what I'm saying? No, because every time I ask you the same simple question, because I even compared to the Christianity that we learned, that didn't progress or build what we needed to build. So let me know what's so unique about your African system to where it did not save us from slavery. It did not save us from colonization. Be quiet, brother. Don't let me start talking to you rude. It did not save us from slavery. It did not save us from colonization. It did not save us from neo-colonization. It did not save us from imperialism. So tell me, what is the purpose of all that stuff that we're talking about when it's not doing anything to build the future that we need? Because all we do is pray and hope and all this other faith. I'm a person, I believe in business, work, and economics, and us organizing ourselves together and working towards an end goal. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in sitting around and doing certain things. I have nothing but love for my ancestors, and I meditate and pray for my ancestors because that's the journey we're on. But as far as the spiritual systems, that's what I'm talking about. How is it going to free us, and why is it?
It's either you lack listening comprehension or logical reasoning. Because I've explained to you that the people turn their back on the ancient ways.
Yes, you did tell me that.
Obviously, wait now. You want me to answer your question now? You at the end, you will say I don't answer it.
Because same thing that, brother, it's the same thing that they told me in Christianity. So stop the lies. Okay,
which lie am I lying?
I listened to your lies, and I'm explaining to you that I learned that other same lie in another religion, another spiritual culture. And
okay, that's fine. But okay,
don't come up with a different lie. That's fine, but come up with something a little more original. Thank you.
I don't give a shit what you believe. Listen, here's the deal. That's
not the deal, Mike. That's not the deal. Like I
mentioned, my African way.
Like I mentioned to you, how is that making Nigeria an incredible country with land, infrastructure, and nationhood? How is that building something for Nigeria? Kala, maybe you can answer.
Because Nigerians are not using it.
Check this out.
Mike,
Let me-
Mike,
let me-
yeah,
let me-
Mike,
let me
excuse
get-
us,
let me
but mute
get-
yourself so Kala can speak,
You-
please.
Let me
We
let
need
me
somebody
get-
more
let me-
intelligent and.
Wait. Hold on. First of all, you asked me a question, and then you telling me.
That's why Ola dropped off. That's why Ola dropped off, because he's talking about all the Jamaicans are bullying us in London and stuff. Like stop the little weak stuff. Nigeria is the biggest, toughest, roughest country with the biggest population. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody bullying y'all need to get your game up.
let me say this.
You lack logical reasoning. Listen, spend time in Nigeria before you talk about us, okay?
No,
Mike,
brother,
let
I
me
don't,
say-
brother. No, that's not on my list.
Even Dinus,
my way
when
to Liberia and
Dinus
Rwanda,
traveled to
without-
Ghana and all these other countries before he went to
brother,
Nigeria,
Mike,
and he
how
said
about
it.
this?
He said Nigeria is a different energy.
No,
It's
brother,
a different ball game.
brother, are you serious?
Yes,
Brother,
Nigeria is a
brother,
different ball game. You can't survive in Nigeria. You don't have
brother,
you don't have the
You
brain.
have no idea what.
No, you don't have the brain. You and Kala.
Brother,
None of you have the
I
brain to survive in
brother, do you
Nigeria.
know, brother, be quiet, please. Do you know I literally have people travel with other people on tours to Nigeria? I don't have to go everywhere myself. I have a big network. I do serious.
Stick to Ghana and Liberia,
All
man.
these other people you see are YouTube.
And if you want to talk down on Africa, just talk down on Ghana and Liberia.
We do real business. Okay, I have the videos, the documentation.
check this out. Let me
You can't compete with Nigerians in Nigeria, dude. You don't have the intellectual capacity.
Brother Mike, be quiet, please. What I'm saying to the people.
You're gonna kick me off. I know that for
No,
sure.
I'm not saying to kick you off.
I
Brother,
guarantee you.
You're saying I never been to Nigeria, but I'm trying to answer your question. I have my people go there, and you know the feedback is they said.
Forget feedback, man. Go experience it yourself. I don't want to hear you say, she say.
Mike, be quiet, please. You know what the feedback is? Because we work together. And part of us working together is to find the best countries we can connect and do business with based on tourism and based on people coming in the country feeling like it's somewhere they can live and do business and they feel comfortable and welcome. So that the feedback is, oh, go to these other countries. That's the feedback. The feedback is while they're in Lagos, they're like, what is this going on?
They don't have the brain to comprehend what's going on.
And then, brother, I'm not going to be disrespectful to your country, so I'm not going to say more. Just like anyone can go to certain places and have their opinion and things.
But check this out.
I trust my brother.
What Daniels is making it in Nigeria, though. John Cashin is making it in Nigeria. Those are brilliant black men.
Brother, I got no love.
Those are brilliant black men.
We choose to do tours.
Those ones you send over there, the ones that give you feedback, those are morons. They don't have the brain. You gotta have brain to survive in Nigeria.
Brother, you have to stop this little brain stuff, brother. Brother, we're trying to connect people to from America to Africa. That's our business. And
that's what I'm saying. Only the best for the Africans survive in Nigeria.
Mike, once again, let me finish. So part of the connection for us to connect people with is a country where we feel like we can connect them into. So when I have people going to the country doing research, don't disrespect my people. They're trying to make sure that whatever country we send people to or we have people in, they can actually feel good in the country. You know what I'm saying? So Nigeria, unfortunately, brother, is not one of those countries that they have chosen. And that's all I'm saying. And then all I'm saying to you, other than that, like I've said to you about 10 other times, is that spiritual system right there is not fixing the road, land, infrastructure.
Yeah, it's fixing us. Yeah.
It's not doing anything for us. So
yeah, it is. It is doing it for those that he's doing it for those that follow it. Yeah.
I really feel it because I don't see the end result. Hey, Kala, go ahead and share what
you're not making sense, man. You're not even making sense at all, man.
Let me say this.
Kala, am I making sense? Or am I?
You're not making sense. You're talking about something.
Kala, am I making sense, or do I sound like I'm ignorant?
You're telling absolutely. Check this out.
Well, go ahead and give some clarification. Because maybe Mike understand your English better.
You make sense with Kala, of course.
Check this out. Okay, Phil on Lamonga. 2 speeches I heard this week that really profoundly affected me this week. I heard Pillar Mumba said, he said, the way he talks, he's so powerful when he speaks. He says, and everybody like clown on Pillar Mumba and whatnot, this, that, and the other. But that guy should be leading Africa. He should be the president of the United African. So we'll dissolve all these stupid boundaries. We create one African government, you know. Anyway, he basically said that, you know, he said in this country right here.
South Africa is not a country, man.
Oh, yeah, no, well, you know, it needs to be. But check this out. He said Asia, you do something wrong, some countries they cut your hand off. He said this country they put you in jail for life and everything, but in Africa when you steal from like that, they put you up as a presidential candidate to lead the country. That was right. Then the president of Ghana gets up there, right, and I'm thinking I'm gonna hear some empowering speech and whatnot, and he goes and cries. There's not even any Europeans in the UN Assembly Hall, you know. It's all Africans in there. He's basically saying Africa is held back by 2020, held back by loans that we can't get that other countries get because the world sees Africa as a risk, still sees Africa as a risk. Now, I would ask Mike and whatnot, with all his spirituality and everything like that, how come they couldn't even, how can the Western countries and all the people that do the lending and everything, like I hear China's coming into Nigeria, open up a bank, which is not good. You know, they're going to milk the country dry and everything. And so you know that's true. China's coming there, open up this bank. Nigerian banks are going on its way
The
out.
Chinese are gonna make
You know,
Nigeria bad. The Nigerians are so dumb.
yeah.
They're not like the Chinese.
So in other words, Nigeria is ceding its banking system
Again,
to
you're
China.
insulting us. You're telling us that we are dumb. The Chinese is more intelligent than us. That's what you're telling us.
Yeah. So you need the
Okay,
Chinese
go ahead and
to
finish
handle
your
your
point.
banking system for you. Okay, then banking is essential to a nation building. So some other countries
They're gonna what?
the
Open my banking system for us? We don't have banking system.
Hey, Mike, I thought you know you speak English. Try to learn to understand and listen English, please, so the brother can talk.
No, I think you too. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you.
Okay,
Kala, can you start back? Kala, can you start back over, please?
Okay, what I'm saying is the government, the president of Ghana gets up there, and instead of giving inspiring speeches to the whole world, right? Our President Weah of Liberia gave a really rousing speech that was inspirational. People talking about it, right? The president of Ghana, right, gets up and does a speech, and he's complaining about what Europeans are not doing for Africa. Now you got a whole big continent, you got all these heads of state and everything like that, and you're still complaining. Little tiny Europe, it still has so much control over big giant Africa. I'm just saying, as an African American man, I don't understand that, right? One thing that everybody from the diaspora, slave descendant, right? The reason why the white man has a lot of power over us, and Mike don't realize this, is that the white man always taught us that Africa will never be nothing. It's never going to have lives above you. Any country in Africa will bring it to its knees, or as to keep us in line. So Mike doesn't understand Pan-Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism means the black race. He laughs. Pan-Africanism means the black race is looking in America, in the West, looking for this power to arise and basically be our back on the world stage. But instead of him talking on that terms and whatnot, all he talks about is his kingdom, his people, his rituals, and all stuff like this. And it's just really sad, a sad situation. It just shows you that if Mike is the representation of Nigeria, then we're in some serious freaking trouble. I'm just serious.
Okay. All right. So let me respond to you. And look, like I said, I don't know if you like listening comprehension or just logical reasoning. I told you, Nigeria, it's not it's a country of different nations, right? And this nation will see ourselves independently. That's why that's why when I refer to my nation, where I'm from, where we still practice our Asian ways, we still do things our Asian way. The other nations in Nigeria, for example, you go to the northern Nigeria, they've lost that. They are completely Islamic. You understand? You go to other part of Nigeria, they've been Christianized. So this is what I'm dealing with. So I'm still holding on to my Asian ways, which I know is the only solution, right? So when I'm telling you that, refer to me as someone from my own nation. It's not me being separatist or being limiting myself to my local place or my, just like Bomani would say, your dusty tribe, your dusty village. That's not the point. The point is, I and few other Africans are the only few African left. They're still holding on to the African ways. They're still real Africans.
Those are called
Kala, you asked me, you spoke, and you allow me to respond, right? Can you please? Can you please?
Let me go, Kala.
Now, Bomani, when you're saying why hasn't your African ways solved your problem, when 90% or more than 90% of Africans have lost their ways. They are worshiping white Jesus. They are worshiping Arab Muhammad. They've been indoctrinated into the European way of thinking. They are following Europeans. How is that the African God's fault? How can the God save you if you turn your back on them? How can you blame the original Africans when majority of the population of the continent have turned their back on who they are? When you talk about the glory days, let me land now. When you talk about the glory days of Africa, even a lot of you in the diaspora have to refer to to the Kemet time where they built pyramids and those crazy times when Africa, was building Asian civilizations? Were they Christians? Were they Muslim? Were they not African people? Were they not practicing African ways? So if you talk about the glory time where Africans were really Africans compared to today, where majority of the continent have turned their back on their ancient ways, they're all Christian, worshiping white Jesus, worshiping Arab Muhammad, and you're blaming the African gods for the people being foolish, and you blaming me. Where's the
So
gods?
what
Brother,
basically
this
what
is when you
So
get a little wild. No one is blaming the African gods. I'm asking you,
that's
how
what
is
you
it?
said. You said, where are they? Why are they
Brother,
not saving the people?
brother, I'm
If the
asking
people
you,
turn their back,
how is it building us land, infrastructure, building us a nation, building us
I
corporation?
just gave you the answer because the people have turned their back on it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I said. I didn't say that it's the God's fault.
Well, it's building me.
I never blame anything on spirituality. What I was asking was question of clarity of the end result, if it's bringing anything.
Okay,
And you
let me
never
give you
answered that.
give you a good answer to that.
You
Let me give you a
answered
good
that.
answer to it. Let me give you a good answer to it, right? Let me give you a good answer to it. I told you in Nigeria we have different kingdoms, right? Do you know that about 70% of Nigerian GDP, like virtually 60% of Nigerian industries, like virtually the 80% of Nigerian progress, success, most advanced part of Nigeria is the Yoruba land. You know that, right?
it's actually
Do you know that? Say it again.
Lagos is not really Yoruba land. But go ahead.
It's not Yoruba land. Whose land is it? Oh, it's
I'm
Ashanti
saying,
land.
well,
Okay.
Lagos
That's your
was
problem. You want to teach me about my country when you know nothing
founded
about
by
it.
the Portuguese.
So,
Actually.
Man,
so
shut the hell up, man. You just talk
what's the
dumb
point,
shit.
Mike?
But
What's the
anyway,
point about Yoruba land being rich?
let me land. Let me land.
by Creoles from the Americas
Man, shut the
Brazilians
fuck up,
and all
man.
those
You
other people.
oh no, I mean I won't go. This guy, you know what? Kala, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you, man. Let me just get off tonight, man, because you irritate me a lot. Like when you start telling people about
You
police,
say Yoruba
you've never
land, but
been to
that's not the
Nigeria.
case.
Kala, you know nothing about Nigeria, man. Stop talking about Nigeria.
So when you say it's
Do
Yoruba
me a
land,
favor.
yeah,
Follow
it's in the
Dinings
Yoruba
on the next
region,
visit.
but Lagos is not really
Visit,
Yoruba land.
visit Nigeria. Live there for a little bit, and then you can start talking because you irritate people. And this is my problem. This is why, Bomani, I will tell you something. Do you know that when I used to go on Daniel's show, right? And I used to have a conversation about the Black American community, just referring to things that I'm experiencing because I lived in America in America for a long time. And when
You
I
love it here, right?
wait, I'm talking to Bomani, Kala, please. When I used to have conversation with Daniel about what's going on in the Black community, what we need to start fixing, do you know that Kala used to tell me to not open my mouth and be talking about the African American community because I'm an immigrant and I have no right.
I
I'm
never
not.
told
No,
you that. I
you
never
used
told
to.
you that. I
I
never
stopped
told you that.
doing it.
I
No,
never
no, no,
told you
no,
you're
no,
lying. I
no,
never
no,
told
no,
you that.
no. You literally
I
told
never
Daniels
told
to
you that.
ban me from the show because
I would tell. Hold up.
these
First of all, at the
immigrants should
time,
not be talking about the
hold
Black community.
on.
It's
No,
not.
I never. You got me confused.
And
With my,
that's
I never
why I
told you.
stopped. No, 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 no. If you and no, no,
I never told you that. What I told you was
you were
no.
constantly
What
typing it,
I'm telling you.
and
Hold up. What I'm
and to
telling
the
you.
point where Dennis literally told me that I was stupid for talking as we focus on Nigeria. And after that, I
Wow.
stopped. After
That's
that,
a
I
lie.
stopped talking about your community. I
Your
stopped talking about your community because you can't stand me talking
That's a
about your
lie. That's a
community,
lie.
even if I
That's a
know
lie.
what I'm talking
Let me
about.
tell you. Let me
I
tell you
live
what
in
happened,
America.
right?
I live in the community. At least I
Let me tell you what happened. But Mike basically, we're talking about basically, he's trying to instruct us how to get along with white people in America, and we're saying,
get the hell out of here,
we have
man.
a
There's none of
different
my
way. And that's what now his
no,
analysis of
no.
what's going on in Black
You know how
America.
you
We
twisting it.
all agree. Hold on, we all agree that there's problems in the inner city with problems like that. But he
Kind of stop
basically,
twisting it, man. I know you very well.
what Mike is trying to say
No,
is
no,
white people,
no. I'm
white
not.
racism.
No, no,
He
no, no,
says
no, 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 no.
he
If you
says
want to
white
talk about maybe
racism
on
has
Kaiser's
nothing.
show and I say something about,
You said white racism had nothing to do with the problems and
kind
everything
of stop.
that we need to be
This is
to
your
learn how to
tactic.
get
I know
along with
your
white people.
tactics, man. Now
That's what I
you
told.
like to
That's
twist things.
it was in that
No,
context.
that's not it. That's not it.
Hold on. It's in that
That's
context. I
not it.
told him
That's
you
not
don't
it.
know you don't know
Everybody
about
that's
Black
watched Danny show
America
when I
or
used to
not.
be there, no, I was never talking about white people. What I was talking about was the problem in the community, and you,
Bomani, me here for a
I
second.
was when I was
Check this
I
out.
was never talking about white people.
Check this out. Check this out.
Kyle, turn your mic up a little bit, or be closer to your mic. Repeat what you're saying, Kyle. Mike, just hold on for me.
Okay, check this out.
I need to hear what he's saying.
All tonight we saw the Pan-African Shuffle. Who are we talking about mostly? Black America, right?
Definitely. Most of the fake Pan-Africanists.
It turns out when we talk together off camera, who do I talk about mostly that I'm frustrated with. Black America, isn't that
That's a
true?
struggle for our people here because you
Yeah,
and I live
Black
here, we
America,
work
right?
here, so
I talk
that's,
about Black America on my radio show and everything more than anything. I never mentioned Africans in
No, I
everything.
didn't argue against that.
Hold on. So this idea that I told you Black America is open for criticism, I welcome the criticism. But what I don't
No, I agree with you
recognize
on
is
that. I agree with you on that.
hold on. What I don't recognize is when somebody comes in and says that they look at the situation in America and they realize that Black America, white America has no hand in some of the stuff that goes on in Black America and that racism
When
doesn't
did I say it
exist
on
and all
Danny's
stuff like
show?
this. All this stuff like this. So when you come on the show like, well, Black America, this, do you know
Carla, when did I come on Danny's show to talk
what we
about
had to
white
go
people?
through just to make this country where you could come here and everything like that?
No, don't give me that we can come here shit. I don't want to get into that. But
Check this out.
no, don't run away from my points. You
Hold on, but
literally
you say
when
I say
no.
hold on,
Whenever I have
you said
conversation, you Carla, swear
it's
to,
only
you know what?
it's
I
only
wish
when
I'm in front of you. I'll make you take a
come
hold with it
here.
with
Check
mental.
out
So you can
check out with hold on. It's only when you come in sounding like Uncle Ruckus or whatnot,
stop
talking about
stop
Black
making up
this,
shit,
this.
man. Stop making up
Okay,
shit.
that's what I'm talking about. That's why you get mad.
Listen,
It's
no,
only when you start
Carla,
talking
please
that
stop.
nonsense
we do
that I
need to
start
let
touching you.
somebody else in because I do have Navigate Freely and Big Black.
But I got, you know what? I gotta get off.
Finish saying what you're saying, but that's
But
fine.
you're gonna kick me off anyway, so let me just.
No, Mike, no one's kicking me off, Mike. We don't have to agree. We don't have to always agree on everything.
I don't have
But
to
here's the
agree on
deal.
it.
Carla warned me.
I just want to say
Even
one
Danny's
thing.
had to warn me to stop talking about African American community. I stopped. But
Well, you live here, brother. So I mean,
he wants to talk about my country. Yeah, at least me, I live in America, so I can have an idea what I'm talking about if I'm talking about the Black American community. But he's never been to Nigeria, but he wants to be expert. Not only is he talking about Nigeria, he throw insulting words like, "Oh, they're stupid." Even at least when I'm talking about Black American community, no.
He's not saying these
When
things.
I was having Bomani, you have to understand. Bomani, listen, man.
We have no hatred for your people. I want you to
Bomani,
be clear on that. We don't hate
Bomani.
people, and we don't think of people as
I
stupid.
get it. Bomani, Bomani, listen.
DNA.
Okay, Bomani, put yourself in my shoes. When I was on Danny's show having a conversation about Black American community, I never use insulting word like, "Oh, Black Americans are stupid for this." I never use insulting word. No, wait. All I was saying was,
I think Nigerians are
in the community, I just trying to give solution. And I may not be accurate in things I'm saying, but just an opinion like, "Oh, we need to do better," and things like that. But no personal, no insulting word or keyword. But he will tell me. Stop lying, man. You literally will start insulting me in the comment section and trying to tell me you're immigrant, you can't talk about us. And then you make statements like the Black Americans are the superior black, and stuff like that. But then you want to start talking about my country where you never been there.
That's a lie.
And then you throw an insult and you want me to agree with you.
I never
Double standard.
Check us out. I told Mike he doesn't understand the which we call.
I'm just like Kala. I would love to visit Lagos myself. Sounds like a wonderful place to visit.
Check us out. I told Mike. I said, look, for the last 30 years or whatnot, Black America has went through the deindustrialization. We're from the north and everything. We're primarily a working class, middle class people. That's all it is. We don't try to get rich like Nigerians and all stuff like that. We're just a working class people and a minority group in America, right? We don't have any control over when Detroit doesn't send its factories to Mexico. We had no choice over that. When the steel industry shut down, we had no say on that. The plants shut down and everything, moved south of the border during NAFTA. We have no something like that.
This guy has the points. I mean, after a while, I give up. Listen, I'm responding to that comment this guy made.
My point is this. We don't have any power over anything that goes on in America. And my point was this, right?
What do you mean you don't have power over your life?
Hold on. At the time, right? At the time, here's what this was hypocrisy comes in, right? At the time, I was debating Donald Trump, right? And we're talking about how Donald Trump is making an outreach.
No, it wasn't about Donald Trump. Don't try to.
Hold on. We're making
I wasn't there during Donald Trump.
This is what hypocrisy.
I know what you're trying to do now. You're trying to twist everything and make it. I know what you're doing, man.
Mike, I got to get off the air. You'll say,
I got to get out too, but stop making up stuff, man.
Let me finish what I got to say. So we're talking about Donald Trump and saying, you know something? He's making an honest effort to reach out to Black America. Here comes all our people. Y'all not Pan-African. Y'all like this. Y'all talking about Donald Trump's brain. He called our country shitholes and all stuff like that. And
who said that?
You know, hold up. I'm talking about all you immigrants, you know.
Oh,
and you
who?
guys saying this like this. I said, look, I
Oh,
never
you
said like
immigrant.
y'all.
Okay, okay.
So let me finish real quick. So we're saying we
That
were
was
saying at the time.
propaganda. You just
Hold on,
heard
hold
that
on,
on
hold
the
on, hold on,
news.
hold on,
He's
hold on,
making
hold on.
up shit. That's what he does, man. I know him.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then we're saying no, not someone we're going to vote for Trump. We're saying, hey, if this guy has another program, the whole idea was Black America should not vote for its own interests. We should only be caring about our immigrant brothers. We agree with that. We care about immigrant brothers and sisters.
Dude, what are
But
you
at the
talking
same
about? How does
time,
that relate to
it's the
me,
same.
man?
Hold on. At the
No,
same
I
focus
time,
voted
on
for
me. Don't
Trump.
try to.
hold
I
on.
know what you're doing.
Hold on. The black people who had a problem with that said, you know something, you guys shouldn't even be talking about that. We should all be together. I said, okay, I agree with that. But then when it comes down to it like this, oh, you guys are on your own when it comes down to facing racism. Oh, that's just us. That's just y'all and everything. But when Donald Trump came along, it's all about we need to stick together. And all that. That's what we're talking about. So
Who said
suddenly
that?
it's we when it's Donald Trump comes along. But when the problems come, when the crime and everything,
I
and the
voted for
poverty and
Trump.
everything, oh,
I
that's
voted for
y'all.
Trump.
That's
Ah,
y'all.
Kala.
That's y'all. Y'all Black Americans and everything. But
Kala,
when
you full
Donald
of
Trump
crap,
comes along and
man. You
starts
full
talking
of
about
crap.
deporting you guys,
You
when he
you
starts about deporting you guys,
you talk from
suddenly
both
it's
sides of your mouth,
we.
man. You
It's
talk from
we. It's
all
we.
corners of your mouth. That's what you
Yeah,
do,
he
man. You
likes to do
twist.
that.
But
You twist
Monty, is
things.
that Monty?
The
Doesn't that make
reality is,
sense?
here's the deal, boy. Hey, you and I used to agree.
Go
See,
ahead. Hold on for a second,
but
Mike.
Manny, let me give you my. Let me say this. Let me tell you something,
Oh,
man.
go ahead.
See,
Go
this is
ahead.
what I think Pan Africanism should be. It should be people, right, coming to work together for common interest. That's it. But as far as saying we have to be this one people and be on the same kumbaya thing, it's not possible. It's not possible. Human being will always be very emotionally attached to their wherever they come from, their group or whatever it is, their ethnic group or nation. It's always going to be like that. The deal is, yeah, I can agree. When I came on that issue and you say, oh, you feel uncomfortable with me talking about the Black American community, which I can understand it. Yeah, everybody will feel like, oh, why this guy's not part of it, he's not from this
No,
community.
because you
I
basically
can
don't have an
understand that.
understanding
Well, listen,
of what's
here's
going on
no, no, no,
politically.
no, no. It's human nature. We get it. That's why people like Kala telling you,
No,
don't come here and tell me
bottom
you want
line,
to come.
I hear people,
But Kala, let me
first of
land.
all,
Let me land. Let me land. Let me land.
hold
Pan
on, first of
Africanism will
all,
be we.
first
Bomani
of
said
all,
we do
the
business
majority
or
of
whatever,
people,
or things like that. We can do
I'm
that.
about to play the 10-second clip right now while you talk. There we go.
so bottom line is this: we
And I don't.
basically in
This
Black America,
nationhood, you guys, I don't know what
we
nationhood
basically
means.
in
I
Black
really don't get it.
America.
That part I don't get
Check
it.
this out.
We're
We
building a
in Black
global Black business pipeline.
check this out.
That's not
We in Black
nationhood. That's
America
not
are
nationhood.
used to people.
That,
Business
that,
We,
pipeline is not nationhood.
and then
Black
no,
Bomani, check this out.
Pan
We
Africanism towards nationhood. It's a vehicle. It's a direction.
check this out.
What is the nationhood? Give me
We in
that.
Black
Define that
America.
nationhood. Define it.
Check this out.
You,
Check this out.
You want to go? You want to go? You want me to explain it to Mike? Cause Mike
No,
want to
you
know.
explain it, Bomani. I don't want to hear Kala, man. It's going to be talking all around the place.
Well, no.
You
All I'm
explain the
saying,
No,
nationhood.
no. I'm the one that's really pushing the energy of Pan Africanism, and Kala is as the end game of a nation. Now we're working together in the energy of Pan Africanism towards nationhood. And we have great concepts.
But everybody define Pan Africanism differently. That's the thing. Everybody define Pan Africanism
well, we define it
differently.
like this.
So Kala
We
is
don't
gonna
like the
give you
Pan
the
African
breakdown.
shuffle.
We're gonna
The
bring up.
nationhood. I know just the nationhood part. I don't want to hear everything else. Because Kala is going to talk all over the place or both sides of his
Well,
mouth
no,
and
brother,
everything.
Mike, give me. You asked a question.
No, I ask you, not Kala. I don't want to hear Kala's definition because I know how he talks.
No,
He's going to start talking about Trump and all kinds of other shit like that. You know?
we have this. We have 100% the same definition. And
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I
All
guarantee
right.
it's not.
Okay. Let me mute you. Go
Pan
ahead, Kala.
Africanism is black power.
Oh, yeah,
I
You
thank
know,
you.
no,
Thank you,
Nick
Navigate.
navigates for it too.
Go ahead,
All right,
Kala,
check this out. This is what
all of
this
us are muted.
check this out. This is what I wanted to say right before I get off. I said like this: when people want to talk about, okay, the problems in Black America, we can all talk about the problems and everything like that. But when you come on and like you're defending America, defending white supremacy, and defending all the stuff like this, there's a lot of stuff that happened in Black America. We're still dealing with the healing and the pain of all the 400 years that we've been in this country and everything. And sometimes when we act out a certain way and stuff like that, you guys say we're too loud, we're too this, that. It's always you. But at the same time, when the time came when Donald Trump was basically saying, I don't want to have nothing to do with
You
Africa,
guys, all of us,
and
right?
hold on, something like this, right? And then some black people dared to be like, you know, something, hey, I like Donald Trump, where he's speaking to us directly and everything like that. He's just talking to Black America and everything. Suddenly, man, you guys say you guys not on code with us and everything. But on the same time,
All
You know,
of
when
us,
it comes
right?
down, when you guys, when it comes
You're
down to it,
generalizing, man.
I'm just telling
He
you
always do that.
what I heard.
He always do that.
I'm telling, hold on, no, I'm telling you what I heard. And so, therefore, in that regard, right? In that regard, like, let me give you an example. If the United States were not treads carefully when it deals with Africa, because they don't want to accept African Americans, right? Anytime, what you call it, for years, if you don't know anything about American politics, even when the United States government was attacking, like your boy Ola said back in the 90s, attacking Nigeria, who came to Nigeria's aid? It was Black America. Leave
What?
Nigeria alone. Mike
Well,
don't even know this history.
you're full of
He don't
shit,
even know
man.
this
Get the
history.
fuck out of here. When was the United States attacking Nigeria, bombing Nigeria in the 90s?
Yeah, brother. When you talk about protests, you talk about outreach. Now, a lot of our people work. It's the same thing in South Africa. When things went down in South Africa, as far as apartheid, I mean that was because I just moved from Jamaica at that time,
He
and
don't
I
even know
seen it
that
with my eyes
Nigeria was
as a
under attack in the
teenager,
90s.
and I see it
Kala,
in the 90s.
Kala is making up bullshit.
In the 90s, so Black America does have the outreach. You know what I mean, that's why
He don't even know.
Individuals may be doing something.
no, it was the brother.
No, this is the game you guys play. This is Bomani. This is the game.
Mike, it was an organized effort by mainly Black people in America.
Bomani, this is the game Kala plays, and you fall for it. Kala will point at. No. Wait. This is what Kala does. Kala will point at maybe one or two Black Americans that does something right good on behalf of maybe Africans or Caribbean or something like that, and say, "Look at we Black Americans, we did it." Maybe it's only two people or one person out of 40 million, right? Now, in the same conversation, it will point at two Africans that did the opposite and say, "This is what you guys do." Just like in this statement, in this conversation just had just now, he pointed at some Africans that say they maybe decide they talk good about white man or something like that. He said, "This is your," and I said, "You generalizing." The brother agree with me. What's his name? The navigator like, "Oh, you saying all African, right?" He just put it on Africans as doing something negative towards Black Americans, right? He pointed at the negative, right? He didn't point at the good Africans that were siding with Black Americans, right? Now, in the same conversation, he now talk about two Black Americans, maybe a few Black Americans that did something positive towards Africa. So that's the game kind of place. Just to paint a whole picture of Black Americans are the good one doing good, Africans are the bad one. That's the game he plays. This guy is full of shit, man.
Yeah, he built that straw horse and did.
Interesting, Mike. Can you mute for a second? Let me just mute you. Navigate. Go ahead and share your thoughts, and we're gonna close out soon. But go ahead, navigate. I know you've been waiting, and then Big Black if he's still here, and then we're just gonna work on closing out.
One thing I want to say, I would love to go to Nigeria. You know, it's one of the largest populated cities in the world, and 99% of those people that's in that city is Black. I want to experience that. And there's more Black Americans investing their money in Nigeria than they are in Ghana or Liberia. And I also like to say we cannot say, don't believe Western propaganda on one hand and then believe Western propaganda on the other hand. So people say Trump said he don't want to have nothing to do with Africa. That's gossip, rumor. You never heard that come out of his mouth. But some of us will accept anything that goes along with the narrative that we want to set. And if we don't have anything that goes along with our narrative, we just create something, to go along with our narrative and beat the hell out of it. That's all I got to say.
All right, Navigate. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate the input and everything. And like I mentioned, everybody, we don't all have to agree to all points. It's just main thing I always want everyone to do is make a point so we can all learn from a point. So perfect. So Big Black and then Mike. All right, Big Black is probably, I know it's been all night. Big Black is still there. There you go, brother. I know we've been talking a lot, so if you've been listening to all the things that's been saying, share your thoughts of what we've been talking about. Kala is finished for the night, and then we're just gonna close out little by little.
Yeah, I just enjoyed myself, man. Kind of those, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there.
So, all right. So, Mike, I know you have a lot to say, so you have an open, you have an open space. Share what you want to share.
What I just believe is, I'm not against people working together. I'm not against Black. In fact, That will be the ideal thing for me to see, that the people of Black African descent work together for common goal to advance. Like that brother said, he defined Pan-Africanism the right way. He said power. Key word is power. Power is what make everything move. Power is what will make America say, "Oh, I'm demanding this." Power is what will make Russia speak boldly in the UN. Power is everything. Power is why your phone, is device is working. The key word is power. If you don't have power, there's nothing you want to sit around and tell anybody. So yeah, I agree that hey, maybe people of African descent can work together to kind of create this one power base, some form of power where we can have this, stand in this globe that we live in. However, as we exist today, if we're gonna do anything together, we have to respect each other. Respect, that's the key. You tell me how you want me to engage you, I'll tell you how you want me to engage you. I'll give you an example. When I was coming on Danny's show, I have conversation about the Black American community. I was talking not to disrespect. I was just talking about where I live, because I live in the Black American community in America. And Kala told me, no, you're disrespecting us. You can't be talking about us. Let us talk about it. You can't talk. You're an immigrant, you can't talk. And I start talking. I honor his demand. Him and Daddy told me that. Now, he wants to come and play this double standard and want to be talking about where I'm from, calling us dusty and even telling us about history where he knows nothing about. He read a couple of articles and he think he's an expert on Nigerian history. And he comes and we talk. You think you can talk about where I'm from when you literally told me I couldn't talk about you? Even the fact that I live where I'm talking about. You never been to Nigeria, but you want to talk about where I'm from? Well, I can't talk about your community. That is not Pan-Africanism. I'm not playing it. That's pan supremacist. That's why I keep telling you playing supremacy game here. Then you start making a statement. The Black Americans are supreme black. No, we listen. If we're gonna work together to do anything, whether it's business, whether it's to come together to form power, create a power base, or do anything, build together, we have to respect each other. We have to respect each other. Kala does not respect the Africans. When I listen to Kala talk, he sounds like a white man in a black skin. He sounds just like the queens and all these people he complain about. He's saying white people he complain about. He talk just like them. He think this African just. That's the problem. When you consume white man's information about Africa, of course you're gonna think you're gonna talk just like them and reason just like them, and you won't even know it. I don't think Kala is a bad guy, but he just doesn't know. He doesn't realize the way he doesn't know. He doesn't understand the way he talks. And people have corrected him so many times. Many Africans have talked to him. Kala, he can't talk like that. He can't. That's not the way you talk. We know your intention. Yeah, you may have good intention in mind, but hey, that's not the way you approach people. That's not the way it's gonna work. You have to respect people, man. If you want people to, you have to respect people. If you want people to respect you. Go and learn about it and know what you're talking about. Because Kala come think he has monopoly of knowledge, but he doesn't. You read a couple of articles, you think you know everything about everywhere. And the one that annoys me, you start making up history sometimes. You start manipulating discussion, trying to make up stories, make up things that doesn't exist. So to me, if you guys want to work together, build things, progress, I'm for it. I'm all for progress. Why would I be against progress? But hey,
We got to create a new
respect.
acceptance for one another. Colin was right.
Exactly.
About Black Americans. We've been beat up. For 400 years and with no therapy. So when we start acting crazy, we be acting crazy. But we got to learn to and create a new acceptance for one another. You know. So how do people get along that don't agree? They form an association, and then they deliberate, and then they make decisions by vote consensus. That's how people get along that don't agree with each other.
Yeah.
Excellent, Navigate. So for the most part, some of us gonna have to agree to disagree on some of these things, but definitely appreciate everyone's sharing their point and all those wonderful things. So I'm just here working on us getting things ready to, close out. So yes, family, appreciate everyone sticking, hanging with us for the late night shift, and we're gonna close out. All right, so family, take care. We catch you on the next time. Enjoy some beautiful music from our website. And this is our flyer. Reach out to us if you are interested in connecting with us all around Africa based on the list of countries that we have. And we will be adding more as time go along as we celebrate this wonderful 16 years of doing Africa tours.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Omuni Nkrumah, blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie Kanamawi, Kanamawi, Kanamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can have been cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun covered. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response, rhythms of Jimbe and Kete, sounding far and distance, regenerating vibration, from corner to curb, the million voices are heard. Ahoy, 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 it was a sun called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward.